The main character was very puzzled. He couldn't understand how he could fail in another job application. The guy was frustrated and asked the employer why he was not hired after he had passed the interview. The employer replied calmly to the guy that he was sorry, and that if he was not hired, it meant that someone had already been appointed in his place. The protagonist was walking home sad. It seemed to him that the whole world turned out around him, and all the people around only think about his failure to get a job. The guy was sadly walking down the street. He was sorry for the wasted time, because the employer could have told him earlier that he didn't pass. The protagonist was gradually moving away from the Shannel Corporation building where he had suffered a mishap. The guy turned around and angrily began shouting curses at his failed employers. The protagonist was so engrossed in his bad luck that he didn't notice anything around him, and he bumped into some passerby. After the collision, the guy fell to the ground. He shouted rudely to a passerby if he was blind. Looking closer, the protagonist noticed his ex-girlfriend in the company of her new boyfriend. The main character was very upset and unpleasantly surprised to see his ex-girlfriend Lily. The new suitor asked the girl if it was her ex-boyfriend meeting them now. Lily replied that he was no longer her boyfriend. The girl said that no one would love a poor and lowly, powerless man. She told her new boyfriend that he was attractive and wealthy. The new guy started saying all sorts of compliments and pleasantries to Lily. She romantically asked him not to tease her. The main character was in a very big shock. He could not believe that he was simply used. The guy and the girl were about to leave. Then she turned around and told the protagonist that he had taken his job. To prove his superiority, the guy told the protagonist that he took away not only his job, but also his girlfriend. The guy also asked what the protagonist could do against him now. Would he hit him? The guy was beyond furious. Negative events made him angry, and he hit his girlfriend's new suitor. The main character was beating the guy up nonstop. He decided to take revenge on him for all his failures. The girl Lily was very much frightened. She called the main character Ning Tao and asked if he was sane. The beaten guy asked her to bring security. Lily ran to the corporation building. She threatened Ning Tao that the guards were about to teach him a lesson. After beating his rival, the protagonist threatened that he is not afraid of him, and sooner or later he will still become rich. Ning Tao confirmed with confidence in his voice that he would become rich no matter what it cost him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was distracted by a message from a parallel dimension. Ning Tao heard a question from the system whether he was really willing to give up everything to become rich. The guy was greatly surprised. He couldn't exactly understand where he was clearly hearing this question from. Ning Tao was startled by an invisible voice from the side. He asked the interlocutor who he was. The system told the guy that it doesn't matter who she is. It just has to give her an answer. The system repeated the question of whether a guy is really willing to give up everything to be rich. Ning Tao had already tiredly and annoyedly replied to system don't bullshit him. The guy didn't really believe what was going on, and just to get the system off his back, he confirmed to her that he was willing to do anything. At this point, the systematic process of loading and transforming the protagonist began. Ning Tao was very much amazed at what was happening. He saw a table of parameters in front of him. The system reported that an influential shareholder of Shannel Corporation named Tang Shan transferred his shares to the protagonist. After that, Mr. Tan passed away. The main character was very surprised. He could not believe that his life had changed in one moment. At this time, Lily ran out of the corporation building accompanied by guards. She pointed them to Ning Tao. The security chief called the protagonist a reckless brat and asked strictly how he dared to beat up a guy. The guards surrounded Ning Tao. They thought about what best to do with him. Some went on to break his arms or legs. Another suggested hanging him naked from a tree. The protagonist got bold and told the guards that he was the second most powerful shareholder in Shannel Corporation. Such words really amused Lily and her boyfriend. They did not believe the protagonist and considered his words a hilarious joke. The guards were also amused by Ning Tao's words that he was a powerful shareholder. One guard called himself a director and another a chairman. Lily's boyfriend yelled commandingly to the guards to teach the protagonist a lesson. One of the guards prepared to beat up Ning Tao. He thought that all the reports on his transformation from the system were false. A shout came from outside, calling for everyone to stop. The guard beside the protagonist was surprised. The men in black suits intervened in the fight. One of them grabbed the guard and managed to protect Ning Tao. The man in black arrived just in time. He kept the guard from attacking the protagonist. Ning Tao was stunned by the unexpected rescue. He still couldn't understand exactly what was going on. The man in the suit quickly and professionally dispatched the corporate guards. At this time, Ning Tao looked at everything happening with great impression. He couldn't understand what kind of superhero appeared very timely for him. Then a few more people in black suits appeared out of nowhere. They bowed and greeted the main character. A man came up from the side and greeted Ning Tao. He identified himself as his lawyer named Gao Li. The lawyer told the protagonist that Mr. Tan asked him for something. Gao Li gave the protagonist a document in his hands to fully transfer the shares to him. Ning Tao was overwhelmed with emotion. At the same time, he decided that he should behave calmly. Lily's girlfriend, along with her boyfriend and the guards, were greatly amazed that Ning Tao told them the truth. The protagonist took the documents from the lawyer's hands. He studied them and prepared to sign them. Trying to look as calm as possible, Ning Tao asked the lawyer how much money he would get by signing the documents. The lawyer clearly answered that the protagonist will receive at least 100 million surrounding surprised. Ning Tao signed the documents and returned them to the lawyer. He replied that everything was fine. The main character was very happy. Although he tried to hide his emotions from others, he was very happy. Ning Tao was overjoyed. The system told him the truth, and from that moment on, his life changed completely. With a fair amount of courage, Ning Tao asked the people around him which one of them wanted to teach him a lesson. The guards were scared they didn't know what to say, and decided to put the blame on each other. The girl decided to flee. The guards all started to accuse Lily's new boyfriend. Lily's new suitor was doomed. He realized there was no way to escape, and he couldn't justify himself. Ning Tao commanded the guards to strip the guy and hang him from the tree, and they began to execute. The guy was very much frightened by this turn of events. He asked the guards what they were doing. The guards, to absolve themselves of guilt, decided to beat up the now new boyfriend of Lily's girlfriend. He was scared and asked them what they were doing. After that, the guards with joyful shrieks started beating the guy. After a full-blown exercise, the system issued a message that Li Tian was knocked out. The protagonist was very happy and satisfied. He was overwhelmed with a wonderful feeling. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the corporation building. The manager angrily asked the protagonist why he was still here. The irritated manager ran outside. He called Ning Tao useless trash and said he would never give him a job. Stepping outside, the manager was confronted by people who looked at him with obvious contempt. The manager was frightened. He realized that something was going wrong. He did not yet know what changes had occurred in the fate of the protagonist. The lawyer looked sternly at the manager and said he had something important to remind him of. Then the lawyer pointed at the protagonist and said that he was their second most powerful shareholder. The manager was greatly surprised. He didn't understand when Ning Tao had managed to become the second most powerful shareholder. Ning Tao asked the lawyer if he now had the right to fire employees. The lawyer confirmed this to the protagonist. The lawyer pointed at the manager and said Ning Tao could fire him. The protagonist slowly and judiciously began to voice his decision to those around him. Ning Tao, with the utmost solemnity and confidence in his voice, pointed at the manager and said that he was fired. The manager knelt down in front of the protagonist and tearfully begged him not to fire him. The protagonist turned to the man in the black suit for help. Ning Tao strictly and unequivocally ordered that the guard throw the manager out. The security guard in a suit threw the annoying manager out with one punch without any questions. The fired manager was left lying in the street next to one of the previously beaten security guards. The girl Lily, standing safely from afar, watched the protagonist. After a showdown outside the corporation building, Lily approached the main character and told him that she had just been possessed. Lily said with the utmost pity in her voice that her new boyfriend Li Tian was very unreliable. She asked Ning Tao to get back together. The protagonist looked at the girl with great skepticism. She no longer interested him. Lily clasped her boyfriend's hand in hers and told him very sensually that she had always loved him. The main character kicks a girl and tells her he doesn't like women of easy virtue. At this time, Li Tian came to his senses after the beating. He told the protagonist that he couldn't do whatever he wanted with money. Ning Tao looked at his opponent with a smile and said that he was with money and in reality could do anything he wanted. The protagonist approached the lawyer and asked the lawyer if he had brought the money. The lawyer asked one of the men in black to give him a suitcase. The lawyer opened the suitcase in front of the protagonist. Inside was full of cash. The lawyer told the protagonist that he only took $1 million for his petty expenses. Ning Tao walked over to the suitcase and grabbed a whole bunch of money bills. The main character tossed up a wad of money and it went flying around. Ning Tao turned to the people around him and told them to beat Li Tian further. The main character said anyone who beats up his enemy gets $100. A large crowd gathered around the frightened Li Tian, all ready to beat him up and make money out of it. While the others were beating up Li Tian, the main character went off to enjoy life by throwing money around. Ning Tao walked down the main street of the city. He was noticed by passers-by on all sides. The system gave the guy a message that the initial task was finished and the spending system was activated. The protagonist felt as if he were in a kind of prostration. The system showed him his personal document. Ning Tao saw all his personal information, including his skills, in the document. The protagonist was overjoyed. He received a message that he needed to name the system. Without thinking, the protagonist said that the name of the system would be Xiaoba. The system sent a message confirming the protagonist's answer. Ning Tao was given the task of maximizing his spending money. The punishment for his failure would be castration. The main character was scared of the possible punishment. He didn't believe that the system could be so cruel and bloody. The system sent a message demanding that the host complete the mission. He had less than 2 days left. Ning Tao came back to reality and realized that he needed to live like a real spender. The protagonist looked to the side and saw the lawyer still standing there. Ning Tao called the lawyer a good guy and offered to let him work for him. The lawyer replied that he already had a well-paid job. Ning Tao asked the lawyer to give him his bank account. The lawyer replied calmly to the protagonist that he had misunderstood him. The guy interrupted his answer. At this time, the protagonist was busily working and typing away on his smartphone. The lawyer carefully watched all of Ning Tao's actions. Then his phone beeped in his pocket. The lawyer was distracted. He took out his phone and carefully read what message had come to him. Ning Tao told the lawyer excitedly that he transferred 1 million to him. The lawyer read a message that acknowledged his receipt of a money order for 1 million. The lawyer was very happy. He asked Ning Tao what instructions he had for him. He promised to do whatever the protagonist wanted to do. The guy told the lawyer to go and sign the stock transfer agreement first. The lawyer rushed to follow the guy's instructions faster than lightning. He almost knocked down the girls next to him. The lawyer shouted to the girls not to block his way. Ning Tao was surprised at his lawyer's vigor. After that, the main one was to the car dealership. He decided to spend some money there too. Ning Tao walked up to a car dealership and decided that his next decision would be to buy himself a nice car. The main character was walking near a car dealership. There inside were cars of the latest models. Ning Tao decided to go inside. He was determined and wasn't going to save money. The protagonist was surrounded by saleswomen consultants, and they offered him their services. Ning Tao noticed that all the surrounding girls were very friendly. He wanted to approach them. The employees of the car dealership paid attention to the main character. His clothes and shoes were very cheap. In an instant, the girls became indifferent to Ning Tao. They decided that he was very poor. The main character got very angry. He thought to himself that the girls would regret it. One of the workers decided to approach Ning Tao. She asked him what kind of car he would like to see. The guy definitely asked the girl to show him the most expensive car. The girl smiled at the protagonist and asked him to follow her. The rest of the workers could not believe that the guy would have money for a car. The girl led the protagonist to the most expensive car in their parlor. Ning Tao stood in front of a Rolls-Royce brand luxury car of the latest model. The saleswoman told him that the price of a Rolls-Royce Phantom car was 6,200,000. The guy liked the car and ran around it in admiration. In a fit of curiosity, the protagonist went to the car door and wanted to get in. The protagonist had no time to get into the Rolls-Royce. The female manager told Ning Tao sternly not to touch the car as he would not be able to pay for it. A couple of other buyers were watching nearby. The protagonist was angry. He didn't understand why the manager was looking down on him. The manager turned to a girl named Su Jan and asked why she brought a poor customer here like that. Next to him stood a rich, full guy with his model girlfriend. They laughed at the protagonist and told him to go to the toy store. The female manager walked up to the protagonist and shoved him aside. The manager eagerly showed the wealthy couple the latest new model of the Rolls-Royce automobile. The girl was very impressed. She said the car was amazing. The girlfriend asked her rich boyfriend to buy her this car. The girl got closer to her friend, and to impress her, she decided to rub her breasts against him. Rich guy pulled out a credit card. He asked the manager what the price of the car was. She told him 6,200,000. After the guy heard that price, his enthusiasm waned considerably. The rich client staggered at the price of 6,200,000. For him, it was expensive. The guy looked behind his girlfriend. He decided that the sum of 6,200,000 would be excessive for 2 nights. The manager demanded a rich customer to give her a card. The girl told the guy it was the car she wanted. A rich guy showed his girlfriend a budget small car and said that this car suits her better. A girl was mad at her boyfriend and she didn't want a cheap car. The manager must have remembered the guy saying he would buy an expensive Rolls-Royce. The main character intervened in the conversation and told those around him to step aside. Ning Tao slowly took out his gold card with a large bill on it from his pocket. The main character handed the card to the girl and said he was buying a car. The female manager and a couple of rich clients were very surprised by this purchase of the protagonist. The girl said the total purchase amount would be 6,200,000. She added that she was honored to serve Ning Tao. The protagonist told the girl to round it up to 7 million. She asked why. The guy told her the other 800,000 would be her tip. The girl was very excited. She even thought she was dreaming. The female manager told Ning Tao that he had a maximum of 700 yuan on his card. The cash register confirmed that the payment was successful. Ning Tao took possession of the car. The people around him were very surprised. They had hoped until the last moment that the protagonist had nothing behind his soul. Ning Tao thought about it and realized that the car dealership was giving him the opportunity to spend more money in a small amount of time. The main character told the girl manager that he wanted the most expensive cars from each of the famous brands. The protagonist walked around the car dealership and picked up cars of different models and colors. Ning Tao told the girl to simply choose a car and he could pay for it. The female manager and the rich clients were surprised. They saw the main character as a typical movie-rich Asian man. The girl wanted to give the protagonist back his card and said his demands were inappropriate. Ning Tao replied to her good-naturedly that good luck is for good-hearted people. The rich guy took his girlfriend's hands and told them to leave. The girl was very angry at such a request. She did not want to leave the car dealership. The girlfriend ended up tapping her boyfriend in the groin and telling him he was actually poor. The girl ran up to Ning Tao and asked him to give her a ride. She said she would be his tonight. The protagonist tapped the girl with his foot and calmly told her to leave. The female manager realized that she needed to save her life now in this situation. The main character asked the female manager strictly where she wanted to go. She fearfully asked him what he wanted to do. Ning Tao asked the girl to bring the store's general manager to him. The store's general manager showed up. He asked the protagonist what he could do for him. Ning Tao told his boss to fire the female manager. The woman shouted back that it would not be so easy for him. The main character told the general manager that he could buy the whole store and fire them all if he didn't fire the woman. The employees at the car dealership were very surprised. They knew it would take several $1 billion to buy the store. The protagonist sadly thought that those around him didn't even realize that he was being forced to spend money. The general manager of the store felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know what to do. One of the girls whispered to the general manager that Ning Tao was one of the most influential shareholders of Chanye Corporation. The general manager got cocky. He told the guy he was going to fire the female manager. The man sternly ordered the female manager to leave now. She did not like this decision. The general manager wouldn't listen to her anymore. He kicked her and the rich guy's girlfriend. The female manager and the girl slumped to the floor after a punch from the manager. The general manager was pleased with what he had done. He realized that the woman's words were just idle chatter. The main character looked at what was happening without any emotion. The general manager turned to him. The general manager bowed to Ning Tao and asked the latter if there would be any other instructions. Ning Tao held his gold card in his hand. He had over 70 million more to spend. The main character told the manager of the car dealership that he would take the Rolls-Royce first and come here for the rest later. The guy was joyfully racing down the highway, driving a new and expensive car. Contrary to the fact that Ning Tao had a lot of money, he didn't feel at ease. The protagonist was still tormented by the idea that he needed to spend 70 million. Passers-by on the streets were paying attention to how expensive the main character's car was. Ning Tao decided to call his friends to help him spend all the money. The protagonist called his friend and asked him to go to the Sunyon Hotel. He couldn't believe that he was invited to the most expensive hotel in town. A friend asked the protagonist incredulously if he was crazy. After that, Ning Tao shouted to his friend not to talk nonsense and hurry up and go to him. The protagonist drove up to the hotel. He was amazed by its sheer size. There were so many beautiful lighted fountains around the hotel. Although it was already evening outside, the square in front of the hotel was lit by bright lamps. Ning Tao was very much impressed. For him, the Sunyon Hotel was very stylish. The protagonist thought his friends hadn't arrived yet. He saw a crowd at the hotel entrance. Ning Tao heard an irritated conversation nearby. Someone was making excuses that he had already apologized. Outside the hotel, a guy was making excuses to a rich man. He didn't like the fact that the man demanded 10,000 for stepping on his shoe. The man said his shoe was worth 100 grand. After that, the man ran out of patience and kicked the guy and demanded money from him. The guy didn't fall down because Ning Tao was behind him in time to support him. The boy was surprised to see the protagonist here. The protagonist asked his friend calmly if he was okay. The guy wanted to tell the protagonist the details of everything that happened. Ning Tao said he would handle it himself. Ning Tao decided not to bother. He threw the wad of money at the man's feet. The protagonist told the man strictly to take the 10,000. A friend told the protagonist that the man was just blackmailing them. Ning Tao decided to himself that he had an opportunity to spend a lot of money. The man looked at the protagonist with obvious anger. He didn't understand where he had come from. The man then turned to the doorman and said how could he let people like that come here. The doorman promised the man he'd get these people out of here right away. The protagonist thought to himself that he hadn't even gotten revenge yet for the man pushing his friend. Ning Tao then pushed away the doorman who wanted to take him away with all his might. The protagonist started throwing wads of money and told his friend to step on the man's shoes as much as possible. The guy liked such a request from the protagonist. He approached the man anticipating the opportunity to get even. The guy started stomping on the man's shoes with all his might without stopping. Eventually, the man's shoe was completely wiped to holes and destroyed. The man grabbed his leg. It was hurting him. Ning Tao threw him a bundle of money for treatment. Afterwards, the protagonist told the man to never blackmail others in the future. Ning Tao turned around with his friends and wanted to leave. The man asked him angrily if he knew who he was. The protagonist turned to the man without any emotion and asked if he was a shoe salesman. The man identified himself as the owner of Ma's jewelry stores. He said he could strangle anyone with his money. People in the crowd started talking among themselves. They called the man Ma Feng. Someone said that even the toilet in his house was made of solid gold. Ning Tao rejoiced as he had the opportunity to show his wastefulness. The protagonist decided to start spending. Soon he called the doorman over to him. The guy ordered the doorman 3 bottles of vintage collectible wine. Very quickly, the female waitresses brought the protagonist his wine on trays. Ma Feng realized that he had come to show him through himself. He pondered what he would spend the money on. Eventually, the man ordered that all the supplies of the finest maotai be brought to him. After Ma Feng was brought a supply of the expensive drink, he decided to wash his feet in it. Ma Feng told the protagonist that he would not understand his increase since he is a poor man. The main character says he wants to buy all the Kobe beef and black caviar at the restaurant. He wants to feed his dog. Ma Feng asked the doorman how much the Red Sea mineral was worth. The doorman replied that the price of this coral was 300,000. Ma Feng said he would give 400,000 and smash the coral with all his might. Ning Tao pointed to the green stone and asked the doorman how much it was worth. He said that the price of this rare jade was 500,000. The protagonist said he was giving 600,000 and immediately afterward broke the stone. Ma Feng was determined to continue competing. He didn't want to give up. The protagonist had gotten a taste for it too. He still had plenty of money. After that, the protagonist and the jewelry store owner continued to smash furniture and furnishings in the hotel. The friends of the protagonist, looking at his actions, decided that he is now on drugs. Suddenly, something distracted Ning Tao and Ma Feng. They heard an old man's voice from the side. The old man said he had just fallen and asked for one of the guys to help him. Ma Feng was happy to be able to spend a lot of money at once. He shouted to the old man that he would help him. After that, the man immediately grabbed the old man in his arms and he was surprised. The people around them were very surprised. They realized that the owner of the jewelry stores was really rich. Ma Feng said that he helps 10 infirm old men every day. He added that there was no way Ning Tao could match him. The protagonist had some thoughts. He decided to ruin Ma Feng. Ning Tao looked at his opponent and said that he was really naive. After that, the main character pulled out his phone and said that Ma Feng got him. The protagonist promised a jewelry store owner that he would bankrupt him in just one phone call. At this time, Ma Feng's cell phone rang in his pocket. The jewelry magnate picked up the phone. One of his subordinates was calling him. A subordinate told a startled Ma Feng that their company's stock price had plummeted. The man was unpleasantly surprised by this information. The subordinate said that someone was manipulating stock prices. Ma Feng decided to try to remedy the situation. He made a phone call and started waiting for an answer. The man looked at the protagonist and wondered if it was all his doing. At this time, the hotel doorman came up, accompanied by a group of other employees. The hotel staff told Ma Feng that his credit card was blocked and that he had broken 10 million worth of stuff here. Hearing such words, the rescued old man clutched at Ma Feng's clothes and called him angrily a beggar. The jewelry magnate promised he'd go back to the company and get the money. Ma Feng couldn't escape from the hotel. The doorman blocked his way. The doorman told the man strictly that he could not escape after he had trashed the hotel of all their belongings. Ma Feng was very frightened and had no way to pay the damages. He asked the doorman what he could do. Hotel workers decided to beat up the owner of jewelry stores because he did not pay them. Ma Feng was lying almost unconscious after the execution, and the protagonist leisurely approached him. Ning Tao asked cheerfully to the Ma Feng lying on the floor how he was feeling right now. The protagonist asked his defeated opponent if he still wanted to compete with him. Ma Feng asked the guy to spare him and admitted he was wrong and the main character is the richest. Ning Tao said he would spare the jewelry magnate. He demanded that Ma Feng pay him $10 million. The man was very worried. He said that he could not pay the 10 million because his card was blocked. The protagonist offered his rival to write him a check. He happily agreed. Ma Feng held out a written check for 10 million to the protagonist with excitement. The protagonist took the check and thought happily to himself that the 10 million had been received. After that, Ma Feng reminded Ning Tao to help his company recover. Ning Tao appealed through the phone to the system to stop manipulating the stock price. Suddenly, the jewelry store owner's phone rang. Ma Feng asked excitedly about the company's stock. The subordinate replied that the price had returned to normal. The man bowed to the protagonist and thanked him for everything. Ning Tao told Ma Feng to get the hell out of here. The jewelry magnate plopped down on the floor and decided to cheerfully depart the hotel. Ma Feng rolled sideways across the floor and hit the wall. The protagonist called his friend the shopkeeper garbage. Ning Tao's friend told him excitedly that he was now a new hero to him. A guy wanted to hug the main character. He told him to back off because it was disgusting. The protagonist noticed that his other friend with blue hair was standing there silent. Apparently, the friend wanted to say something to Ning Tao but could not make up his mind. Then the friend told the protagonist confidently that he would turn gay for him. Ning Tao was very much surprised at such words. He thought for a long time what to reply to his friend. The protagonist hugged his comrade some more and told him not to even dare to think about it. Ning Tao went with his friends to the most expensive restaurant. There was live music. The protagonist, along with his friends, were enjoying an expensive meal around the musicians. Ning Tao ordered only the most expensive wines for himself and his companions. The protagonist treated his friends to lots of expensive food. Ning Tao and his friends were dancing in a restaurant with beautiful girlfriends. After a hearty dinner, the main character decided to return to his room. The abundance of food and drinks gave him a burp. Ning Tao took a shower before going to bed and decided that he felt just fine. The protagonist collapsed on his bed and calculated that he had spent 20 million today. There was still 50 million left to spend. Ning Tao closed his eyes and thought that he had an absolutely relaxing and enjoyable task ahead of him. The guy was distracted from his reverie by the system's message. It asked if he was really so naive. The system took the form of a bluish large ball in front of the protagonist. Ning Tao was frightened and thought he was seeing a ghost. The system replied that she was not a ghost, but Xiaoba. Guy asked the system why she came late at night in the form of holding, and he was scared. Xiaoba said she came to notify Ning Tao. Xiaoba told the guy that he owed her 40 points. The daily percentage is 1 point. The protagonist was very surprised and asked the system since when he was in debt. Xiaoba reported that the guy owed for the gold card and for stock manipulation. The protagonist was very surprised. He shouted to the system that he didn't understand anything at all. Ning Tao calmed down. He decided to ask Xiaobai about the glasses in detail. The protagonist asked with interest what use the points earned would be to him. Xiaoba was surprised that the protagonist didn't even know about it. Ning Tao said she hadn't even told him about it. Xiaoba said that the main character with 1 point from the system could even become a Super Saiyan. Ning Tao asked the system with interest how he could get points other than by completing tasks. Xiaoba told him that when he spends 100,000, he gets only 1 point. The main character was happy. He thought he had earned a lot of points today. The system told the guy he should only spend money he earned. Ning Tao said that he spent a lot of money and didn't earn any points at all. Xiaoba confirmed that that was the case. The system was about to leave. She reminded the guy to pay as soon as possible. The protagonist yelled at the system's address for her to wait for him. He had more questions. Ning Tao asked excitedly what would happen to him if he couldn't pay back what he owed. Xiaobai was silent. She searched and thought in detail about the answer to the guy's question. After a long pause, the system turned to the guy and told him that the answer to his question was secret. After that, Xiaoba disappeared, and the protagonist was left sitting on the bed in surprise. Ning Tao walked down the street the next day accompanied by guards, and all passers-by squinted at him. The main character realized that after what he learned, he needed to change his life now. Ning Tao pondered to himself that after the information from Xiaoba, he had not slept for a whole night. The guy realized that he didn't know the deadline for paying the points. If he didn't pay on time, there would be consequences. The protagonist ordered his subordinates to pick up the cars he bought. He ordered one of the guards to go with him to the ad agency. Ning Tao realized that he had to complete all the tasks as soon as possible to pay on time. The main character heading to his car decided that this time he was going to make a big scene. The protagonist, to realize his plan, decided to come to Jiangnan University. Many expensive cars, including a Rolls-Royce with Ning Tao, pulled up to the grounds near the university. Students were very surprised by the expensive cars. They could not believe that a rich guy came to their university. Simultaneously, the doors in all the cars opened, and the subordinates of the protagonist came out of there. 2 of his guards prepared a red carpet to unroll him on the sidewalk. When a Rolls-Royce from Intao pulled up to the university, security guards rolled out the red carpet for him. The driver opened the door and out stepped the main character, and all the students looked at him. Ning Tao walked leisurely down the red carpet with his guards towards the university. The subordinates stood beside the walkway, and they all bowed and saluted Ning Tao. The students were surprised to see the rich Ning Tao. He had once studied at this university. Ning Tao greeted his classmates. The female students swore their love for him, and the students wanted to be his friends. The protagonist approached the platform there. His guards placed a golden chair for him. Ning Tao leisurely sat down on a chair. He enjoyed the joyful shouts of his former classmates. Several female students ran up to the main character. They wanted to hug him. Ning Tao didn't like that the female students were allowed to see him. He instructed the guards. The guards immediately carried away the female students who were desperately resisting. After a long pause, the main character welcomed everyone present through the microphone. Ning Tao told all the students that he came here today to announce something. Students began to wonder what their former classmate would tell them. Some even suggested that the protagonist had bought himself a university. Ning Tao, after waiting for a while, told his guard that they could begin. The guard radioed for all units to get ready as they were starting. There was an oppressive silence. All the students waited and speculated what was about to happen. Suddenly, everyone present heard a distant rumbling, and the noise gradually drew closer. One of the students pointed his finger in the direction and told everyone to look that way. All the students noticed helicopters appearing in the distance with large banners hanging from them. Helicopters carried advertising banners. The protagonist wanted to hire himself a maid for a generous fee. The same advertisement was also on the billboards outside the university. Ning Tao wanted a maid for a generous fee. The students were very much surprised by the advertisement of the main character. Some even said that Ning Tao was some kind of maniac. The protagonist at this time lit a cigarette from a money bill. All the guests present could not believe that he had gone to such lengths to find a maid. Ning Tao didn't pay attention to what was being said around him. He exhaled the cigarette smoke and decided to address the people. The protagonist told the students that he was offering them a very difficult job. Ning Tao then pointed out specifically that he only needed one maid, and it should be the prettiest girl. The students decided that the protagonist simply wants to find a mistress. After a little thought, the students decided that no one was paying attention to them. After that, the girls all began to offer themselves to the main character. Ning Tao told all the girls not to worry, he would interrogate them all one by one. The protagonist said to let the first candidate come forward. A beautiful girl in a miniskirt slowly walked towards the protagonist. Ning Tao noticed that this challenger has very big and beautiful breasts. All the students were fascinated by this girl. Someone shouted to the protagonist not to choose her because she was known for her easy behavior. The challenger approached the protagonist, she fixed her hair and called him handsome. The girl said with an innocent look to Ning Tao that she wanted to work for him. Afterward, the student sent the protagonist an air kiss. Ning Tao indignantly took the wooden spatula in his hands and showed that he was batting away that air kiss. The guy shoved the girl away from him and said she wasn't qualified enough. The student asked him disappointedly why he rejected her since she had a beautiful face and figure. Ning Tao replied to her simply that he doesn't like those girls who flirt. Another student applicant came up. Someone shouted that she spends every night at some bar. There was even a viral scandal about her on the internet. The protagonist responded by simply telling this applicant to get lost. Ning Tao held his palm up and told everyone that they were continuing the selection. A student came up and told Ning Tao that she could breathe fire. He advised her to go help Captain America save the world. Another applicant said she could recite poetry. The protagonist told her to go back and concentrate on her studies. The cleaning lady came over and said she could sort the trash pretty well. The guy told her it wasn't the right place. The protagonist shouted at all the applicants to leave, or they'd be an eyesore to him. A man dressed as a girl came up. He told the protagonist to pick him. Ning Tao hit this challenger on the head with a spatula with all his might and told him to get lost. The main character was very disappointed that there were no normal candidates. Just then the guy heard a timid female voice apologize to him. A girl with bright red hair asked the guy if he was hiring any more applicants. The protagonist was very much amazed. The red-haired beauty who approached him captured his entire consciousness. Ning Tao looked at the approaching challenger with unwavering attention. Her green eyes expressed a completely innocent look. One of the students said that it was University hottie Yetuntun who approached. She couldn't resist the lure of big money. Ning Tao was very much admired and mesmerized by the girl who approached. The protagonist regained his power of speech and told the girl that he was hiring her and asked her what her name was. The pretty girl said her name was Yetuntun. She asked the guy if she could try it. Ning Tao told the girl that she didn't need to try anything and she was hired. Yetuntun asked modestly and timidly how much she would receive. The surrounding students couldn't believe that the beautiful Yetuntun left them for money. The protagonist decided to calculate the maid's salary during her probationary period. In the end, Ning Tao told the student that she would receive 200,000 a month, including food and lodging. He also promised to give her a BMW. Those present were very surprised that a former student would earn so much. The protagonist said naively, "Isn't that enough?" Then to Ning Tao fell a huge number of people who wanted to work for him. They begged to take them to the position of anyone. The protagonist realized it was time to leave. He grabbed the girl's hand. Ning Tao held Yetuntun's hand and quickly led her to his car. The main character yelled to the girl to get in his car quickly. The other students ran after the protagonist's car and asked him to wait for them. The protagonist, sitting in the car, exhaled happily and relaxed. Everything was already behind him. Ning Tao was safely riding with the girl in the car. He said the students got very carried away. Yetuntun shyly reminded the protagonist of his hand. He didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. Only now did Ning Tao notice that he was still holding the girl's hand while sitting in the car. The guy took his hand away and told the girl that he didn't do it all on purpose. The main character thought that the girl's hands were very soft. He imagined how good it would be for them when they were together in the future. Ning Tao, completely immersed in his thoughts of reverie and reflection, he even laughed to himself. Yetuntun looked at the main character and decided that he didn't seem like a bad person to her. The pretty girl thought that she first mistook the protagonist for a pervert because of the fact that he made such a performance just to find a maid. The girl also remembered that the guy blushed because he held her hand. The student wondered if the guy offered her a big paycheck. She would have the opportunity to pay for her father's treatment. Suddenly, the main character, as if remembering something important, shouted loudly. Ning Tao remembered that he was looking for a maid, but he still forgot to buy himself a villa. Yetuntun thought to herself that the guy wasn't a pervert, just an idiot. The guy and the girl arrived at a large building that was a real estate agency. Ning Tao commanded his guards to stay near the entrance. The protagonist, along with his new maid, walked into a building. He wanted to buy a villa for himself. The saleswoman asked the guy and the girl if they were buying a villa for their wedding. Ning Tao replied to the saleswoman that they are not getting married, he just wants to buy a villa here. The guy thought that if the girl was his wife, it would be perfect. The salesgirl told the guy he could come over and take a look himself. Realtorsha showed houses. They were very expensive. The price was from 20 to 26 million. The girl thought to herself the price of 20 million seemed very expensive to her. Ning Tao thought to himself that the higher the price, the better for him. Then the guy heard from outside as other customers came out and they too wanted to buy a house. A young rich guy with glasses walked into a real estate agency with his girlfriend. He promised her to buy a villa. Ning Tao shouted to the guy that he was the first to see the villa and the rich client was not paying attention to him. The rich guy threw his card at the protagonist and told him to take $500,000 and get out of here. The girl asked the protagonist if he was doing well and suggested he choose another house. Then a young guy saw the girl Yetuntun and he liked her very much. The guy was running around the girl and yelling at her to be his woman. He promised to make sure she didn't need anything. A young guy was approached by his girlfriend and called him Hanum and Playboy. He cheerfully replied that women love bad boys. Ning Tao asked the system for information about Han. Xiaoba reported that the information would be worth 10 points. She reported that Han Wen is the only son of Han Qinghe, the shareholder of Chanye Company. Ning Tao thought that Han's boyfriend took his villa and humiliated his girl. He decided to take revenge on him. Han approached the saleswoman and said he wanted to buy this house. He gave her a card. Ning Tao realized that it was time to act. He called out his guard named Xiao He. A guard named Xiao He arrived. He shouted to the protagonist that he was here. After that, Xiao He took away Han's boyfriend's credit card. Han was very angry and couldn't understand who pushed him. He asked the guard fearfully what he wanted to do. Without any emotion, Xiao He grabbed the credit card and crushed it. Han was very surprised and annoyed. He couldn't believe he had lost his card. Ning Tao told Han that he can't take his villa for only 26 million. The protagonist put a gold card on the counter and said sure he was paying 30 million. Han shouted angrily to his opponent that he was the first who dared to rival him in monetary expenditure. Ning Tao shouted angrily back at Han that he was the first one who dared to insult his maid. Guy Han pulled another of his credit cards out of his pocket and tossed it on the counter. Han shouted to the protagonist that he couldn't leave so easily after he destroyed his map. He added that he was paying 50 million for the villa. Ning Tao and his girlfriend were very much surprised. The sum of 50 million amazed them. The protagonist decided not to back down. He shouted confidently that he would pay $90 million. Everyone around him was amazed at the amount of 90 million was completely unrealistic. Ning Tao shouted at Han not to even try to defeat him and demanded that he apologize to Ye Tuntun's girlfriend. The protagonist demanded of Han that he admit his defeat. He added that he had enough money to bury him alive. Han continued to listen to the taunts from the protagonist. Ning Tao said that he was very poor. Guy Han realized he had nothing to lose. He pulled out all his credit cards and said he'd pay 100 million. The saleswoman was very surprised. She could not imagine how much commission she would get for a deal of 100 million. Han asked the protagonist if he would continue to compete. He suggested raising the stakes. Ning Tao replied judiciously and calmly that he would probably stop now. Guy Han was very much surprised by this answer. He thought of continuing to up the ante on the villa. The main character said he wouldn't pay for a villa worth 100 million that was only worth 20. It would make him look like a fool. Han's girlfriend told him he was a fool. He spent 5 times more money than he needed. The girl kept insulting Han. She called him a fool and told him to break up. In the end, Han realized very sadly and upset that he had been fooled. Ning Tao and his girlfriend Yetuntun stepped back to look at the other pitchforks. Han glared angrily at them. The protagonist pointed to the villa and asked the saleswoman how much it was worth. The saleswoman cheerfully replied that the price of this villa is only 27 million. The protagonist told the saleswoman that he would pay 30 million for everything. Han was watching all of this closely. Han walked up and emotionally shouted that he was willing to pay 50 million for everything. Ning Tao was unpleasantly startled. He didn't want to see this guy again. Han said cheerfully that he was bidding higher. He said he would only relent after the protagonist raised the price. The protagonist decided to pursue a price competition for the villa with Khan. The Han boy noticed that his opponent was hesitating. He realized he had to provoke him. Afterward, Han told the protagonist that he was a worthless, penniless piece of shit. Suddenly, Ning Tao replied to the guy that he was giving up and he could take the house. The Han boy was very astonished by this answer. He realized that he had lost this battle. The saleswoman handed Han a payment terminal and told him he had to pay 150 million. Han realized that he couldn't pay for the property he had purchased. Han called the protagonist a willful rascal. He didn't have enough money to pay for all the villas. Ning Tao replied that it was not his problem. The saleswoman asked Han if he really couldn't pay for the villas. Afterward, the saleswoman very angrily asked the guy why he was jacking up the prices right away. The salesgirl turned around and called out to the guards from the next room. The big and angry guards came out into the hall. They decided to teach Han a lesson. The guards beat up a young guy and yelled at him not to pretend to be rich if he was broke. After the execution, the system sent the guy a notification that Han had been neutralized. The protagonist was delighted. He told the saleswoman that he wanted the villa that cost $30 million. Ning Tao asked Xiaoba to show him the progress on his assignment. The system reported that the guy had spent 20 million with only 2 hours left. The protagonist looked at Ye Tuntun and slyly decided he had an idea. The protagonist, along with his girlfriend Ye Tuntun, arrived at a high-end clothing store. The girl tried on a huge amount of expensive and the most elite clothes. It was unusual for Ye Tuntun to wear such expensive outfits since she was just an ordinary student. Ning Tao told the excited girl that he buys absolutely everything she just tried on. Ye Tuntun said he didn't need to buy everything. The boy was surprised. He asked if she didn't like expensive clothes. The girl pointed her finger at an expensive pendant and said the jewelry was very expensive. The protagonist told the conciliatory surprised girl that she was stupid. Ning Tao told Ye Tungtung that only such clothes would suit his maid. The girl was very much amazed. She looked with a surprised look at the protagonist. The guy was very happy. He felt at this moment romantic feelings for the girl. At that moment, the protagonist decided that it was time to kiss Ye Tuntun. Xiaoba informed the guy that he had finished the task and he had gotten 250 points in level 2. Ning Tao said the system bothered him at a bad time. Xiaoba told the guy that he unlocked a lot of things. The main character's strength and dexterity increased. Different elixirs became available in the store. Ning Tao rejoiced as the skills he had learned were useful to him. He needed to work hard to earn more points. The protagonist thought he had the system under his control, so he could easily score more points. Just then, armed men broke into the store building. The commander commanded them to arrest the target after engaging them. Armed soldiers began to surround the protagonist on all sides. Ning Tao was very much astonished by what was happening. He didn't know what to do. The protagonist wondered to himself what he could be arrested for. He didn't remember breaking the law. Ning Tao couldn't figure out what was going on. The armed men stood silently around him. A man in civilian clothes came over. He asked the protagonist if his name was Ning Tao. Then the man showed his ID and said that the protagonist was suspected of robbing a bank and told him to come with him to the station. The protagonist was a little angry. He didn't understand the accusations against him. Ye Tungtung told the policeman that there was some mistake. He replied that there was no mistake and someone had reported Ning Tao. The policeman ordered the protagonist to be arrested. Ning Tao replied in a faint voice that he was dizzy. The protagonist was arrested and brought to the police. He was sitting in an interrogation room. A policeman told the guy that the bank was robbed of 100 million. An anonymous source said that Ning Tao received a large amount of money from unknown sources. The protagonist thought who could snitch on him could be Li Tian or Feng Lili. The investigator pounded roughly on the table and yelled at the protagonist for asking him a question. The cop told the investigator they could do without violence. The protagonist quietly told the policeman that they simply could have been mistaken. Ning Tao said cheerfully that he's an ordinary student. He doesn't have much money. He suggested that the police check his bank account. The policeman then grabbed the protagonist's hand, which was wearing an expensive watch. Then the policeman said slyly and angrily that the guy couldn't possibly be an ordinary student. The police officer pointed out that the average student can't afford an expensive watch. The protagonist thought he had just bought this expensive watch at the mall. The policeman then demanded the protagonist to tell only the truth. Ning Tao realized that the law enforcers were very well trained, and he had no chance to deceive them. The protagonist realized he had no other choice. He told the cops that he would tell the truth. Ning Tao calmly and casually said that he became rich through the money-burning system. The guy says he has to spend 100 million in a week or he'll be castrated. He has to burn through that money and he has nothing to do with the robbery. The policeman and the researcher were very surprised. They didn't expect to hear such nonsense from the guy. The enforcers shouted menacingly to the protagonist that no one would believe him, and they were not idiots. The policeman demanded that the guy tell the truth or he would not go anywhere. Ning Tao replied that he had already told them the truth, but they didn't believe him. At this time, suddenly the door to the interrogation room was broken from the outside. The policeman looked away in amazement, and the protagonist rejoiced. A lawyer in a suit walked in. He turned to the protagonist and apologized for being late. Gao Li's lawyer told the guy that he was his faithful servant come to rescue him. The police officer told the lawyer that he had a speeding ticket and demanded that he pay it. Lawyer Gao Li realized that he was a bit hasty. He decided to tidy himself up. The lawyer decided to take his time to comb his hair first, and in the meantime calm down a bit. The lawyer prepared to speak in defense of his client. He adjusted his glasses. Gao Li told the protagonist not to worry. He'd do all the work for him. Ning Tao was glad the lawyer was here. He could have dealt with it himself, but he decided to let Gao Li do it. The lawyer asked the cops if they had any evidence to keep his client here. The cops said they got a tip about a bank robbery. 100 million was transferred to Ning Tao's account. The lawyer pounded the table with all his might and said menacingly that it was all nonsense. The lawyer said Ning Tao is the company's largest shareholder. The amount of 100 million is nothing to him. Gao Li pointed out that the protagonist had lost a lot because of the actions of the police. Now, they should be held responsible for it. Gao Li threatened the enforcers that he could complain to them and get the media here. The cops started to justify themselves. They said it was all a misunderstanding and maybe an informant's mistake. The protagonist told the lawyer that he was very happy to have him. Gao Li replied that it was his job. Just then, a joyful Yetuntun girl ran up to the side of the main character. The future maid hugged the guy and said it was really good that he finally got out. The girl said she was very worried. The policeman at the entrance wouldn't let her in. Ning Tao was surprised that the girl was waiting for him here. The main character was overjoyed. He was ready to return to the prison 100 times more for the girl's attention. The girl said relaxedly that it was very good that the guy was finally being released. Ning Tao was shocked by such a girl's swagger. She stood and hugged him. Ye Tuntun suddenly felt very embarrassed. She moved away from the guy. The girl apologized fearfully and said she had to go to the bathroom. She ran off to the side. Ning Tao noticed that his future maid ran straight to the police station. The lawyer told the protagonist that the day after tomorrow there will be a meeting of the company's shareholders and he should attend it. Ning Tao was suddenly very concerned about his participation in the shareholder meeting. Gao Lin said that the protagonist had inherited some of Mr. Tang's shares. He also said that Han Qinghe had already been able to buy up 4% of the shares. The protagonist remembered that Han Qinghe was Han Wen's father. He thought they were both freaks. At this point, the guy got a message from the system that the mission had been activated. The mission was called Ding Dong, and it had to be completed before the end of the shareholders' meeting. If the mission was not accomplished, the guy was threatened with castration. The protagonist wondered why all missions always involve possible castration. The protagonist hesitated for a moment. He didn't know how he could take control of all of Han Qinghe's stocks in a short time. He didn't have enough money. Ning Tao thought it wasn't worth the risk, and he decided to decline the system's offer. The protagonist was distracted by a girl. And Tuntun asked him what he was so worried about. The girl also asked the guy what was wrong. He replied that it was nothing to worry about. The protagonist told the girl excitedly that they were going back to the villa tonight. The girl thought about it. She didn't like it that only the two of them would be coming to the villa. Ning Tao asked the girl if there was any problem. She replied that everything was fine. Late at night, the protagonist, along with his maid, were at their luxurious villa. The guy in the robe next to the girl sat silently on the couch. The oppressive silence continued. Ning Tao felt restless as if he was sitting on needles. Yetuntun was shy and didn't know what to say. The protagonist was very nervous. He was sitting alone with his goddess for the first time. They were watching cartoons on the big TV. The guy thought that if it continued like this, it would be just a movie night. Ning Tao thought deeply. He realized that he had to do something right now. The protagonist told the girl that it was time for her to start doing her job. Ye Tuntun apologized and said she didn't know it was working hours. She asked that the guy not fire him. She asked the main character what a maid should do. Ning Tao thought she should put on the maid's costume first. The girl shouted that she would immediately go and change. Ye Tuntun ran into her room and slammed the door shut. She needed to tidy up before work. The girl sat in her room on the big bed. She had started to change her clothes. For a maid, you had to wear a bright red uniform and white stockings. As she dressed, she thought to herself that it was very strange for her to be a maid. Ye Tuntun realized that she should have been ready for this from the moment she took the job. After much preparation and dressing, the girl came out of her room. The main character at this time was eating and watching TV. He turned around and was very surprised. Ye Tuntun very coyly asked the guy if that's what she should look like. The main character was very impressed. He looked at the girl in love and said that she looked so damn adorable. The girl asked the guy modestly if he was satisfied. A little shyly, the maid asked the protagonist what would happen next. Ye Tuntun asked modestly, bashfully to the guy what she should do next. Ning Tao thought very hard. He didn't know what to say to his maid. The guy thought to himself that the girl was wearing a maid's outfit but still hadn't thanked him. At this time in the Han family home, the son complained to his father and demanded that he intercede for him. The son told his father that Ning Tao was able to fool him, and he demanded that his father avenge him. My father looked at the picture of the protagonist with hatred and indignation. He said it was outrageous. The man angrily said that he would not be gentle with Ning Tao since he had humiliated his family's honor. The father angrily asked his son if he had such a low intelligence that he had been so easily deceived. The son replied to his father that he had inherited such intelligence from him. The father slapped his son and told the man to get the hell out of here and he can't have such a stupid offspring. After that, Mr. Han told his handyman to find out all the information about Ning Tao. The man angrily thought that he wanted the protagonist to suffer during the shareholders' meeting. At this time in the villa, the maid was helping the main character with the household chores, and he was giving her instructions. Ning Tao told the girl to be gentle and faster. She asked if she was doing the right thing. The protagonist was very happy. He told the girl joyfully that he was in total bliss. The guy told the girl that she probably gives people massages a lot since she knew how to work with her hands. Ye Tuntun replied that it was her first time. The main character thought to himself that the girl for the first time did everything beautifully, but she is also a fast learner. Ning Tao was distracted by the girl. She was on the couch very near and close to him. The protagonist was completely engrossed in the sight of his maid's large breasts. The boy thought excitedly to himself that he was a dead man since the ancient seal had been broken. To relieve the excitement, the guy decided to pick up a book lying nearby to distract himself. The protagonist opened the book and it turned out to have erotic content. Ning Tao was afraid that the girl might find out about it. She would take him for a pervert. The main character prayed and asked the Almighty to send an angel to help him. At that time, the guy's phone rang. The main character was glad that the call sounded just in time for his acquaintance to call. A friend tells the protagonist that their friend Dappen scratched a Ferrari on his scooter. The driver of the car is at fault, but he wants them to pay him $1 million. The protagonist was very much surprised by such a summation. He shouted to his friends to wait for him, and he would be at their place soon. The main character's friends were standing and arguing fiercely next to the Ferrari driver. The driver confidently told the guy that he scratched his car, so he had to pay $1 million or he'd break his leg. The guy shouted angrily to the driver that when Tao came, he would see through the shock. The driver said he'd kill Tao on the spot. At this time, the protagonist drove up to the scene of the conflict in his expensive Rolls-Royce. Ning Tao opened the doors and began to leisurely exit. He had time to change into expensive clothes and shoes. The protagonist leisurely took off his glasses and looked around with great attention. Ning Tao calmly and judiciously asked who said he wanted to smash him. The Ferrari driver got very angry. He banged his hand on his car and said, "Stop talking nonsense." The driver yelled menacingly to the protagonist's friend that if he didn't give them the $1 million, he couldn't get out of here. The guy replied to the driver that $1 million can only be in a bank and let him go and rob it. The driver was not confused. He stepped menacingly and confidently towards the guy. The driver lifted his sleeve in his t-shirt, revealing his tattoo in the shape of a beast of prey. The driver told the guy he wanted to rob him instead of the bank. He said he had a nickname, Dolgovoy the Bully. The driver then threatened to kill the guy if he provoked him. The protagonist intervened in the conflict. He said in a calm tone of voice that he would pay everything in full. Ning Tao said cheerfully that he could pay a whole $1 million with a QR code transfer. His friends shouted at the protagonist that he was crazy. Ning Tao was transferring money to the driver. The money transfer went very quickly, and the smartphone gave a message that the transfer was confirmed. The driver was very pleased. He told the protagonist that it was good that he knew what to do. The driver was about to drive off in his red Ferrari. The main character called out to him. Ning Tao said slowly and judiciously that he had paid the driver for the damage on his car, but what about their moped now? The driver said calmly that he was willing to pay full price for their junk. The protagonist snidely wondered if he had a special plan for the full price of the moped. Ning Tao began to tell with excitement that their moped had a rocket engine and an aircraft radar system along with tank armor. The protagonist said fascinatingly that their moped combined sea, earth, sky, and space. Ning Tao added that the driver should not even think of leaving without paying at least $10 million. The driver was outraged. He said their moped couldn't be worth $10 million. He said he wouldn't give the protagonist the money. The protagonist took out a megaphone and told the driver that if he didn't pay him, he shouldn't come crying to him later. Ning Tao started talking loudly into a megaphone so that everyone in the neighborhood could hear. He insulted the Ferrari driver in every possible way. He made up all sorts of nasty perversions and crimes against him. One resident of the house went out on the balcony and thought he had no idea the driver was so disgusting. A woman from one apartment said it was absolutely disgusting that the driver slept even with old ladies. The driver listened to great insults about himself from all sides and from all floors of the houses. The driver then shouted threateningly to the protagonist that he had made it all up and he hadn't done any of it. Ning Tao told the driver to look at his phone. He could divulge his secrets to everyone. The driver was very much surprised, who couldn't understand how the guy was able to get all those compromising photos of him. Ning Tao replied to the driver that the system had already looked into his background. The driver was very much frightened. He fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. The driver told the guy that he would only pay to keep Ning Tao from spreading information about him. The protagonist received a text message on his smartphone. It said that the bully had transferred $10 million to him. Ning Tao rejoiced. He was able to earn $10 million by himself very easily. The system gave the guy a message that Elixir of Luck was available to him at a price of 500 points. Ning Tao pondered he wanted to exchange his points for some sort of remedy now. He had 390 points and was still 110 points short. The main character hugged his friends and said he wanted to take them somewhere they hadn't gone before. The friends got excited and asked if it would be fun and exciting. Ning Tao replied his friends with interest to relax, as this will be exciting for them. The protagonist, accompanied by his friends, drove up to the Heavenly Hall Casino. Ning Tao was amazed by the beauty of the place. One of the main character's friends asked if they could enter. The doorman at the entrance wanted to say no minors allowed in the casino. The protagonist threw his gold business card at him and told him to take a closer look. The doorman was very surprised to see on the card that their guest came from Chanye Corporation. At the same moment, the doorman shouted to the servants to hurry up as they had important customers. A group of girls greeted the protagonist at the Heavenly Hall Casino. The protagonist remembered that the system told him that this place was the biggest casino in town. He was surprised that they could get in so easily. Ning Tao shouted to his friends that he would let them have a blast tonight. A casino employee was watching them closely. The employee radioed his boss and said they had caught a big catch. The main character and his friends were walking around the casino. Everything around was sparkling and beautiful girls were serving drinks. Ning Tao looked at the girls with great interest. They were beautiful and dressed in rabbit costumes. The protagonist, along with his friends, approached the slot machines. Ning Tao said excitedly that this place was amazing, and one of the girls said she would show him around. The girl told the guests in detail where the slot machines, card tables, and gaming tables are located. One of the main character's friends heard a girl calling him from outside. A girl with blue hair sat at the gaming table and offered the guy to play a couple games with her. The guy was very much astonished. He looked at the girl's large breasts uninterruptedly. The main character grabs his friend and tells him to stop staring since they have big things to do here. Ning Tao handed the girl his card and told her to bring him chips. The girl took the card from the guy, brought him a whole tray of different chips in return. Ning Tao gave the chips to his friends. At the same time, he gave them an obligatory condition. The protagonist earnestly told his comrades that they must lose everything by all means. Ning Tao decided to play a game himself. He went to the table with the dice. The guy sat down at the gaming table along with a tray of his chips. People around became very much surprised. They were wondering among themselves how much money in chips the main character has. Ning Tao threw chips on the table and said he was betting 500,000 on the visiting game. The croupier girl immediately apologized and pushed back the protagonist's bet. Then the girl replied to the guy that the maximum bet could not be more than 100,000. The protagonist was not confused. He took the chips and said calmly that he bet 100,000. The girl took the dice, shook them, and then she tossed them on the gaming table. Eventually, a gambling combination came up that showed the guy lost. Ning Tao said without any emotion that he bet again on the triple. The girl accepted his bet. The surrounding players were surprised. They knew that the triple was very rare. The protagonist was simply wasting money. The protagonist thought he needed to lose to get points. Since he only lost 100,000, it would take a long time to lose all 10 million. Ning Tao was bored. He said the stakes were very small and he was bored. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a girl calling him from outside. The girl told Ning Tao that if the stakes are low for him here, then let him go along with her then. The protagonist rejoiced. He told the confident girl to show him the way. Walking through the entire casino, Ning Tao came to a very large gold-colored door. The girl opened the massive door and told the protagonist to go inside. Ning Tao walked in and saw a huge table with gaming supplies sitting behind it, a guy eating chocolate. The guy at the table called himself Gao Bujin and said he was welcoming the protagonist. Ning Tao looked at the guy at the table and decided that he was cosplaying some Hollywood player. Gao Bujin picked up the gaming equipment after a brief pause and threw it on the table. Cards and game knuckles flew sideways all over the gaming table. Gao Bujin told the protagonist that they have mahjong, poker, and dice here. Ning Tao replied that he most favored dice and he was most familiar with this game. Gao Bujin agreed to the protagonist's request. He only wanted to voice one condition. In a serious voice, Gao Bujin said that they had a bet of 500,000 and whether the protagonist would dare to make it. The protagonist said that 500,000 might not be enough. He suggested raising it to 1 million. Gao Bujin was surprised at such a request from the protagonist. He didn't believe that he would be able to make such a bet. At this time, the casino boss was closely watching the protagonist through the CCTV cameras. The casino owner noticed that Ning Tao, although losing large sums of money, does not show any emotion. The casino owner's name was Wang Jin. He said to himself loudly that he liked the main character. The girl told Vanya that everyone likes people who give money without any questions. The boss told the cheerful girl to bring him a couple of players like Ning Tao and his business would skyrocket. The girl, along with her boss, watched with interest as the main character was now playing for a big bet. At this moment, Ning Tao was playing at the big table against Gao. There were spectators crowding around. The spectators around them were rich and respected players. They watched the protagonist lose all the time. The French king of gambling said he's never been this crazy. India's best player said he has never thrown so much money away. The pirate player from the Caribbean said that here he saw an even more reckless player than himself. A guest from Japan said that in his country everyone knows to avoid playing dice with Gao Bujin. You can't play dice with Gao Bujin as he has control of all the dice. Gao rolled the dice and a combination came up that showed he had won. Gao told the protagonist not to bet on the triple anymore. The probability of such a combination is very low. Then Gao Bujin pointed out to the protagonist that half of his chips had already been lost. The main character said, without any emotion, that he was betting a whole million on the triple again. Gao Bujin did not understand the stubbornness of the protagonist. He knew that he would never have a triple. Gao rolled the dice again. The combination turned out to be completely winning for him. After that, Gao looked at the main character and asked the man what he would say. Without thinking long, Ning Tao collected almost all of his chips and said he bet 4 million. The protagonist confirmed without much emotion that he was betting the dice again on the triple. Gao decided to keep playing. He realized that he would beat the protagonist with all his money. After that, Gao rolled the dice again. The combination showed that he had won. Gao replied cheerfully to the protagonist he will take every last penny from him. The surrounding players were very surprised. They thought the protagonist was an idiot. People around him said that Ning Tao, though rich, was very stupid. Someone suggested that we spend the money on brain surgery. The system gave the guy a message that he had gotten 500 points, and now he could purchase the elixir of luck. The protagonist realized that after that, he would be accompanied by luck, and in joy, he flipped a chip. Ning Tao, in full confidence in his abilities and victories, said that the show is on. The protagonist received a message that the elixir of fortune had been used. In an instant, Ning Tao fully felt that he had received a blessing from the goddess of fortune. The protagonist realized that a reboot of luck had begun. He embarked on a blessed journey. After using the elixir, Ning Tao realized that the game would now go very differently. Gao told the protagonist to stop dreaming. He asked if the guy would risk his last $1 million. At this moment, all his apathy and uncertainty descended from Ning Tao, and excitement awoke in him. The protagonist turned over a tray of chips and said he was betting everything this time. Gao picked up the dice vessel. He decided to finish off the protagonist with a single blow. Other players came up and said they also wanted to join and participate in the game. Gao asked with surprise to the foreign players, do they really want to play too? A gambler from India said they will not play themselves, but will bet on the outcome of the game. Gao looked at the foreign players and thought they were a bunch of greedy losers. They all want a piece of the protagonist. Ning Tao told the players that he had very little money left. He invited them to bet if he lost, he would pay them twice as much. Gamblers began to make big bets with amounts ranging from 8 to 50 million. All the gamblers said confidently that they bet on the main character losing. Gao shouted justifiably that there was no turning back. He stirred the dice and threw them on the table. Gao banged the diced glass against the table with all his might. He was really looking forward to the winning combination. Gao prepared to remove the glass with the dice at the bottom. At this time, the elixir of luck began to take effect. With great excitement and interest, Gao looked at the result of the dice throwing. The gamblers around the table were also waiting for the outcome of the current game. They were sure of victory. Ning Tao waited for the outcome of the game without much excitement. He was confident of his victory. Everyone stared impatiently at the rolled dice in the center of the table. All 3 dice rolled with a value of 6, and this means a triple and a complete victory for the protagonist. Foreign gamblers could not believe how it could be possible that the main character won. Ning Tao's opponent named Gao was most surprised. He realized that they would now have to pay for the winnings. Most of all, the victory of the protagonist was astonished by the casino boss named Wang. Mr. Wan couldn't believe how such a thing could even be possible for the main character to suddenly be able to win at dice. At the same time, Ning Tao was calculating how much he had won from Gao Bujin and the foreign players as if nothing had happened. The protagonist calculated happily that he had won a total of almost 200 million. The foreign players pounced on Gao Bujin. They blamed him for their loss. At this time, the protagonist heard a group of people approaching their room. Ning Tao realized he would need help and texted his friend on his smartphone to bring reinforcements. Wan, the casino boss, accompanied by his underlings, burst into the room. He asked the protagonist menacingly how he dared to play with him. Ning Tao stood calmly in the center of the room. He did not show his excitement in any way. Mr. Wan looked at the protagonist very menacingly and fiercely. The boy realized that he had to answer something. Ning Tao told the casino owner as calmly as possible that he was only calling him a boy because he had lost. Mr. Wan was even more angry at this response. He told the protagonist menacingly that this was his territory. Then Boss Wan added that his word was law. He ordered the underlings to attack Ning Tao. At this time, a group of angry players broke in from the other side of the room. One guy pointed to the casino owner and added that he didn't want to pay them money even though he lost. The players were extremely angry and armed with improvised means. They wanted to beat up the casino owner. The angry players then rushed to beat up Mr. Wang and all his handmaidens with gusto. The protagonist's friend said he got his message and called a couple guys over to help Ning Tao. After the execution, Ning Tao asked the casino owner if he would still accuse him of cheating. Mr. Wan said he had lost and said he would pay. The protagonist received a message on his phone. The winnings from the casino and from all foreign players. The protagonist was very happy. He received 200 million which he could exchange for 200 points. Unexpectedly, Ning Tao was pulled away from his pondering winnings by a phone call. The guy picked up the phone and heard that his aunt had called him. He said hello. Auntie told the excited boy that his uncle had been in an accident and was now in Sunyun Hospital. The protagonist, without wasting a minute, decided to go immediately to the hospital to his uncle. Ning Tao was immersed in thoughts and memories of his uncle. When the main character was very young, he was brought into the family of the uncle he raised him. The uncle took Ning Tao as his own son. He taught him, fed him, and took care of him. The family was not rich. For this reason, the uncle worked very hard. He was able to pay for his nephew's university education. The main character wanted to help his uncle. He prayed and wished for his uncle to be unharmed. Ning Tao pulled up to the hospital building. He quickly ran through the building, yelling for everyone to get out of his way. The patients and nurses were surprised by a guest like the protagonist. He ran down the corridor. Ning Tao would bump into people, but he would apologize to them and say he just wanted to pass. Eventually, the main character ran up and saw his very excited aunt. Auntie was very much overjoyed. She did not expect to see her nephew Ning Tao here so soon. The aunt was happy that her nephew had finally arrived. The protagonist asked what the uncle's condition was. The aunt said that the uncle had only hurt his leg and would be hospitalized for a while. The protagonist calmed down and exhaled. He realized that his uncle was in no serious danger. Just then, Ning Tao turned around and noticed that there was a guy standing next to his aunt. The protagonist asked the auntie who the guy standing next to them was, and if it was a friend of the uncle. The auntie told the protagonist that the man standing next to her hit his uncle. Ning Tao got angry. He asked the guy angrily if he was the man who had hit his uncle. The boy calmly said it wasn't his fault. The uncle himself is almost blind and couldn't see where he was going. The guy then said his car was scratched, but he wasn't asking for anyone to pay for it. Ning Tao was angry at the driver's treatment of the injured man after he crashed into someone. The guy decided to get the money and pay for the treatment. The driver handed Auntie a wad of money. He said it was for her medical expenses. Then the guy dropped the wad of money from his hands. Auntie was very surprised. The driver let the bills out of my hand and slyly apologized and said it slipped out on its own. The woman looked at the money scattered on the floor with surprise and disappointment. The guy told the woman caustically not to wait and to bring up the money since she hadn't paid for her medical care yet. The driver then suggested that the protagonist pick up the money for the auntie. The main character's aunt was very surprised and annoyed by the driver's behavior. Eventually, the woman realized that she would really need the money for treatment and decided to raise it. Auntie crouched down on her knees. She prepared to pick up the money bills from the floor. At this point, the protagonist grabbed the auntie's hands. He didn't want her to take money from the driver. Ning Tao said confidently to Auntie that he would pay all medical expenses. The woman was very impressed by the guy's kindness. She didn't even know how to thank him. Ning Tao turned to the driver and said that he would no longer have to pay for medical care. The protagonist turned menacingly to the guy and said that he would have to get on his knees and apologize to his aunt. Such a request made the driver laugh. He was not going to apologize and snapped his fingers at this time. At this time, soil began to rise from the ground next to the driver. Then the driver's personal guards sprang up from the ground. They called themselves the Gopher Brothers. The Gopher Brothers started questioning who was looking for trouble with their boss and whether the protagonist was fed up with life. Auntie told her nephew to forget about it. They can't fight these rich people. The driver told the protagonist that he should listen to his aunt and take the money. He would not kneel before her, even if it were his grandmother. The protagonist remained silent. He realized it was time to call for his backup. Ning Tao snapped his fingers and it came out very quietly. The driver was very surprised. The driver laughed. He couldn't believe anyone would come to the protagonist's aid. Then suddenly the driver heard stomping from a large number of feet. He was a little frightened. One of the Gopher Brothers shouted fearfully that the ceiling was shaking. The driver thought it was an earthquake. A large group of the main character's guards came running in. They were all dressed in black. The guards in black gathered in one group and headed towards Ning Tao to help him. The driver was very much frightened, but did not expect that the main character will be such a help. Guards in black surrounded the driver and his Gopher Brothers on all sides. The Gopher Brothers, so as not to take any chances, went back into the ground and advised the boss to be careful. The driver was left completely to himself, and one of the protagonist's guards put a hand on his shoulder. The protagonist's security guard asked the driver menacingly if he was the one causing trouble for their boss. The driver was very much frightened. He even fell down on his knees out of fear. No one could help him. The driver said in a frightened voice that he would crawl on his knees and apologize to the protagonist. Ning Tao looked at the driver with disdain and told him to get out. The protagonist called out to his main guard named Xiaohei. He arrived immediately. Ning Tao asked the guard if he saw a Lamborghini car on the street. Xiaohei replied that he did. The protagonist ordered Xiaohei and the rest of the guards to go and trash the car. The guards replied amicably that they understood the instructions and went to smash the car with improvised weapons. The driver of the Lamborghini was very frightened. He tried to stop the guards and told them not to touch his car. With heavy blows, the guards knocked the driver so that he flew off to the side. The guards began to smash the car. The driver was horrified after they smashed his front headlights. The guards continued to smash the Lamborghini further. The driver noticed that his doors had been smashed. After that, one of the guards smashed the windshield. The driver was in shock. When the driver heard a loud noise behind him, he turned around and saw a skating rink approaching. The owner of the Lamborghini couldn't understand what a road roller was doing here and was being driven by one of the security guards. A road roller pulled up and began to run over the top of the Lamborghini car. In order to completely crumple the car, the roller drove over the roof several times. The guard rode the roller on top of the Lamborghini until a crushed pancake was left of the expensive car. The driver was in shock. For him, the loss of the Lamborghini was a great tragedy. At this time, the protagonist approached the driver and poured money bills on top of him. The protagonist told the driver sternly that he had brought him his car payment and he should pack up and get out. The driver got very angry. He yelled at the protagonist that he had behaved inexcusably. The Lamborghini owner shouted to Ning Tao that he had just called the bigwigs to come to his rescue. Soon enough, the policeman who had detained the protagonist earlier arrived. He asked the driver of the Lamborghini if he had called him. The owner of the crushed car asked a police captain named Zhao to avenge him. The protagonist came over and said hello to Captain Zhao. The policeman asked him what he was doing here. The driver was very much astonished. He didn't understand how the protagonist could be familiar with Captain Zhao. The protagonist handed his lawyer Gao's business card to the policeman and said he could contact him. Officer Zhao took the business card in his hands. He recalled to himself the actions of the lawyer named Gao Li. Zhao remembered the lawyer's angry shout that threatened to hold the police responsible for his boss's reputation. He realized that Gao Li's lawyer was very difficult to deal with. The driver ran up to the policeman and, pointing at the protagonist, said that he was the one who crashed his Lamborghini. Officer Zhao leisurely lit a cigarette and said he had something to ask the driver. A police officer said that this evening a Lamborghini car ran a red light and hit a man. The police stopped the offender. Officer Zhao looked at the driver with penetrating attention. He wanted to clarify about his Lamborghini. A police officer asked the driver if he could own the Lamborghini that hit a man tonight. The driver was very frightened. He said there can't be a Lamborghini, and that's how he drives a BMW. Officer Zhao reminded the driver that he had just talked about the wrecked Lamborghini himself. The police took the driver with them. The driver shouted that he wanted to meet the police boss. He also promised that he would complain to his lawyer. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted by his aunt's angry shouting from outside. The woman asked her nephew strictly where he got so much money from, and what were those people with him dressed in black. Auntie decided that the boy had joined the underworld. Ning Tao replied to Auntie not to worry as he got the money from the business he runs. The main character asked the auntie where the cousin was and why she didn't show up. The woman replied that a cousin had called and said she was on her way. Ning Tao remembered that cousin was always loyal and there was no way that she wouldn't come. The boy told his aunt that he would go and find his cousin. He asked the woman to keep an eye on his uncle. The protagonist in his Rolls-Royce was driving at full speed through the city at night. The boy turned to the system to help him find his cousin. Xiaoba activated the super navigation system. The system gave the guy a map and indicated that the target marked with a red dot was his cousin. Xiaoba specified that it cost 5 points every minute to use the system. The boy didn't like that. The system turned to the guy and said it was a friendly reminder for him. The protagonist realized that his target was now in danger. He needed to accelerate. Ning Tao in his expensive car pressed the gas pedal to the floor as much as possible. The Rolls-Royce with the main character was speeding down the highway, overtaking other cars. Ning Tao was driving and realized that first his uncle had been hit and now his cousin was missing. It can't just be a coincidence. The protagonist realized with absolute certainty that someone is clearly sinking a grudge against him. The protagonist is instructed by his navigator to arrive at a striptease nightclub. The club was crowded with people and guests, with a seductive girl dancing on a pole in the center. Near the stage with the girl was a very large number of people. They were mesmerized looking at her. The protagonist could not understand how his cousin could be in this place. Ning Tao noticed his cousin sitting sideways on the couch, accompanied by some guys. One of them was offering her a drink. The guys offered the girl a drink with them. She refused. Someone brought a cocktail glass to the girl, and she knocked it back and said she didn't want it. The guy got very angry and hit the girl with all his might, and she fell down. The guy told the angry girl that he kept her dignity after he invited her to have a drink with them. He didn't understand why she still refused. The guy said there was no one who dared to refuse them. At that time, the main character approached him. Ning Tao swung around and kicked the guy in the groin with all his might and shouted to hell with his dignity. The guy twisted in pain. He screamed that his balls were dead. His friends asked him if he was okay and if he needed to go to the hospital. Ning Tao ran up to his cousin and asked worriedly if she was all right. The girl asked Ning Tao with surprise and consternation why he was here. The cousin grabbed the protagonist and told him to run after her. Ning Tao asked his cousin why they were running away. She said she would answer all the questions later. The guys at the club angrily said that the protagonist and his girlfriend would only be able to escape in their dreams. The guy told his friends to stop Ning Tao and his cousin and promised them a beer tonight at his expense. The cousin and the protagonist stopped together. A group of big men stood in front of them. The main verger said confidently that after the main character and the girl made a mess here, they are now dead men. The cousin said in a forgiving tone to Ning Tao that it was all her fault. The protagonist was not the least bit frightened. He said confidently to the girl not to worry. Ning Tao stood in front of the wares and told his cousin to leave the rest to him. The big man told the protagonist that he was very naive. The club had many customers and there was no way Ning Tao could bribe them all. A brick smashed on the head of the big man, which suddenly came from behind from the crowd. The big man turned to the crowd and asked them who had done it. He promised to punish the culprit if he caught him. The people in the crowd turned to the Verzilla and asked what would happen to them if he caught them. The protagonist said with a chuckle to the werewolf that he was the only person here who was naive. Ning Tao recalled the saying that if a man has money, people will always help him. If he is broke, no one will lift a finger. People jumped on the big man. They shouted that they were ready to beat him up even without money. People beat the big man with clubs and bottles. He demanded not to be hit in the face. Eventually, the big guy realized he couldn't do it on his own, and he begged the master to save him. The verso's words had the effect of a loud whistle blowing from somewhere in the sky. The man, as if he flew into the club, he started sweeping people around. Then the man who flew into the room was able to toss aside the assailants of the verisimilitude. His master appeared next to the big man. He told the apprentice not to worry as he had come to protect him. The big man shouted to all the attackers that they were dead, as his master named Duan Luhai had come to protect him. The people in the club got really scared and threw their weapons on the floor. The attackers were frightened. They knew that Duan Luhai was a powerful master. They had heard about him. The main character asked Dwayne if he really got here from martial arts movies. The master did not like such words of the protagonist. He decided to beat up Ning Tao. Duan flew up from his seat and shouted that he would show the protagonist what he could do. Master jumped on top of Ning Tao and said menacingly that he was about to die. The protagonist was very much frightened. He realized that Duan in reality is a martial arts master. Ning Tao realized that he would be able to endure no more than 3 seconds after being hit by the master. The protagonist asked the system for help. Xiaoba calmly replied to the guy that she could save him for just 1,000 points. Ning Tao asked angrily to the system where he would get so many points now, and how he would earn them if he was dead. Xiaoba threw a banana peel near the guy and replied that Ning Tao was a beginner, and that's why she was giving him invincible powers. The main character didn't realize what super invincible powers he might have or what a banana peel had to do with it. Ning Tao sensed that the martial artist was already very close to him, and he decided to dodge. Master Duan flew at full speed towards the protagonist. Ning Tao managed to dodge slightly to the side at the last moment. The master ended up just stepping on a banana peel and flying headfirst. Duan was unable to land any punches and control his body because he slipped. The protagonist managed a miraculous escape. The master who had threatened him fell dead to the ground. After hitting the floor afterward, martial artist Duan lay unconscious. Ning Tao was amazed at such an unexpected and easy victory. The people around him were surprised. The protagonist thought to himself excitedly that the matter had already been completely resolved. The big man ran up to the foreman and tried to bring him to his senses. He promised to avenge him. The people present in the club asked him how he would avenge the master if he couldn't even survive today. The whole crowd pounced on Vasila and started beating him up. He could not defend himself in any way. While the people in the club were dealing with the big guy, the main character decided to find his cousin. Ning Tao handed the girl a cashier's check for 1 million yuan for her uncle's treatment. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy had given her a check for such a sum. Ning Tao told his cousin that they were in public now and to keep her voice down. The girl asked where he found all that money. The cousin asked the protagonist if he was doing anything illegal. The guy didn't understand why the girl always doubted him. To distract the girl, the main character pointed towards the store and said that her uncle appeared there. The girl turned away. The guy started to run away. He yelled goodbye to his cousin that the money was okay. The girl got angry and didn't like the fact that the guy ran away faster than the rabbit. There was a man in the club watching everything that happened. He called his boss and said that Meng Yuan had also failed. The boss was sitting in his mansion at the time. Because of the bad news, he even smashed the phone. The boss was very angry that the underlings couldn't do even simple tasks. The boss's son said that they couldn't let the protagonist do whatever he wanted. The father told his son reassuringly that he had other ways. The boss looked slyly at his son and told him that Ning Tao's shares would soon belong to him. The main character was walking relaxedly through the city. He had just calmed down after a fight at the club. Ning Tao was glad to himself that he was finally able to escape. He realized that his cousin would be involved in all this. The system gave the guy a message that a new mission was available to him. The protagonist got angry. He asked Xiaoba if she wanted to scare him to death. The system said she was proposing a charity mission. Ning Tao was very surprised. He wondered and couldn't imagine what a charity mission could be. The system said that this time, the protagonist must conquer the Junzhou star. For completing the mission, he will be rewarded with 1,000 points and 2 full attributes. If Ning Tao loses, the system will turn him into a girl. The protagonist replied to the system that he would not perform tasks where the stake would be himself. He said he was tired and wanted to sleep. Xiaoba told the boy menacingly that he had already refused the mission once. The next time he refused, she would carry out the primary punishment of castration. Ning Tao was very much frightened. He replied to the system that he had accepted the assignment. Xiaoba completely calmed down. She wished the protagonist good luck joyfully. Ningtao thought to himself that he was a jerk. He was already dating Yetuntun, and now he had to date another girl. Reflecting on his future fate, the protagonist felt that he had a bad feeling. At this time, singer Jun was performing on the stage of a musical charity concert. The singer performed a romantic song. People in the audience listened and supported her with glowing signals. In the song, Jun sang that at least she would always have her favorite person. The audience listened to her mesmerized. A girl with a voice full of feeling and soft gesticulation delighted the guests with her songs. Jun finished her love song at the charity performance. The audience was delighted with the performance. They shouted to Jun Joling that they loved her. The singer thanked everyone. The protagonist was very happy. He realized that he had a very profitable assignment. He noticed that the singer looked much better in reality than on TV. Ningtao, full of enthusiasm, decided that he must get this girl. The protagonist realized it was time to act. He took a wad of money and threw it into the crowd. Ningtao decided that it was past time to activate his skill now. Ningtao activated the spiritual art of money distribution. The audience ran around and caught the bills he tossed. The main character threw the audience a rain of money. While they were collecting bills, he headed towards the singer. Jun was very much surprised, standing on the stage. She couldn't understand why the people in the audience suddenly started fighting. The main character approached the singer with a bouquet and called her a hottie. Ningtao asked the girl to count the money with him. He introduced himself and said he was from Chanye Corporation. It turned out that the protagonist here is not alone. He was pushed aside by other applicants. The contenders offered the singer a lot of money to endorse her. One even offered her $1 million if she agreed to have lunch with him. After that, the men argued amongst themselves. They were too old to take care of Jun. The girl told the applicants to stop arguing. For the sake of charity, she was ready to grant everyone's wish. The protagonist thought to himself that because of the celebrity girl's performance, the competition had only intensified. Ningtao decided to himself that a few old men couldn't win against him. He decided to tell the girl how much he was donating to her. A young guy with purple hair came up and he said he was donating 10 million. The protagonist was unpleasantly surprised. He couldn't understand how this guy had gotten in here unnoticed. The audience recognized the rich guy. His name was Kang Tianmin, who was the manager of a medical business. Kang Tianmin said seriously that before he would donate money, he has a request. Kang demanded from singer Jun that she give him a kiss in return. Afterward, Kang Tianmin reminded the singer that she is a kind person. The guy told Jun that for the sake of rich donations, she wouldn't dare refuse. The audience was outraged. They didn't like that the guy wanted to kiss the singer for 10 million. The guy Kang Tianmin reminded everyone present that the concert was a charity event. Khan turned to the challengers and said that if they had balls, they could donate more than him. The challengers fell silent. They couldn't pay more than Khan offered. The main character intervened in the conversation. He said it was his first time in a charity case. Ningtao told everyone around him with joy in his voice that he was donating 100 million. The people at the concert were very amazed. They could not believe that the main character could donate a large amount of money. The rich guy Kong was also amazed. He didn't have the ability to sacrifice more than the protagonist. The singer Jun was also very surprised. Her charity concert brought in a lot of money. The audience shouted with glee at Ningtao that he is a billionaire and many recognized him. After coming to his senses a little, Kang shouted that to show love it doesn't matter how much money a person donates. The other challengers were surprised that Kang had said such words. They reminded him that he himself had just pretended. The voice of the main character came from outside. He said that Kang's boyfriend was telling the whole truth. Ningtao said that money is just property, and the most important thing is love. He added that he would like to set up a charitable foundation in the future. The protagonist took Jun's hand and added that the foundation would not be named after him. Ningtao kissed the singer's hand and said he would name the foundation after his goddess. Singer Jun was very much surprised. She didn't expect such a thing from a strange guy. The audience got excited. They said that the protagonist was not an ordinary billionaire but also loving, and he was worthy of Jun. Boy Kang shouted that he was better suited for the singer. The audience jumped on Khan. They yelled at him to get the hell out of here. The protagonist looked after Kanu and wondered if such trash could take his woman. Then suddenly the crowd shouted and demanded a kiss. The protagonist was greatly surprised. The enthusiastic onlookers shouted they demanded for Jun to kiss the protagonist right now and here. Ningtao was suddenly very shy. He didn't want the girl to kiss him here in public. Singer Jun walked up to the main character and unexpectedly kissed him from the side. Barely audible, the girl whispered to the boy to be at 9 o'clock at night in the small woods behind the school. The protagonist was very much surprised. He could not even imagine why the girl had made an appointment for him. The system congratulated Ningtao for safely completing the charity mission. Xiaoba reported that the guy had earned 1,000 points in 2 full attributes. The main character's strength, agility, and defense improved. The system noticed that the guy wasn't responding. She asked him why he wasn't talking. The main character shouted loudly in joy that he was going to have a meeting in a small forest. Ningtao ran around and kept shouting about how the beauty had asked him to go with her to the small forest. The protagonist replied to the system that this was the first time this had ever happened to him. He decided that he needed to prepare himself. A guy had to put 20 masks on his face to get prettier. After that, Ningtao decided to spritz all of himself with a good perfume. To be safe, Ningtao decided to bring a bunch of condoms with him. After that, the protagonist in full gear decided to move out into the small forest. To avoid getting too excited, Ningtao sprinkled chili pepper in his pants. At exactly the appointed time, the protagonist arrived at the edge of the lover's forest. In the forest, the protagonist immediately noticed the singer Jun. She was waiting for him at the appointed place. Ningtao came up from behind and timidly and shyly addressed the girl. The singer turned to the guy and said excitedly that he was finally here. Ningtao waved his hand at Jun and told her nervously and timidly that he had come. The guy told the girl she looked beautiful. He also asked if she had had dinner. The girl answered cheerfully and positively. After that, Ningtao stood and chatted with the girl for a very long time. He could still think of various questions for her. The protagonist thought that the battle had not yet begun, and his mind was already blank. He felt that he had lost his calm and everyday glamour. Ningtao thought that he was new to this sort of thing and was suddenly asked for a challenge. He wouldn't want to desert in the first battle. Suddenly, a girl came up and grabbed the protagonist's hand. She wanted to lead him along. Singer Jun looked dreamily at the guy and told him to follow her. After that, the protagonist and the girl climbed up on a tree branch. The moon illuminated them from the sky. Ningtao was very surprised that there was a tree. He didn't know that such oddities were common among celebrities. The singer replied that she doesn't get bitten by mosquitoes in the tree, and the view is better. She added that if the guy doesn't like it, they can change the environment. Ningtao replied that he was happy here. Singer Jun stretched out on a tree branch, and the guy watched her excitedly. The girl asked romantically for the main character to be more gentle with her. Ningtao replied cheerfully to the girl not to worry. He promised to be the most gentle for her. The guy then fell off the branch with his head down from the top and hit himself hard. Jun asked the protagonist how this happened to him and what he was thinking. The guy stood up and said that he was thinking about starting this charity and was a little lost in thought. The singer told him that he was a very good man. The girl bowed to the guy and said she thanked him profusely for it. She thanked him for his generous donation. The protagonist was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the girl had asked him to come here just to thank him. Jun said that if they talked in public, there might be bad rumors. For that reason, she asked Ningtao to come here. Trying to look as calm as possible, the guy told the girl it was okay. At this time, from outside heard the stomping of a large number of people they were approaching. Han Wen appeared. He told the protagonist that he was lucky to have conquered Jun Zhaoying. Ningtao fearfully and warily asked Han Wen what he wanted from them now. Han Wen confidently held out a set of documents in his hand to the protagonist. Then Han Wen told Ningtao to sign the stock transfer agreement or else he would meet his death today. The protagonist in anger broke the treaty Han had offered him to sign. Ningtao replied absolutely unequivocally that he would not sign this contract. Han smoked and told the protagonist calmly to think about it. After a short pause, Han asked Ningtao if his uncle and sister were still in the hospital. The protagonist became very agitated and scared. He realized that Han was involved in his uncle's hospitalization. After that, Han picked up the photo cards and said that the protagonist would face consequences if he didn't sign the contract. Han threatened the protagonist that all his relatives would be dead. He threw photo cards with images of Ningtao's friends and relatives. The main character got scared when he saw the pictures of his friend Dapeng and the girl Ye Tuntun. Ningtao got angry and lunged at Han, trying to hit him with a swinging kick. One of Han's underlings knocked the protagonist from behind with a bat with all his might. After that, the bandits all pounced on the protagonist together and started beating him up. The Jun girl asked angrily at the guys how they could beat up people, and she threatened to call the police. The bandits even cheered up. They didn't believe the girl could call the police. The bandits attacked the singer Jun. They said they would have fun with her. Jun continued to make attempts to break free. She pumped and started calling for help. The protagonist shouted at the bandits to stop. Ningtao got to his feet and said he would sign the papers. The protagonist angrily asked to be given the papers to sign. Hao held out the documents and said that Ningtao should have agreed earlier to sign them. The protagonist told Han that he was lucky this time. He asked his opponent how he knew he was here. Han cheerfully and happily replied that they were able to infiltrate many people into Ningtao's entourage. Ningtao asked Han if he was the organizer of the accident and the street fight. Han replied cheerfully that it was the most efficient way. The protagonist replied angrily to Han that he had pulled off a big scheme to take all his shares. The Han boy said cheerfully that he was only able to pull it all off because of his father's advice. Ningtao returned the signed stock transfer contract to Han Yu's hands. Han looked at the document and noticed that the protagonist had drawn a comical portrait of him on the paper, instead of a signature. Han was very angry. He shouted to his underlings to kill the protagonist. Ning Tao turned to Xiaoba and said he needed urgent medical attention. The system said it would help. Guy received a message that a fury potion had been activated to help him. The surrounding guys were surprised. Ning Tao shone brightly. They couldn't understand who the protagonist was turning into. Ning Tao transformed into a powerful warrior and shouted to the surrounding people that they would die first. The surrounding gangsters were surprised. They looked at the main character and thought it was a cosplay of martial arts movie characters. The guys decided that Ning Tao was simply bluffing and couldn't do anything to them. The protagonist folded his arms and began to accumulate energy to launch a fireball. The bandits were very surprised by such an action of the protagonist. Someone even said that Ning Tao had reread the comics. After a short manipulation, a bright fireball appeared in Ning Tao's hands. Without thinking, the protagonist threw the ball with all his might at his enemies. The fireball's impact was very powerful and the bandits flew apart for long distances. The force of the fire strike was such that it even tore down the trees in the forest. The fireball could be seen far away from the side after the fire strike even left a trace. Ning Tao looked forward and saw that his enemies were no longer around. He destroyed them with a fireball. All the bandits from their Han faction lay neutralized on the ground unconscious. After launching the balloon, the protagonist felt very weak. The magic technique took away his strength. The boy asked the system why he was in pain. Xiaoba said that Ning Tao had released a lot of energy in one go, and it was affecting his body. The protagonist asked the system where Han Wen is now. Xiaoba replied that Han is standing off to the side in complete shock. Ning Tao walked over and called out to Han Wen. He had just gotten up from the ground. The protagonist demanded of Han that he hand over the evidence of his crimes and his father's crimes. Han told the protagonist confidently that he would never give up his father. Ning Tao said sarcastically that it is very touching how Han keeps her loyalty to her father. The protagonist told Han that he had already ratted out his father. Ning Tao turned on a recording on his smartphone where Han talked about helping his father in his criminal plans. The protagonist told Han that he gave him a chance, but he didn't take it. The guy wanted to go into more detail about the crimes. Ning Tao replied with a tragic grin to Hanyu that it was all too late. Han was silent. He was very frightened and realized that he had no way out. At the same moment, the protagonist kicked Han in the groin with all his might, and he screamed in response. The main character's friends heard screams from afar. They couldn't understand what was going on. At this time, singer June arrived. She has brought some help with her. The police arrived with the girl. She asked Ning Tao if he was all right. The protagonist replied that everything was fine now and everything was already taken care of. Jun was very surprised that the protagonist had handled it himself. Ning Tao pointed the girl at Han and told her to take a closer look herself. Han sat leaning against the tree without any emotion. He wished he had been allowed to die. Girl Jun called the guy awesome since he was able to eliminate all the enemies by himself. Ning Tao replied calmly to the singer that he hadn't even used his full strength. Jun walked up to the guy and asked him to walk her home now. The main character was very much pleased. He could not believe that the singer seriously invited him to her. A policeman's voice came from the side. He distracted Ning Tao and Jun. The policeman said that he had received a report of a robbery. Ning Tao was very surprised to see Captain Zhao again. Zhao was also surprised to see the protagonist here. Zhao asked Ning Tao if he was a suspect. The singer replied excitedly that the protagonist was not guilty of anything. Jun pointed at Han and said that he was the one who wanted to hurt her and the main character. Gradually, Han came to his senses. He was glad that the police had arrived here. Han jumped up and ran up to Captain Zhao. He said excitedly that he wanted to make a statement. Han complained to the policeman that he was attacked by Ning Hao. He also reported that the protagonist had physically injured him. Han continued to tell the policeman that Ning Tao used the power of the hero from the manga. Maybe the protagonist is an alien. After a brief pause, Captain Zhao ordered his underlings to lead Han away. Han kept shouting that he was telling the truth. The policeman replied that he needed help. The protagonist told the policeman that he had a present for him. Zhao was surprised. Ning Tao handed the captain Han Wen's phone. He added that the policeman would find many interesting things in the phone. Captain Zhao was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that he had gotten such a source of information. The protagonist said goodbye to the policeman. At that time, Jun called out to him. At the same time, the captain grabbed the protagonist's hand. He was very surprised. Ning Tao asked Zhao what he was doing. The policeman told the protagonist that he should follow him to the station. Ning Tao shouted to the policeman that he wanted to walk the girl home. Zhao promised the guy that he would be rewarded for his help. The protagonist continued to resist. He shouted to the policeman that he didn't want the reward. He wanted Jun. The next day morning, the protagonist woke up in his large villa. Ning Tao had trouble waking up and coming to his senses. The events of the evening had taken much of his strength. Lying on the bed, the guy remembered that he had spent the whole night at the station and had only been able to sleep for a couple hours. The guy saw his maid, a guard, and a lawyer beside him. Gao greeted him. The main character was very much surprised. He couldn't understand why all these people were in his room. The lawyer adjusted his glasses and reminded the protagonist of the important event that would take place today. Gao reminded the guy that there was a board meeting today. Ning Tao woke up and came to his senses. He replied that he had not forgotten anything and added that everyone was now motivated. The protagonist began to dress quickly, for he had an important event coming up. Full of confidence, Ning Tao told his colleagues that they would go out and fight. The protagonist, accompanied by a lawyer and a security guard, arrived at the Qian Corporation building. All the girls in the office were in admiration of Ning Tao. They thought he was young, handsome, and rich. The female workers looked at the protagonist walking by and thought he was too perfect. Xiaoba told the guy that people are very interesting. People around him like a man when he is rich. The system said that when Ning Tao became the biggest investor, then he would be loved even more and live a life of luxury. The protagonist replied indifferently to the system that he didn't need all this. Ning Tao added that he didn't want to become trash like Han Wen. When he's in full control of Qian Corporation, he will use the money to help society. Xiaoba was very much surprised. She felt strange to hear such words from the main character. The system told the guy she couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Ning Tao said he meant it. Just then, someone called out to the protagonist. He and the system were distracted and looked away. The protagonist saw his ex-girlfriend Lily and her new boyfriend nearby. They threatened Ning Tao and promised that today he could become a beggar. The protagonist's guard throws the annoying Lily and her new boyfriend off with one punch. Lying down, the boy thought to himself that he finally had a chance to show off. Lily thought to herself sadly that they had been beaten up again. Ning Tao and his companions approached the meeting room. They froze in front of the door. The protagonist decided it would be better if he went in himself. Ning Tao told his lawyer to give him the file and he would go in himself afterward. The protagonist told the lawyer to do what he told him to do. Gao Li replied persuasively to his superior that he would do it that way. Ning Tao prepared to go in. He realized that he would be very difficult, and he opened the door. The protagonist walked into the meeting room. He noticed that all the participants were looking at him with anger and disapproval. At the head of the table sat Mr. Han. He looked at the protagonist and thought that this brat had really come. Mr. Han received a message from his son yesterday. Han Wen wrote that Ning Tao would be able to sign the contract, but only face-to-face. Han thought to himself that he had already managed to collect the company's shares, and he was also supported by the CEO. Mr. Han looked at the protagonist and decided that he would destroy him today. The main character walked into the auditorium and greeted everyone present. No one said hello to Ning Tao in return. He noticed that everyone else was ignoring him. The protagonist realized that everyone in the meeting was on Mr. Han's side. One of the participants greeted the protagonist and said that this was their first meeting. The man called himself Yifang Zheng. He was the first major investor of Qian Corporation. He suggested that Ning Tao sit next to him. The protagonist sat down at the table next to Effen. There was a long and protracted silence. Effen stood up and informed everyone present that they were gathered here because a new investor had joined them. Then Effen pointed at the protagonist and told him that he saluted him. The negotiators looked at the protagonist with hatred. Some even thought that Ning Tao would be a dead man today. Mr. Han suddenly said she had something to say about Ning Tao. Han revealed that until a couple of days ago, the protagonist was a nobody without money and power. It's unclear how Ning Tao inherited Mr. Tan's shares. Also, the protagonist received $100 million in his account. Han then said angrily that Ning Tao had simply embezzled their company's money. The protagonist was silent in response. He realized that the battle was going to be difficult. Han threatened Ning Tao that he would report him to the police and his life would be over. Mr. Han handed the protagonist a folder of documents and told him to give him his shares in exchange for his life. Effen looked at Han Qinghe and thought that the latter was very ambitious. The share price of Ning Tao exceeds 10 billion. Effen firmly decided to himself that he couldn't let Mr. Hanyu deceive this guy. Out loud, Effen told Han that he had voiced a serious accusation. He asked if he had any proof. At this time, the main character told Effen that everything he does is useless. Ning Tao said Han may have put together the perfect plan if he accuses him of embezzlement. The protagonist said he was here to sign the contract and transfer the shares. Mr. Hanyu liked that answer. He called the protagonist a smart boy. The protagonist stood beside the table and said that he was not at all going to transfer his shares to Han. Ning Tao told Mr. Han that he would have to transfer his shares to him. Mr. Han replied confidently to the boy that he would never do such a thing. At this time, Han received a message on his phone. Ning Tao told him that his son had demanded that he sign the contract. Mr. Han said he understood. He thought the protagonist had taken his son hostage. Then Mr. Han jumped up and called the main character a bastard and said he was just laughing. Mr. Han banged his hand on the table with all his might. The protagonist was surprised. Han replied that he wouldn't give up his business for his jerk son. He added that the protagonist underestimates him. Ning Tao showed Han the phone and said it was proof of his crimes. He threatened to hand it over to the police. Mr. Han wasn't the least bit afraid. He told the protagonist that he could do whatever he wanted. Han threatened the protagonist that he would reveal that he stole his son's cell phone and falsified evidence. Han also has the support of lawyers behind him. The meeting participants stood up and began to take turns saying that they too could prove President Han's innocence and Ningtao's guilt. The protagonist thought about it. He realized that Mr. Han is very tough, although his son is a common fool. Ningtao very clearly visualized Han Qinghe as the demon boss and himself beside him. The protagonist was very scared. He decided quite realistically that he was finished. Ningtao realized that Han Qinghe and the rest of the board members were united against him. He did not know what to do. The protagonist looked and saw a familiar person in front of him. He had seen him somewhere before. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ningtao's mind. He decided that the guy sitting across from him would help him escape. At this moment, Mr. Han threw the file folder on the table in front of the protagonist. Han told the guy angrily to sign the contract. He added that it was his last chance. The protagonist reminded that the transfer of shares is an important thing to start with, and it should be discussed with the other board members. Mr. Han called the protagonist a fool. He reminded that all the people at the meeting support him. With a cheerful attitude, the protagonist told the audience that he had something he wanted to show them. Ningtao turned on his phone and showed everyone present an image of a beautiful girl. What interested one of the meeting participants the most was the picture of this girl. Someone told a participant in the meeting, "This is his wife in the photo." The man asked Ningtao sternly how he dared to take a photo of his wife. The protagonist replied to the man that he found this picture in Han Wen's phone. Mr. Han replied to the protagonist that he could not quarrel with the meeting. Ningtao said he had something else to show. Next, the protagonist showed a picture of Han Wen in the company of a girl. One of the participants was very much surprised he recognized the girl as his wife. Everyone else started laughing at the man. They called him a cuckold. The protagonist told the audience not to laugh. He decided to show more photos. A large photograph showed a beautiful girl with blue hair. Some of those present recognized her as his wife. The next photo was of a demure young girl. One of the participants identified her as his girlfriend. The next picture showed a girl in S&M clothes. Someone recognized her as his fiancée and couldn't understand what was going on between her and Han Wen. Ningtao showed further pictures. The men there saw their wives and aunts. After the photos were shown, one of the participants asked their colleagues if there was anyone among them who did not see their female acquaintances or relatives in the photos. The men confirmed that all of them had seen someone they knew in the photos. Afterwards, all the participants were strangely relieved that they were all now cuckolds. The men turned around and said angrily to Han Qinghe that this was all too much. They promised to destroy him. Mr. Han wanted to justify himself. He said it wasn't his fault and it was all his son's doing. The meeting participants pounced and started beating Han Qinghe with anger. The protagonist rejoiced that he had been saved. Ningtao held the phone in his hands and said then this time he really owed Han Wen. The protagonist handed Mr. Han a document and said he had to sign it. All of his council members rebelled against him. Han replied sadly that he was ready. Mr. Han signed the stock transfer documents. The protagonist was able to win. Mr. Han said pleadingly to the protagonist not to say anything to the police. Ningtao said that he was sure to keep his word. He also promised to release Han Wen. The protagonist asked System if she could recover the task of acquiring the Han Qinghe shares he owned. Xiaoba replied that it would cost 10 points. Ningtao agreed to pay. He told me that he wanted to recover the task right now. The protagonist received a message about the end of the mission. Ningtao was able to reach the 3rd level. He improved his strength and agility. The system also unlocked various reversible items for the guy. Mr. Han said he had nothing right now. He asked the meeting participants to spare him. Mr. Han promised that he would make his son pay for what he had done. The men consulted and decided that they would not be ruthless to the weak President Han. Someone said it was his son's fault. Mr. Han angrily thought to himself that he would be back soon thanks to his connections and influence. He would have time to clean up the evidence of his crimes. Han thought to himself that he would eat all his competitors one by one and make them regret their decision. When Han was about to leave the hall, his son Han Wen came running to him. Mr. Han was surprised. He thought the protagonist had let his son go. Han Wen told his father that Ningtao did not hold him, but simply handed him over to the police. At this moment, a policeman approached Han Wen and addressed him personally. The policeman said Mr. Han was suspected of several commercial crimes. He asked him to come with them to the station. Han shouted angrily at the protagonist for breaking his word and calling the police. Ningtao replied that he had only given the police Han Wen's phone number. The protagonist told Han that if anyone confirms his crimes, he'll go to jail. Han Wen went up to his father and told him fearfully that he had confessed everything himself. Mr. Han would be very taken aback by his son's confession. He started beating him. Fan kept Han from massacring his son. Han cursed the offspring angrily for harming him. Fan told Mr. Han to calm down because his son was a very important witness. Han Wen decided he had to get out of here as soon as possible. Before Han Wen could even get to his feet, a crowd of people had gathered around him. A group of participants from the recent meeting gathered next to Han Wen. They wanted to kill him because of the photos they saw. The men beat Han Wen viciously. One of them even offered to make the boy a eunuch. At this time, the protagonist and his companions were sitting in Sunyun Hotel. Ning Tao was celebrating his victory with a lawyer and a security guard they were drinking. The protagonist thanked his colleagues for defeating the Han family. The guard called the protagonist the smartest person. Ning Tao said he didn't see Ye Tung Tung, so he asked where the girl had gone. The guard said that the girl went to change her clothes to surprise the protagonist. The guy thought about it. He couldn't imagine exactly how the girl wanted to dress up to surprise him. At that time, 2 girls came into the restaurant. The redhead told her girlfriend to look at the main character. The girl said that Ning Tao is one of the largest shareholders of Qianye Corporation. He is young, rich, and lonely. The red-haired girl said dreamily that after she gets the main character, she too will become a rich lady. Not thinking long, the girls quickly rushed to the place where the main character was sitting. The girls sat down next to Ning Tao and offered him a drink together. They wanted to help him brighten his loneliness. The main character replied a bit confused to the girls that he was a bit busy at the moment. Suddenly, the main character and the girls beside him were distracted and startled by the appearance of another girl from outside. Ye Tun Tun entered the hall. She had changed into a very beautiful light pink outfit. The people in the restaurant were surprised. They said that the girl looked like an angel, and she might be a superstar. Ye Tun Tun walked up to the protagonist and said hello to him. Ning Tao was mesmerized and silent. The maid said timidly to the protagonist that she had arrived for his return. She asked Ning Tao if he liked her outfit. The girls next to the protagonist were angry. They couldn't understand how some wench dared to ruin their plans. The protagonist didn't want to listen to his new girl acquaintances. He pushed them aside. After that, the protagonist approached the maid and took her gently by the hand. Ning Tao replied romantically to the girl that he really liked her outfit. Afterward, the main character told the girl that he liked her better than her dress. Ye Tun Tun was very much amazed. She kept repeating the main character's name. Ning Tao decided to kiss his maid at this romantic moment. Unexpectedly, from the side came singer Jun. She caught the protagonist and his maid by surprise. Jun told the protagonist that she decided to drop by his party to congratulate him. The protagonist was unpleasantly surprised. He did not expect to see the singer Jun Zhongying at this time. Singer Jun watched with a long gaze as the protagonist, his maid, held hands. The singer asked the main character what kind of girl is standing next to him. Ning Tao told the singer that the woman standing next to him was just a female employee from his office. Such words of the main character did not like the maid very much. She wanted to speak out. Ye Tun Tun said sadly and disappointed that she was only a colleague in Ning Tao's heart. The main character wanted to explain everything to his maid. At that moment, the system was activated and she wanted to remind the guy of something. Xiaoba reported that if singer Jun doesn't have feelings for the main character, then he won't get the reward for the task. As the protagonist thought about it, he realized that he would have to sacrifice one of the girls now. The night was over the city in the sky. The moon was shining and the main character's main tragedy of his life was playing out. Ning Tao was in an inn next to his 2 favorite girls. The protagonist stood between the maid and the singer and realized that only one of them would have to be chosen. Singer Jun asked menacingly to the maid who she was and why she was next to Ning Tao. Ye Tun Tun innocently replied that she is the main character's maid and they live together. The singer was very annoyed to hear such words. She did not like the fact that the guy has a personal maid and they live together. Ning Tao looked at the singer and realized that she had almost no feelings for him right now. The protagonist realized he had to finish the mission or he'd be castrated. Xiaoba made a recommendation to the protagonist to explain everything to the singer Jun. The guy wrote an explanation on a piece of paper. He stood behind the maid so the singer could see him. Jun read that in the villa the main character lives upstairs and the maid lives downstairs. They don't sleep together. The singer was glad that the boyfriend and the maid were not in that kind of relationship. She decided that the personal maid was just a regular maid. Ye Tun Tun said that she is no longer such an ordinary maid. She needs to wear a uniform. Jun pondered. She imagined Ye Tun Tun wearing a seductive uniform. To reassure the singer, the guy wrote that the maid wears a standard uniform. Singer Jun relaxed a bit after this answer. She thought she was a bit surprised. Ye Tun Tun said that she was giving the main character a special massage. She showed the book Ning Tao had given her. The maid said that massage techniques are difficult to learn. She showed the singer a book with erotic content. Ning Tao was surprised and annoyed. He couldn't understand how this book was still in the maid's possession. Singer Jun was very much astonished. She told the main character that he was very much lustful. Ning Tao dropped to his knees in despair and wrote to the singer on a paper that he swore to her that he had done nothing. The protagonist looked innocently at the singer and showing the writing on the paper, he asked her to believe him. After that, the singer realized that Ning Tao was completely innocent. The maid wants to piss her off. Jun realized that there was a game going on and she decided that she wouldn't just give in. She realized that the maid really liked the main character. The main character stood back and watched the girls closely. He thought they were on fire. The system gave a message that the singer had returned feelings for the main character. Everyone was distracted by the announcer's voice on the stage. He welcomed the guests and apologized for keeping them waiting. The host looked around the room and cheerfully invited everyone to start dancing. The protagonist realized what an awkward moment he was in. Both girls were looking at him with great attention. The singer and the maid were busy inviting Ning Tao to dance with them together. The protagonist realized that he couldn't make a choice. He wanted to scream for help. In this tense moment, the protagonist heard the voice of his mind urging him to calm down. Reason told Ning Tao that he was in a situation that all playboys go through. Now he needed to calm down. For Ning Tao, it's time for him to make his choices wisely. As a result, he may get his happy ending. The protagonist briefly closed his eyes and realized that everything around him was just a game. He looked at the surrounding reality through the interface of the game he was running. The guy decided to set a normal difficulty level on his game. The virtual booting process began. Ning Tao had time to think about her decision. A choice window appeared in front of the guy to choose who he could dance with at the party. It could be Ye Tun Tun or Jun Zhou Ying. Ning Tao realized that if he chose the singer, he would just make sure of Jun Zhou Ying's friendship level. If the main character chooses to dance with the singer, Ye Tun Tun will leave him, and she will quit her job as a maid. In a possible continuation of the story, the fired maid would come to the protagonist's villa on a rainy night. Ning Tao wonders why Ye Tun Tun's girlfriend came back to him. The former maid replies that she was bored. Ye Tung Tung suggests to the protagonist that he should go with her. The guy says he can't go because Jun Zhaoyin might see them. The former maid holds a bag in front of her and tells the protagonist that she will take him away with her for parts. Ning Tao doesn't know what she means. Ye Tun Tun looks at the protagonist with a crazed look. She pulls a chainsaw out of her bag. The chainsaw-wielding maid screams at the protagonist that they can be together forever. The main character was very scared because of a similar and shockingly bad ending. Ning Tao thought that such a story with a maid would be very gloomy. He realized that he couldn't choose Jun Zhongying for the dance. The main character decided to try it first. He would choose the girl Ye Tun Tun for the dance. Ning Tao and her maid were dancing happily together. The singer Jun Zhongying was alone, feeling very sad. Jun looks at the protagonist and the maid. They think they are a couple made in heaven. The singer stands with a golf club in her hands, and the protagonist apologizes and says that next time he will ask her to dance. Jun asks her to take her to the golf course and give her a ball. Ning Tao replies that he doesn't have a ball. At this point, the singer hits the guy in the groin with all her might with her club and says she hit the ball right. The main character flies very far into the sky, disappearing into the vastness of space. Ning Tao then reconciles with his enemy Han Wen, and together they form a rap group called the No Balloon Guys. This brings them popularity. Such an outcome made the protagonist even more angry. He was literally exploding from the shock of such an outcome. Ning Tao shouted very loudly that he didn't want this kind of scenario with the girls to end. The protagonist looked at the girls beside him, and a thought began to ripen in his mind. The singer and the maid were urging him to dance with them and demanding that he make his choice now. Ning Tao realized that either way he was going to die. He decided to find the perfect ending. Each of the girls demanded that he pick her for the dance. The guy said he'd pick someone else. At that moment, the protagonist saw his personal guard nearby. Ning Tao realized that the perfect solution had appeared. He grabbed the guard and said he was choosing him. After that, Ning Tao danced with his bodyguard until dawn. The bodyguard said he was straight, and the protagonist should up his bid to ask him to do such a thing. The main character, after a rough night, decided to rest and went into the restroom. Ning Tao had time to relax. He finally exhaled calmly. Sitting on the toilet, the guy thought to himself that it was hard for him to imagine how harem kings survive in girl games. Eventually, the guy decided to himself that he needed to avoid girls as much as possible for as long as possible. Unexpectedly, Ning Tao was distracted from his musings by a message on his phone. The protagonist finds out that due to an absence from his studies, he doesn't have enough points. He needs to return to classes to qualify for graduation. Ning Tao realized he'd forgotten about his studies. The system was surprised that the guy needed to go to class even though he was rich. The guy was still sitting in the toilet stall. He told the system that even rich people need to learn. The system said that the purpose of education is to make money. The system has reiterated that the purpose of education is to make money, and money is the top priority in society. The guy didn't like such words. He replied to the system that it was bad. Ning Tao remembered that before his mother died, she had told her son to be a well-educated man. Because of that, he would not let his mother down. The system was very surprised by such words and such a decision of the protagonist. The guy got to his feet, put on his pants, and said firmly that he would work harder from today. The system reminded the protagonist that he forgot to wipe his ass. He wondered why it hadn't reminded him earlier. The next day, the protagonist decided to resume his studies. The guy came to Jianan University. He hadn't been there for a long time. In the university building, the protagonist attended various lectures and subject pairs. Ning Tao felt that he was finding subjects including English increasingly difficult. It was getting harder and harder for the guy. He could barely keep up with his math assignments. Philosophy was also very hard for the main character to understand. After a tough day of school for the students, the bell rang at the university. The protagonist collapsed exhausted on the table. His studies were over for the day. Ning Tao exhaustedly thought that he was very good at studying. He felt as if his head was going to explode. The system appeared and slyly asked the guy if he needed help. The protagonist confirmed cheerfully that he needed help. The system suggested the guy buy the elixir for memory and acceleration for the price of only 20 points. The protagonist got excited and told the system that he was taking both elixirs. Sitting in the audience, Ning Tao shouted joyfully that he could now become a genius. A student nearby asked strictly for the protagonist to keep quiet. The guy with the glasses took another close look at the guy and said he was distracting him. Ning Tao told the guy that the couple hadn't started yet. He was very surprised. The student judiciously said that every hour of every day is important to him in his studies. That's the only way he could become a true genius. The student then told the protagonist that a fool like him would never understand it. Ning Tao felt offended after being called a useless fool. The protagonist strongly suggested to the student to set up a competition between them. Ning Tao asked the guy with glasses, is he really that much better than the teacher? The students in the audience were surprised that the protagonist wanted to compete with Knowledge Master Joe. They thought it was suicide. Someone even said that Ning Tao only thinks he is cool because of money. Another student recalled that Master Joe was ranked first in the exam every year. The guy thought angrily to himself, so his classmates wouldn't even dare look down on him. Joe's boyfriend didn't believe that the protagonist wanted to compete with him in knowledge. Ning Tao confirmed his intentions. After a little thought, the guy said he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Joe said that in a week's time, each subject would take a test in the class. The result would be determined based on the performance of that test. The guy decided to suggest a punishment for the loser. Then the guy announced that the loser must withdraw voluntarily. The students were surprised by such conditions. They immediately decided that the main character would lose. Ning Tao pondered. He realized that he was very dangerous, but he could not retreat. The guy looked at the protagonist with a questioning look and asked if he was scared. Ning Tao angrily shouted at Joe to wait some more and look at the result after a week. The day passed and evening came. The guy had to keep studying. Ning Tao sat in his villa and was fully engaged in the learning process. The guy sat staring at the book. He felt his brain was already failing. Ning Tao remembered that he only had a week left and he couldn't keep up with his classes. The system distracted the guy from his studies and reminded him that he was panicking. In doing so, the system offered the guy a solution with an elixir. Ning Tao said that it would be cheating to use the elixir to improve memory. The boy said that his mother taught him from childhood that he should rely only on his own efforts. Using elixirs would mean he didn't live up to his mother's expectations. Such statements of the guy very much angered the system. She called him a fool. The system told him that if he dropped out of school, his mother would be even angrier at him, so he needed to drink the elixir of memory. The guy agreed with the system and decided to use the elixir only once. The system added that he should win even by cheating. The maid came over and asked the protagonist if he wanted some tea. The guy called the girl Tun Tun and asked why she was up so late. The maid replied that she'd come to cheer the guy up. The maid asked the boy how his training was going. Ning Tao replied that he was not the type to study. The girl cheered the guy up and said he should be fine. She believes the main character can learn everything. The protagonist liked this kind of care from his maid. Tun Tun offered to sit next to the protagonist and help him study. The girl came over and sat down next to the boy. It made him a little embarrassed. Ning Tao told the girl to forget everything. He said he couldn't study with her. The maid said she wouldn't bother the master anymore and he could study on his own. The girl left the room and closed the door behind her. The guy was left to himself. Ning Tao walked over to the table where the memory enhancement elixir stood. The protagonist looked at the elixir for a long time and could not make up his mind to take it. The next day, the protagonist walked to the university to continue his studies. Ning Tao had a literature class coming up and he found the right class. The guy felt very tired and exhausted. He couldn't concentrate. A surprised and annoyed system told the guy he was a really big jerk. Ning Tao has been up all last week and drank a lot of energy drinks to study. The protagonist had an easy path, but he decided to rely on his own efforts. After the start of the pair, the literature teacher came into the classroom. All the students were looking at him. A teacher with glasses paced the classroom holding a book in one hand and a ruler in the other. At this time, there was complete silence and tranquility among the students in the auditorium. The teacher said that today they would read Francis Bacon's famous essays entitled On Knowledge by Science. The teacher continued to hold a large ruler. Students turned their attention to it. The teacher sternly told the students not to judge him for being harsh. One student thought that he would not be able to recall in detail essay On Knowledge by Science. Another guy couldn't believe that college students still have to prepare essays. Some of the students thought the teacher had lost a game of chess and wanted to vent his anger on them. Here one of the students raised his own hand and turned to the teacher. He was surprised. Student Joe stood up. He told the teacher confidently that he wanted to be first. The teacher agreed and said that Jo Chung-dong would be able to set a good example to his classmates. Excellent, Joe prepared to speak. He coughed before reciting the essay. Joe, standing absolutely accurately and casually, repeated from memory the text of the required essay. The students were amazed that Joe quoted an entire passage from memory. The teacher liked the student. He said Joe was able to learn the essay well. He called him an excellent student. Joe said slyly that there was someone in the audience who could read this essay backwards. The teacher was surprised. Joe prepared to call out the student's name. Everyone got very tense and was at full attention. Then Joe pointed at the protagonist, implying that he would be able to read the essay backwards. The protagonist was surprised. He felt that he was surrounded by a complete void. He could hardly even think where he was. The teacher said that Ning Tao had missed all his classes, and it was unclear how he ended up here today. The teacher asked the protagonist if he could actually calculate the essay backwards. The boy was silent. He had no strength to speak and even dozed off sitting at his desk. The instructor told the guy that he had missed all his classes and now managed to even fall asleep in front of him. The teacher got angry and ran to the student. He said he was going to teach him a lesson today. The teacher walked over to the protagonist and tapped his ruler on the table in front of him. The teacher threatened the guy that he would get a failing grade if he didn't read the essay backwards. The guy was still in a state of half-sleep. He called an incomprehensible someone an idiot. The teacher swung the ruler angrily and prepared to hit the protagonist. Ning Tao pulled back from the dream and deftly managed to defend himself from the blow by grabbing the ruler with his fingers. The instructor was surprised and annoyed. He didn't understand what was going on with the student. The guy apologized to the teacher, Mr. Man, and said he was taking a break to recover. The main character, still holding the ruler in his hand, said he could start now. The guy started reciting the essay as he was required to backwards. The protagonist absolutely rearranged opposing words in the text. In the literature class, all the students sat and were silent. They were surprised. The guy didn't pay much attention to the words and continued on and on with his recitation. The protagonist dictated the text from memory without any strain, absolutely accurately. Excellent Joe was amazed at Ning Tao's ability. He couldn't believe that the boy would be able to keep repeating the essay. The teacher was also surprised, and he realized that the main character is a unique student, which he has not had yet. Ning Tao leisurely dictated the text, gradually approaching the ending. After a long recitation, the guy told those around him that he had finished his reading. The protagonist fell silent around him, and everyone was very surprised. The students were surprised that the guy could read the essay backwards. They realized that Ning Tao was not only rich, but also talented. The protagonist stepped away from the text and looked shrilly at the teacher. Ning Tao asked the teacher if his recitation was okay. The teacher told the protagonist that he and Joe were able to do a great job together. The teacher added that even he couldn't read the essay backwards. The protagonist looked with a look of triumph at the excellent Joe sitting nearby. The protagonist was very happy that he was able to show his strength to his rival Jo Chung-dong. Joe thought he needed to pull himself together. He decided he would beat the protagonist on the next subject. After that, the competition between Ning Tao and the excellent student Joe was in English. During the chemistry test, all the aspirants showed their maximum skills. The protagonist was well-trained in jurisprudence and was able to stand up to Joe with dignity. The two students fought especially hard during a history debate. It was as if the protagonist was fighting the excellent Joe in a real gun battle. Ning Tao stood opposite his opponent and they fought on rulers for lack of swords. Joe told the guy that he was mentally retarded and would not be able to beat him. Ning Tao replied that he was as good as his opponent. Joe suggested that the protagonist fight for real until the training subjects became too easy. The protagonist decisively replied to the honors student that he would be in any time. Joe said they will have a test in the afternoon for math. Ning Tao should get the maximum. The honors student suggested that the loser on the math test would have to run 10 laps around campus with a sign that read break. The protagonist thought about it. He decided it would be very embarrassing for the loser. Joe asked slyly to his opponent whether he was afraid of the conditions. Ning Tao angrily shouted to the excellent student that he fully accepts his challenge. Joe liked the guy's answer and thought he could beat him in a math contest. It was time for the math test. It was held in the university building. The main character sat for a test assignment and gradually solved it. Ning Tao thought to himself that he had practiced enough before the exam. For this reason, he would just get a top score. Suddenly, the guy was scared and surprised. He noticed that the test had gotten a lot harder. The main character saw that he had to solve a very complicated equation. Ning Tao was very frightened. He realized that the last task was very difficult for him, and he would not be able to solve it. Time passed and the protagonist still couldn't solve the last task. The math test is over, and the student work review has begun. The teacher informed the students that they all did a very good job. The instructor indicated that almost everyone failed the last question. Only one student got the highest score. The instructor informed the students that Jo Chung-dong was able to solve the last assignment successfully. The excellent student rejoiced. He realized that he was finally able to defeat the protagonist. Joe completely realistically imagined how the protagonist would run around the campus. Joe shouted happily that he was the winner and was able to beat Ning Tao. The honor student told the protagonist that he had lost and should run around the campus with a plaque. Joe had even prepared the plaque already. The teacher heard these words and told the protagonist not to take it seriously. Ning Tao got up from his seat and said that he had a real agreement with Joe. The guy said sadly that if he loses, he has to fulfill the conditions. He can't take back what he said. Ning Tao looked at his opponent and said that Joe would do the same if he lost. Excellent said confidently that if he lost, he would accept whatever punishment was agreed upon. Ning Tao told the formidable rival to fulfill the contract right now. Excellent said he got the highest shaft, and for that reason the protagonist lost. Ning Tao explained to Joe that whoever gets the highest score would be the loser. The opponent was surprised. The protagonist said judiciously that the last question of the test could not be solved. The excellent man got angry and yelled at the protagonist to better temper his pride. The students started talking and said that the main character was right and there were some questions about the last assignment and there was something wrong with it. The instructor asked the students to wait. He looked closely at the assignment. The teacher started to study the problems in detail in the test assignment. It took some time. 10 minutes later, the instructor was ready to say his decision about the assignment. The instructor confirmed to the students that one of the conditions of the assignment was incorrect. Excellent Joe was very much stunned by such words from his teacher. Ning Tao asked the excellent student how he could know the correct answer if the assignment itself was wrong. After some thought, the excellent student said that maybe he's a genius. The students started shouting at Joe that he was simply a cheat and that he should get out of the uni. Suddenly, a man in black glasses entered the auditorium and asked who had said that to the excellent student. The professor greeted the man and called him Professor Chung and asked why he had come. The professor explained that he was just passing by. At this time, excellent Joe jumped up from his seat and shouted to the professor that he was happy to see him here. An honor student yelled to his professor uncle that the protagonist had slandered him on his exams. Professor Chung interrupted the relative and said that he knew exactly how things were. After a short pause, the professor confidently said that he knew what needed to be done to the protagonist. In the end, Ning Tao was frightened and looked at Professor Chen excitedly. The protagonist knew that Professor Chen Boyu's name made students fearful. There is information that this professor served in a special unit for a couple years and got the nickname Devil in a Suit. The protagonist didn't realize that the professor might be the uncle of Zhou Chengdong, an excellent student. The boy thought that the uncle might have leaked the exam answers for his nephew. Ning Tao thought that the professor's appearance would far explain the entire current situation. Professor Chung looked menacingly at the protagonist and called his name. The professor asked Ning Tao if it was true that he was often absent from class. The boy confirmed it. The professor informed the protagonist that he could be expelled for not attending classes. Ning Tao confirmed to the professor that he was aware of the possibility of his expulsion. Excellent Joe was very happy. He hoped that his uncle would kick his rival out of uni. Professor Chung said there's a solution to the protagonist's discipline violations. The man told the student that he would not be expelled. Ning Tao was very surprised. The protagonist was happy. He didn't understand why this was happening to him. Professor Ching explained to the protagonist that he had heard everything in detail from the teacher. For the past week, Ning Tao had been going diligently to classes and working on his studies. He also did well in all his exams. The boy asked the professor again if he would not be expelled. The professor confirmed it. Afterward, Professor Cheng told the kid not to be too proud of it. The professor explained to the protagonist that he must continue to work hard. The guy replied that he would continue to work hard and thought to himself that the professor looked very nice. Excellent Joe resented his uncle's decision very much. Joe shouted to the professor that he couldn't just let the guy go. He has to make him pay. The excellent student noticed that his uncle was angry about something. Joe decided to justify himself to him. After that, Professor Chung suddenly punched his nephew with all his might. After that, excellent Joe flew aside and banged against the wall. All the surrounding students were very surprised by what happened. They did not expect this. The professor was also very much surprised. He was amazed by the professor's actions. The protagonist was completely satisfied. He decided that Professor Chung was indeed a good person. A frightened and battered Joe asked his uncle why he had attacked him. Professor Chung replied menacingly to his nephew that he himself knew why he had hit him. The professor explained that his nephew had used his computer to get the answers to the exam. He didn't understand how their family could raise a bastard like Joe. The professor threatened the kid that he would punish him today according to their family's rules. Excellent Joe was very much frightened. He looked at his uncle with an expression of horror. After that, Professor Chung proceeded to beat his nephew right in the classroom. As time passed, the protagonist walked out of the university into the street. Ning Tao thought to himself, rejoicing that he had escaped punishment due to the fact that he had been attending couples lately. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was distracted by a message that arrived on his cell phone. Ning Tao was invited to a classmates meeting at Sunyun Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening. Late at night, the protagonist was in town preparing to arrive for a classmates reunion. The meeting was held in a very luxurious hotel called Sunyun. In the hall, a guy stood on the stage with a glass of wine in his hand. He was waiting for the arrival of the main character. The main character's classmate's name was Zhang Liang. He didn't notice the girl coming up behind him. The girl told cheerfully to Jun Liang that he had been stuck in this place for a couple hours already. The girl's name was Li Fan. She asked the guy if there was anything on the street that was that exciting. Jun Liang turned around and calmly replied to the girl that there was nothing interesting there. The girl hugged the guy's arm and said he was definitely waiting for someone here. Li Fan told the guy that he was the one who let Tung Manlin invite the main character. Jun Liang thought about the girl's words and a memory came over him. Then Jun Liang remembered how his girlfriend had once rejected him in favor of the protagonist. The memories made Jun very angry. He squeezed the glass with all his might and it shattered into pieces. The guy angrily remembered to himself that his girlfriend was with the main character, and not him. Jun decided that he would make Ning Tao pay. At this time, the main character was walking through the city on an evening street, and there were many people around. For the reunion, the main character picked out his best outfit. Ning Tao thought excitedly and wondered to himself why he was so nervous. The guy remembered that Tun Manlin's girlfriend at school was the prettiest girl. He could never tell her how he felt. This is when the protagonist realized that things are different now and he is no longer weak and poor. Ning Tao sped up and started running down the street. He decided that this time he would definitely propose to the girl. The protagonist walked to the door. He saw Tun's girlfriend come out of it. Girl Tun walked out of the door and unexpectedly bumped into the main character. The girl was really scared. She asked the guy if he was okay. Ning Tao was very surprised to see his high school girlfriend, Tong Menlin. The girl was also happy to see the boy. The protagonist looked shyly at the girl. She seemed to him now even more beautiful than before. Former classmates were chatting amongst themselves. The guy told the girl that she looked beautiful today. Suddenly, the Tun girl giggled to herself. The guy asked why she was laughing. The girl told the guy that she remembered how they met. The protagonist remembered that Tun's girlfriend, when she was walking, crashed into him. That's how they met. Ning Tao was very happy and pleased that the girl remembered their acquaintance. The guy told his girlfriend that he even remembers them eating her bento. After a little thought, the guy said he had something he wanted to say to the girl too. The Tun girl got very excited. She asked what the guy wanted to tell her. Ning Tao decided to tell his former classmate about his feelings right now. The door opened and Jun's boyfriend came out. He asked Tung Manlin who she was talking to. Jun asked the protagonist if everything was okay. Ning Tao replied that he was fine. After that, Zhang Liang returned to the main character and said that everyone was already waiting for him. The city continued to live the evening life. The guy was getting ready to see his classmates. Ning Tao stepped into the elevator and rode it up to the correct floor where the meeting was being held. The protagonist, accompanied by Jun and the girl, came out on the right floor. Jun turned to his classmates, telling them to see who he brought. The classmates looked wryly at the protagonist. Someone even asked Ning Tao, did he really rent a costume? The main character wondered he couldn't understand why there were only Zhang Liang's sixes at the party. Ning Tao looked at Zhang suspiciously. He couldn't understand what he was up to. The guy walked up to the main character and told him to sit next to him. The girl walked up to Tung Manlin and told her to go with her. The guy suggested to the protagonist that he take a close look at the sumptuous dishes. Ning Tao noticed plates of food in front of him. Someone told him to relax. The protagonist felt uncomfortable. He was still looking at the richly arranged table. Jun told the protagonist that he might not like the usual dishes. One of the guests joked that Ning Tao can't choose anything from the food since he hasn't tasted anything like this before. The main character realized that all the guests around him want to humiliate him in different ways. Girl Tun asked excitedly to the guests why they were treating the main character so meanly. One guest said that Manlin is very vulnerable, and Aijang's boyfriend didn't mention the main character's name. The guest confirmed to the Tong girl that he didn't give Ning Tao's name and she is winding herself up. The protagonist intervened in the conversation and told the Tun girl that he was doing well here. Ning Tao added that it was just a joke so she wouldn't worry. He thought to himself that he couldn't let Manlin get into trouble. Jun said that although it was a joke, but it was very excessive. Zhang then said that he wanted to apologize to Ning Tao on behalf of Ai Qian. The guy said he would buy the protagonist a lobster for 10,000 yuan. Ning Tao replied calmly that even his dog would not eat such low-grade lobster. There was silence at the table. The guests couldn't believe that the main character didn't want to taste the expensive lobster. The classmates started laughing at the guy. It was funny to them that he wanted to pretend to be rich in front of them. The guest told the protagonist not to forget who he used to be. Someone even said that Ning Tao didn't become a billionaire after going to university. Former classmates shouted cheerfully to the guy that his clothes were torn at all. Ning Tao was silent for a very long time and did not respond in any way to the antics of the guests around him. Suddenly the guy stood up, tapping his hand on his chair, and called the waitress over to him. A waitress came over and asked what the people at the table wanted. Ning Tao ordered the waitress to remove the low-quality dishes. He told her he would place the order. The main character told confidently to all the guests that he was giving them all a treat. One guy was surprised he didn't believe Ning Tao could be so rich to treat others. Jun thought angrily to himself that the protagonist wouldn't be able to ruin his situation. After that, Jun decided that he would wait for the moment when the protagonist would be finished. Ning Tao was placing an order at that time. The waitress cheerfully told the protagonist that his food would soon be served. The Tun girl stood up and told the people around her to wait for a while. Toon turned to the protagonist and said that she had something to tell him. The guy along with the girl stepped aside a bit to talk amongst themselves. The girl told the protagonist that it's not at all easy for him to earn so much money, he doesn't have to spend it to prove something to the guests. Ning Tao told the girl manling that she got it completely wrong. Toon told the guy not to do it. She thought he was just trying to prove something to his former classmates. The girl told the protagonist that he was him, and no proof was needed. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise and was very much taken aback by her words. After that, Ning Tao decided to spare Zhongliang this time. He promised the girl that he would listen to her. After the conversation, the protagonist, along with his girlfriend, returned to the hall to join the guests. Ning Tao cheerfully told the guests that he had just made a joke about his other order. One guest said the main character shouldn't have pretended to be rich. They know exactly who he really is. Guy Jun at this time was sitting very angry. He looked at the protagonist and the girl beside him. Jun was very displeased that Girl Tong and Ning Tao were acting like lovebirds in front of him. After that, Jun decided that he had to get his hands on Tung Manlin at all costs. The waitress came over and brought the menu to the main character. Ning Tao told the waitress to cancel. Suddenly, Jun shouted loudly to the waitress to wait. Very excited, Jun told the waitress that he would pay for the entire order if the main character couldn't do it. Ning Tao thought that Jun was still continuing to make attempts to get into trouble. Jun told all the guests present that he planned to announce something important today. The guy turned around and addressed the girl Tun Manlin. She was very surprised. Quite unexpectedly, Jun took out a box and opened there was an expensive engagement ring. Jun proposed to the girl Tung Manlin to be his wife and handed her a ring. The main character was surprised he didn't expect Zhongliang to propose to Tung Manlin's girlfriend. The guests were very surprised and excited. They said that the girl would definitely agree to his application. The people around them were clamoring for Tung Manlin to say yes. Someone said she would be a perfect match for Jun. Afterward, Jun told the girl that he knew how much she liked the main character in high school. Jun promised that if Tun became his girlfriend, he would arrange for Ning Tao to join his company with a salary of 50,000 yuan a month. Jun promised the girl that the protagonist would be the senior janitor in their company. The guests cheered up. They said that the position of janitor suits the main character very well. The Tun girl told the guy calmly to put the ring in her hand. Jun told the girl cheerfully that if she agreed, he would put the ring on her himself. Tun Manlin suddenly slapped the guy's hand, and the ring fell out of his hand and onto the floor. Jun was very surprised by this development. The girl stood in front of him with a stone face. Tun reminded the guy of something she'd told him before in high school. The girl reported that the only guy she can love is the main character. Jun was very much upset by such an answer. He expected the girl to agree. To confirm her words, the Tong Manlin girl pointed her hand at the main character. The girl looked at Zhongliang's boyfriend with an angry and piercing gaze. The protagonist was very surprised by what he had just heard from Tong Manlin. Ning Tao was very happy that the girl said she loved him. Jun told the girl that maybe it was all very unexpected for her. The guy said he really liked Tun and could make her happy because of his status and wealth. He asked the girl to give him this opportunity. The people around her began to assure Tung that Junlin's boyfriend would be much better for her than the protagonist. The girl calmly replied to the guy and everyone around her that she never thought that way. Tun turned to Jun and told him that the main character was better than him anyway. The girl said that when Jun was in high school, he did well academically and had a couple of girls in love with him. Tong reminded Jun that he really despised the protagonist, but she still socialized with Ning Tao. As a result, Jun began to humiliate the protagonist and pester the girl to belong to him. Tung Manlin told Jun that he wasn't stalking her because he liked her. The girl told Jun that he simply wanted to mess with the protagonist at this meeting. Such words from the girl made Jun very angry. Tung told the guy that he was really stupid. Jun called the girl a dirty whore and told her to shut her mouth. The guy swung around and wanted to hit the girl at the time his hand was grabbed by the main character. Ning Tao got between the girl and Jun. He decided to protect her. The protagonist told his opponent not to even think about touching Tung Manlin. Jun noticed that the protagonist had become very strong. He didn't realize when it was Ning Tao had time. At this time, someone began to break forcefully into the hall through the closed door. Lee's boyfriend walked into the room. He asked menacingly who dared to take his box. The waitress wanted to stop him, and she said there were other guests inside. The guy menacingly and angrily shouted to the waitress that this was his favorite lounge. Jun was very surprised to see young Mr. Lee here. He dutifully asked him why he came here. Lee's boyfriend looked at Jun and asked who he was. Jun Lin said that he had once had dinner with Lee's father. Lee then told Jun to hurry up and get his men out of the hall. Jun wanted to excuse himself by saying that he was having a class reunion here. Lee's boyfriend threatened Jun that he would ask his father not to invest in him. Jun promised that they would all leave now. Suddenly, Jun looked to the side and saw the beautiful girl Tun. Jun thought to himself that even his familiar Lily couldn't compare to this girl. The guy approached Tun and suggested she watch a movie at his villa. Suddenly, someone came up from behind and put a hand on the Lee boy's shoulder. He was very displeased. The guy immediately turned around and looked to see who it was coming up behind him. The main character asked Lee Tian with a chuckle if he thought he was a tough guy. Lee's boyfriend was very much astonished. He didn't expect to see the main character in this place. Guy Lee was very unpleasantly startled to see the protagonist here. Lee knew for sure that Ning Tao was currently the head of the company and could crush him like an insect. He wondered what he should do in such a situation. Jun popped up and told the protagonist not to think about insulting his friend. Ning Tao asked with interest to Zhang which friend he was referring to. Jun decided to impress the protagonist. He said he would be scared to death. Zhang pointed at Li Tian's boyfriend and said that he was one of Qianye's shareholders and his personal investor. Li Tian fell silent, but he was hurt by such words of encouragement from his acquaintance. The guests were amazed to learn that Li is a shareholder of a large Qianye company. They realized that the guy was famous, rich, and handsome. Jun told confidently to Li's boyfriend that he would protect him from the poor protagonist. Li Tian didn't like this kind of concern from Jun. He punched him with all his might. After the unexpected blow, Jun flew far to the side, unconscious. Li Tian said angrily that he was never the best friend to Jun. The protagonist thought to himself that Li Tian had a very strong aura today. Oi Tian turned around and looked at Ning Tao very carefully and silently. Suddenly, a very rapid and drastic transformation began with Li's boyfriend. Li Tian changed from an angry major into a submissive servant as if he was a humble servant. Li Tian bowed to the protagonist and called him Highness. He also said that he had taught Zhang a lesson. Ning Tao was surprised at this guy's behavior. He didn't understand what kind of show this was. The surrounding guests were also greatly surprised. They didn't understand why Guy Li was addressing the main character as the emperor. Li addressed the Tun girl respectfully and called her empress. That's when Jun woke up. He told Li's boyfriend that the protagonist is not any emperor, but just his poor former classmate. Li's boyfriend told Jun that he had something very important to tell him. Li Tian walked up to the protagonist as if to cast an imperial robe over him. Li told everyone around him that Ning Tao is the second major shareholder of Qianye Company. He is young, promising, handsome, and rich. The guests were very surprised to learn that the protagonist was a major shareholder of Qianye Corporation. Jun said that there was no way that poor Ning Tao could be a major shareholder in a big company. He didn't believe it. Li's boyfriend shouted angrily to Zhang that he was simply slandering his emperor. The protagonist told Li Tian to stop it. Ning Tao told Li's boyfriend not to use force on his former classmate Jun. After that, the protagonist ordered Li Tian to confiscate the house from Jun. After that, Ning Tao once again angrily repeated for Li Tian to take the house away from Zhang. Jun asked the protagonist in surprise if the protagonist could really take his house. Suddenly, a phone call rang in Jun's pocket and he became agitated. Someone called out and started talking to Jun. The people around him couldn't hear the conversation. The standing guests told the guy not to say his house was taken from him. In a shocked voice, Jun told all the guests that he was bankrupt. People were very surprised that it was only because of the main character's instruction that Jun was able to go bankrupt. The guests realized that the protagonist is in reality the second major shareholder of Qianye Corporation. Former classmates surrounded the guy, started saying they missed him, and he's getting prettier and prettier. Suddenly, someone from outside called out to the main character and the other guests were distracted. Jun shouted very angrily and threateningly to the guy that he wouldn't let him go so easily now. Guy Li commanded his guards to attack Jun and protect his highness. Jun realized that he could no longer resist. He fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. The boy bowed to Ning Tao and tearfully asked for him to forgive him. The main character became agitated. He stopped liking this harem drama. Jun said he was wrong and had no right to offend the empress. He said he was disrespectful to the protagonist. After that, Jun asked Ning Tao to spare him since he had served him for many years. The protagonist is tired of everything that is happening. He decided to remove the imperial crown from himself. Ning Tao threw the crown on the floor and said that he had had enough of the emperor. The main character told the guys Li and Jun that from now on the grudges are forgotten and not to get caught again. Jun said he was a former classmate of the protagonist and he helped make him rich. Li asked Ning Tao to take care of him. The protagonist menacingly shouted at the boys to disappear immediately. Ning Tao then turned to all the guests present and told them to leave as well. The guests chatted amongst themselves that they were leaving as the protagonist had ordered. Only the main character was left in the hall, and only the girl Tun was standing next to him. The girl said timidly to the guy that she should go back too since everyone had left. Ning Tao replied that he needed something from her. The protagonist asked the girl if what she said earlier was true. Girl Tun was surprised. She clarified what she was talking about earlier. Then the girlfriend remembered that she had told the main character that he was the man she loved. The girl was very much frightened. In an excited voice, she told the guy that she didn't mean it. The main character walked up to the girl, took her hands, he called her by her full name. Ning Tao told the girl that it took him a very long time to tell her just one sentence. Then the boy added that he had courage now. The girl was still looking at him worriedly. The protagonist boldly addressed the girl by name and wanted to say something. The Toon girl turned around and yelled to the guy that she wasn't mentally ready yet. The protagonist asked, frightened at the girl, where she was going. He called out to her. It was late evening. The girl had disappeared somewhere on the city streets. Ning Tao walked along the streets and looked around very carefully at the sides. The guy thought the girl had disappeared very quickly. He couldn't figure out where she had gone. The protagonist heard a familiar voice nearby telling him to stay back. Ning Tao realized excitedly to himself that it was the voice of the girl Tong Mengling. A guy looked into a slum girl at someone, asking apprehensively what he was doing. Tun Manlin once again shouted fearfully to someone to stay away from her. There was a group of hooligans standing near the girl. She shouted that she would call for help. The leader of the hooligans told her not to worry because they were not bad guys. The bully grabbed the girl's arm and told her to play with him. Tun started calling for help. The guy told the girl that no one would help her even if she blew her voice. At that time, the main character came up and hit the leader of the hooligans with all his might. From the blow of the main character, the bully fell to the ground completely without feelings. Ning Tao said menacingly and confidently to the lying bully that he was already here. The main character asked the girl if she was okay. Tun told the guy that he was on time. Then the bully woke up and said menacingly to Ning Tao that he had ruined his good stuff. At this time, the bully pulled out a huge knife. He was preparing to attack the protagonist. The bandit said menacingly, looking at the protagonist, that he was tired of living. The girl shouted for Ning Tao to run away as the bully has a knife. The boy was not afraid. He took off his jacket and prepared to repel the attack. Ning Tao said confidently that he would have no problem killing all the hooligans. The bully swung the knife and wanted to stab the guy. Ning Tao noticed a trail of fire behind the knife. The bully kept waving the knife around. He shouted at the protagonist to underestimate them. The protagonist noticed that the knife is very unusual and it has its own energy. The guy dodged, and from another very dangerous blow, the bully's knife hit the wall. Ning Tao realized that if the bully cut an entire wall with a knife, then he was definitely not an ordinary person. The leader of the bandits looked at the boy with surprise and threat. He was a little surprised. The bully told the boss that the guy was able to dodge his punch, which means he's an unusual person. The leader of the bandits raised a knife and said that they needed to get rid of the protagonist. After that, the bully ran at full speed towards the direction of Ning Tao. The main character grabbed the girl's hand and told her fearfully to run after him. The bully ran in waving a knife and yelled to the guy and the girl that neither of them would be able to escape today. The protagonist, along with his girlfriend, kept running. They wanted to save themselves. The leader of the hooligans swung his knife once again. He wanted to hit the guy with it. Ning Tao and the girl were able to dodge the blow. The knife slashed the ground. The bully was very surprised. He looked down and saw a huge stabbing mark. Looking around, the leader of the bandits wanted to spot the boy and the girl in the evening darkness. The bully saw Ning Tao standing nearby, holding the girl in his arms. The protagonist yelled to the bully that it's really slow if he wanted to kill him. On the ground beside Ning Tao, an emptied magic vial containing a speed elixir was lying on the ground next to her. The protagonist took the Toon girl and very gently placed her on a crate near the wall. Ning Tao was left alone in the alley, and a bully armed with a knife stood across from him. The leader was surprised. He told the guy that he was able to avoid his fatal stabbing twice. He said the protagonist had good speed. The protagonist looked at the bully and said confidently that it wasn't him fast. Ning Tao added that this bully leader is very slow. The leader was very surprised and angry at such words from the protagonist. The bandit lunged at the guy with a knife and shouted that he was the fastest in Sunyun City. The bully continued to wave his magic knife around himself. The bandit could not understand why his blows were not reaching their target. Ning Tao ran up behind the bully with great speed and said behind him. The bully continued waving the knife in all directions to no avail. The bandit shouted menacingly to the protagonist that he would cut him into little pieces. Thanks to his tremendous speed, the protagonist calmly dodged the blow and was even able to take selfies. Ning Tao even had time to take a bite of noodles. The protagonist completely unexpectedly grabbed a pasta dish and threw it in the bully's face. The bandit shouted frightened that the guy had gotten in his eyes. Ning Tao replied that the food he was eating was very spicy. The bully was angry that the guy dared to bully him like that. The rest of the hooligans arrived, and the leader shouted at them to show the protagonist how fast they were. Ning Tao shouted cheerfully to the hooligans that they knew nothing about real speed. The magic elixir gave the guy the ability to completely slow down time. It was like the bullies were frozen. The guy walked around the bullies and felt like he could do whatever he wanted. Ning Tao could poke the bandit leader with his finger, or replace his knife with a cactus. After that, the protagonist put the two bullies across from each other. The guy then adjusted the bullies' hands in which they held the cacti. The protagonist to one of the bullies carefully placed a metal pipe in his hand. Ning Tao lifted a huge rock from above the head of one of the bullies. After all the preparations, the guy snapped his fingers and activated the time. In the end, the hooligans started beating each other up themselves without realizing what had happened. The protagonist didn't need to interfere. The bandits themselves killed each other with screams. In the end, 3 unconscious bodies were left lying on the ground in the alley. Ning Tao walked over to the lying hooligans and decided to say something to them. The guy told the thugs with a chuckle to slow down if they were men. At this time, the girl Tun woke up. She began to recover little by little. Ning Tao noticed that the girl opened her eyes and immediately ran over to her. The protagonist excitedly asked the girl if she was okay. The Tong girl thanked the guy and said that she was doing well. She said that Ning Tao was very timely. The guy looked at his girlfriend very excitedly. He wanted to say something to her now. Ning Tao said excitedly to the girl that he had liked her for a long time. Girl Tun was very much surprised to hear such words from a guy. The girlfriend replied that the main character spoke very suddenly and she wasn't ready. Ning Tao told the interviewer that he really hoped she would at least give him a chance. The girlfriend told the guy that they should get to know each other better first. After a bit of thinking, the protagonist decided that he understood what the girl wanted. Ning Tao took his girlfriend's hands and said he would take her to a place where she would realize what he was like when he was younger. It was deep night over the big city and the moon was shining brightly in the sky. The city lived its nightlife with many bright lights all around. The Sunyun City prison was quiet. Most of the prisoners were already asleep. In the neighboring cells, a father and son were awake, waiting for something that night. The son reminded his father that a mysterious organization was supposed to save them tonight. He asked if it was reliable. The man turned to his son and said that the organization was certainly reliable. Father said that the members of the organization have unusual abilities, some breathe during the day, and some control water. There are even people with invulnerable bodies. The man added that thanks to the organization, they would definitely be able to get out of here. The son asked his father if the members of the organization could do clairvoyance and become invisible. The man was surprised to hear his son say that. He said he had not told him that. The son angrily told his father that he had seen superheroes like this before in a comic book. The man shouted angrily to the guy that he was the reason they were in this position. The son told his father that he was caught by the police because he ordered him to deal with the protagonist. Suddenly, footsteps sounded in the silence of the prison corridors at night. The man and his son stopped fighting. They realized someone was coming here. They thought it was the guard. There was a woman walking down the corridor. She approached the prison cell and said that the target must be here. Father and son fearfully hid under their blankets and pretended to sleep. A woman was standing outside their cell. The father told his son that the guard would be angry if he saw them awake. The woman then looked at the prisoners and said they were 2 idiots. Suddenly, under the influence of an incomprehensible force, the prisoners rose above their beds. The boy marveled that he could fly. His father fearfully called for security. The woman sternly shouted at the prisoners to stop shouting. The stranger explained that all the people in this prison have completely shut down. Everyone in the prison slept in different places, some even in the restroom. Even the armed prison guards have completely shut down. Also asleep were the guards who sat at the prison's video surveillance console. The man cheerfully told the woman that he was the one who hired her to save them. The kid got excited. He said his father had already taken care of everything. The woman looked at the detainees and said she wasn't here to rescue them. The stranger looked at the father and son and said she would take one single thing from them. The guy was frightened and asked the woman if she really wanted to take his virginity. The woman was very surprised. The man menacingly told the woman that he had already paid. If she didn't let him out, he would leave a bad review. The woman told the man impatiently that she would not waste her time on him. The process of downloading the control abilities has begun. The woman commanded that the man and his son erase all memories of the protagonist. The prisoners were very frightened that they were seeing a monster with tentacles. Father and son felt as if they were enveloped by an unknown force and screamed. After the procedure was over, the guy and his father were left lying on the floor. They were babbling something incoherent. The stranger was delighted with the results of her work. She thought it was expected. The woman thought about it and decided there was something special about the main character. At this time, Ning Tao, accompanied by his girlfriend, was walking around the city. They decided to have a little snack. The guy treated his acquaintance girl with a big pie. She appetizingly gobbled it up. The girlfriend told the guy that this was the best beef patty she'd ever tasted. Ning Tao said that when he was young, he even saved money to eat such patties. The guy pointed to the destroyed house and said he lived in it when he was in middle school. After that, the protagonist showed the girl a hot breakfast shop, and sometimes the boss would treat him to scones. Ning Tao showed the girl the old man and said his name was Uncle Dong. He still owed him 50 cents. The girl Toon was very much amused by the conversations the guy was having. He asked her what was wrong. The girlfriend replied that the guy was acting like a kid the whole way through, and she thought it was really cute. Ning Tao asked the girl if she was tired of listening to him. Toon told the boy to go on. At that time, some woman saw the protagonist and asked if he had returned. The guy realized that Auntie Chen was standing in front of him. She was the biggest gossip. Auntie Chen asked the protagonist if his girlfriend was standing next to him. The woman said that Tung was very beautiful and had a good character. After that, the woman started asking the guy and the girl a bunch of stupid questions about their future lives. The protagonist grabbed his girlfriend, said goodbye to the woman, and started running away. Auntie Chen was very surprised at the disappearance of the protagonist. She thought it was as if he had seen a ghost. A mysterious woman stood nearby. She said to herself that the protagonist was easy to find. The stranger stood and watched intently as the protagonist walked with his girlfriend. The woman thought there were a lot of people here and she might be exposed if she did it here. Then the stranger noticed how a very expensive car stopped nearby and a girl got out of it. The girl asked the guy why it was necessary to drive into the alley in a sports car, and the guy said it was more exciting. The stranger, looking at the couple, thought to herself she thought it was a good idea. A guy along with a girl were walking around the city. They came to a movie theater and started reading the poster. Girlfriend said she really wants to watch the movie Toilet Warrior. She misses it since childhood. Ning Tao asked what kind of movie it was. Tun said that in the movie, the warrior used a plunger as a weapon to protect his princess. The boy thought this scenario was strange. The main character said that the movie interested him. He suggested that the girl go and see the movie. Suddenly, the system showed up. She starts yelling at the guy that there's a red alert. Ning Tao asked the system what the red alert was. The system explained that the protagonist was in danger and needed to escape immediately. The guy didn't see the blue car coming at him. He demanded the system to tell him more clearly. The girl shouted to the guy to be careful as the danger was behind him. The blue race car was almost next to the guy before he could see it. The protagonist looked surprised at the threat looming over him. Ning Tao looked fearfully and excitedly at whoever was driving the car. The guy saw a woman driving a race car. A stranger said goodbye to the protagonist. At the last moment, Ning Tao quickly and deftly managed to escape from the car by jumping aside. The guy's girlfriend got really freaked out. She excitedly called his name. The main character shouted to the girl that he was all right. He looked at a car that had stopped not far away. The woman driving after a traffic stop decided to turn her car around. Then the woman looked at the protagonist and realized that he had managed to dodge. The driver decided it was for the best. She decided to keep driving. Ning Tao was scared because he was almost hit by a car. The system informed the guy that a woman was going to kill him. The guy asked why they wanted to kill him. The system informed him that the woman was no ordinary assassin. She specialized in killing superhumans. Ning Tao asked, surprised, which superhuman we are talking about. The system said he is the superhuman. The protagonist noticed that the woman was coming back. He asked the system for some props, and the system replied that normal props would not help him deal with the killer. The system added that the guy could only use sealed weapons. Ning Tao demanded the weapon quickly from the system. The system gave the guy a plunger. She said it's a weapon called the Justice of the Cursed Goddess. The protagonist was a little distracted. He was looking at the plunger, and even forgot about the danger he was in. Ning Tao shouted angrily to the system that he would use this plunger to clean the system's brains. The system replied that it was an unusual plunger, but an artifact from a cursed goddess. The protagonist noticed that the car was almost there. He realized it was time to act. Ning Tao put the plunger in front of him. He decided to himself that this should work. The protagonist decided not to stand still. He rushed towards the car. The female killer was driving the car at full speed. The protagonist is facing a huge danger in the form of a car rushing at him. A guy armed with a plunger bravely ran towards danger. At this moment, the goddess curse activated. Some sort of silhouette appeared in the sky. Passers-by were surprised at the bright light that came from nowhere. Ning Tao was also surprised by the appearance of light. He thought that the thing in his hands was beginning to work. Thanks to the magic of the plunger, the engine in the car began to stop. The race car came to a complete stop. The wheels couldn't spin any further. A golden glow appeared around the plunger and began to affect the machine. The magical light began to slowly destroy the car that stood near the protagonist. Pretty soon, the race car with the woman inside completely fell apart for parts. The female killer was very stunned. She didn't realize what had happened to the car. Ning Tao was very much surprised at such great capabilities of an ordinary vat. The protagonist told the woman that she was cursed with a plunger he added so she would never dream of killing him again. The killer was really pissed off. She didn't like that the guy dared to insult her like that. The woman jumped up all tall and yelled to the protagonist that she was going to kill him now. The girlfriend yelled at the protagonist to hurry up and run away. The woman yelled to the guy and the girl that they couldn't get away from her. After that, the protagonist, along with the girl Toon, began to be enveloped by clots of energy in the form of large tentacles. The girlfriend screamed that it was like they were in a science fiction movie with lots of tentacles. The woman said very angrily to the girl that it was not science fiction. The woman looked at the Toon girl with an evil look and said that it was all a horror movie. The main character's girlfriend noticed and felt herself being grabbed by tentacles. The tentacles began to take the girl somewhere to the side. She called out to the protagonist. Ning Tao yelled at the woman to let his girlfriend go, and the woman replied that it wouldn't be that easy. The killer told the guy to use his power against her. Ning Tao asked the surprised woman what kind of power is she talking. The woman replied so he would not fool around anymore. The stranger reported that the protagonist used a gas wave against Han Wen and his guys. Also, the guy just managed to stop a sports car at high speed. The guy realized that the woman perceived the system as his personal proprietary abilities. The woman said that if the guy didn't fulfill her demands, his girlfriend would suffer. At the same time, the tentacles were dragging the girl Tong Manlin further and further behind them. The protagonist saw his girlfriend being dragged upwards by magical tentacles. She begged him to save her. The guy with the plunger rushed against the woman and shouted that he would fight her at all costs. The woman noticed that the main character had weakened as he summoned a very weak stream of power. The assassin decided to finish off the protagonist. She decided that no matter how weak Ning Tao is, it doesn't matter how strong he is. The woman pointed her hand against the guy and shouted menacingly that he should die. Ning Tao was very much frightened and covered himself with his hands in terror. He expected a blow from the woman. After waiting for a while, the guy realized that nothing was happening. There was silence all around. After that, Ning Tao opened his eyes to see what was going on and what happened to the woman. The protagonist was still holding the plunger. He noticed that the woman was frozen in midair with a hole underneath her. Ning Tao cheerfully told the woman that there was a big hole underneath her. He realized that he had been saved. Falling down, the woman never realized who could be so sneaky as to steal the manhole cover. Ning Tao noticed that the threat to his life was gone. He was still holding the plunger. The protagonist rejoiced. He realized that the plunger is indeed omnipotent. The girlfriend asked the guy if he was okay. Ning Tao asked the girl where the tentacles went. The Toon Girl explained that the tentacles disappeared after the woman fell into the sewers. The guy was very happy that thanks to the plunger he was saved and his girlfriend. He decided to kiss the plunger. At this time, the woman made an attempt to climb out of the sewer manhole. The woman angrily yelled at the guy for really deciding to cheat her. Then the woman menacingly shouted to the protagonist that she had to kill him today. Quite unexpectedly, the woman was hit at full throttle by a speeding car. The woman didn't have time to attack the guy as a big ball came at her from the side. Suddenly, a large vicious dog ran up from the side and clawed at the woman's leg. From somewhere above, a heavy sledgehammer weighing 50 kilograms fell on the woman's head. From such blows, the woman began to spin around, seeing absolutely nothing around her. The killer didn't notice the banana peel right under her feet. This time the woman flew to the very bottom of the sewer manhole with a great scream. The protagonist realized to himself that the curse of the goddess is more powerful than even an atomic bomb. The girl told the guy to leave quickly. The crazy woman might climb out of the hatch again. Ning Tao assured the girlfriend that the woman would not get out again. Suddenly, the woman soared upward from the sewer manhole in a blaze of blue flame. The protagonist was standing there talking to his girlfriend like nothing happened. He didn't see the threat from behind. The girl said that she would never give up and would do anything to kill him. Almost crying, Ning Tao said that she directly touched him with her tenacity to the depths of his soul. After that, she activated the maximum power download ability and tentacles appeared behind her back. When the guy saw these tentacles, he could not understand why even these disgusting things would not let him go. The girl laughed and ordered the tentacles to crush the main character for her. When Ning Tao heard this, he firmly decided that he would rather die than allow these things to touch him. After this, he prayed to heaven for help. Suddenly, the tentacle stopped right in front of the protagonist's face. When the girl saw that the tentacles had stopped, she was surprised and wondered if the possibility of loading had been left. After that, she touched her bracelet, and not understanding what happened, wondered if it was not a high-tech product. Still in shock, Ning Tao realized that her bracelet was broken and wondered if this was also due to the goddess's curse. Out of anger, the girl continued to hit the bracelet trying to make it work. At some point, the bracelet responded, and the girl began to rejoice that her bracelet was working again. The girl laughed and ordered the tentacles to crush the main character. However, instead of going to the main character, the tentacles suddenly clung to their owner. Then the girl began to understand that this was indeed a very strange situation. Blushing, she tried to say that they had attacked the wrong person and tried to stop. After some time, the tentacles overturned her legs, and this was clearly unpleasant. Very soon, they threw her body out, and she cursed this situation. After that, they kicked her out back, otherwise they would hit her on the bottom, and she couldn't help but scream. All this time, Ning Tao calmly watched this. In the process of observing, a stream of blood also appeared, and he could not help but notice that it was really exciting to play like this. At the same time, Tong Mengling asked the main character what he was looking at, and he, turning pale, said that he was not looking at anything, and they needed to get out of here. Then the girl realized that if this was all about nausea, then Ning Tao would run away. She hit the bracelet with her fist, thus breaking it, saying that she could not be trapped by this useless thing. Along with the broken bracelet, the tentacles also disappeared, and the girl very soon landed on the floor and continued to pursue the main character. She asked how dare he play with her like that, not paying attention to the fact that it was she who started playing with him. Without thinking twice, the girl approached him with her fist, saying that he was a corpse. Suddenly, Ning Tao pointed his finger at the information and said that the police were there. The girl got scared and immediately looked back. However, instead of the police, There was a little girl who pretended to be a fairy and talked about turning a woman into a pig. Obviously, Ning Tao was simply mocking her, and running away, mocked the woman, saying that she would not be able to catch him. The girl smiled and wondered if the guy really thought he could escape from her in such a simple way. She crouched down and got into a runner's pose. She understood that her body had long been rebuilt, and her strength and speed were much higher than those of ordinary people. After that, she began to run, realizing that she didn't even care about lightning. Very soon she reached the main character and already foreshadowed the moment when he would end up in her hand. However, at that moment, the road between the main character and the woman was blocked by a real police car. Unable to stop or turn around, the girl simply fit into this car. The police immediately got out of the car and, together with passers-by, began to wonder about her well-being. Many confirmed that the police did not knock her down on purpose, but that she herself suddenly jumped out of nowhere. At the same time, Ning Tao was able to recognize the captain and wondered if it was really him. After that, the guy asked the captain to grab that woman as soon as possible because she wants to kill him. Not understanding what was going on, he looked back at the woman who had barely gotten up. She grew her nails and, laughing, asked if he really thought that the same trick would be performed twice and if he really wanted to lie to her again by saying that it was the police. After that, she swung at the main character and asked if he really thought she was so stupid. The guy couldn't help but get rid of the feeling that she was really very stupid. Apparently, real police stopped the woman and told her to stop. Zhao Li pointed a gun at her and said that they were the police, so everyone was ordered not to move. Many men surrounded her with pistols in their hands, clearly signaling that she was surrounded. The girl understood that even though she was not afraid of them, she really did not expect that it would be the police and she should not be caught. Otherwise, it would be problematic if her identity was exposed. The girl bent down and put her hands behind her head. At the same time, she thought that only one trick would save her. She activated her shoes, which allowed her to reach speeds of 180 miles per hour once loaded. And naturally, in the middle of the arrest process, she laughed and said goodbye to the police. Capital immediately realized that she had escaped and began shooting at her. Unexpectedly, the girl was so fast that she was able to dodge all those bullets. Zhao Lei was extremely surprised that she was actually able to dodge bullets and opened his mouth wide. Laughing, the killer said that they were just a bunch of dirty policemen and they wanted to catch her, which was simply impossible. After this, Zhao Li became gloomy and told his subordinates to take out the secret weapon. After that, one of the subordinates took out an RPG and said that he was ready. Ning Tao, who was still watching this scene, was surprised where the bazooka came from here, but did not say anything. After this, a shot was fired and the rocket headed towards the attacker. The girl clearly did not expect this, and exactly at the moment the rocket approached her at the level of her outstretched hand, she turned back. After this, there was a huge explosion. Apparently, the girl was unable to dodge him even at such high speed and was lying on the floor with her clothes torn. The subordinate reported to his boss and said that the target had been knocked out. Zhao Lei took out a cigarette and said to clean up the place and take the target into custody. Ning Tao laughed and said that it was an incredible coincidence, and it was very good that they met again. After that, Zhao Lei lit his cigarette and said to stop talking nonsense because he had something to ask. The man asked why this group of strangers was pursuing the main character. Ning Tao did not understand what group of foreigners he was talking about and asked who they were. Zhao Li explained that this is a mystical dark organization, and it consists of people who have abilities. After this, he explained that their only goal is to hunt and kill people with superpowers. Ning Tao opened his eyes wide and only now realized that the organization really wanted to kill him. However, after that, he shook the back of his head and with sweat on his face asked the question of what kind of superpower it was and what it had to do with him. Realizing that Ning Tao was trying to reveal his abilities, Zhao Lei said that he knew himself better and he would not ask him about that secret. After that, he threw the cigarette on the floor and said that he simply had to remind him. After this, Zhao Lei said goodbye to his subordinates and arrested the woman. At the same time, someone unexpectedly called the main character. It turned out to be Ye Tongtong, and the guy naturally asked what happened. In a clearly frightened voice, Ye Tongtong said that it looked like some kind of thief had broken into their house. Ning Tao did not believe this, and wondered if she was really sure of this. The girl said that this was not so, but when she was in the shower she heard the sound of glass breaking and someone must have broken the window and climbed inside. Exactly at the same moment, an unknown figure appeared behind the girl. Immediately afterwards, she screamed loudly. Not understanding what was happening, Ning Tao began to scream, trying to find out what exactly happened and said not to remain silent. However, he understood that the girl would not be able to answer, and began to panic. Tong Mengling asked if something had happened, but the guy replied that something really happened at home. He said that he needed to get home as quickly as possible, and the girl said that she would go with him. After that, the guy began frantically looking for a taxi with the girl. Zhao Lei realized that Ning Tao had become a target for the other team as well, and his subordinate asked what they would do then. Zhao Lei ordered to immediately inform the action group so that they go to the protagonist's villa in case of anything happening. After that, Zhao Lei took off his usual sweatshirt. Without thinking twice, he put on a specialized black outfit. After that, he and his subordinates took up arms and he ordered them to move forward. Very soon it was deep night as Ning Tao began to gradually return to his villa. The guy hid behind the trees with his classmate and began to watch closely, while Tong Menglin was simply surprised and a little scared. The girl asked if this was his house, and if so, why don't they just go in? Ning Tao explained that the house was dark, and it would be very unpleasant if the bad guys attacked them in the dark. Ning Tao laughed and said that he was a mature and grown man, so he should always be on his guard. After this, Ning Tao asked the system if there was any way to see what was happening inside. Xiaoba explained that it was all very simple, and he just needed to wear special glasses. After that, Ning Tao picked up these glasses and put them on with a smile on her face. Suddenly, the girl's breasts appeared right in front of the protagonist's face, and Xiaoba discovered an unknown security-level D weapon. Naturally, Ning Tao could not stand something like that and instantly fell down with a nosebleed. Tong Menglin began to worry about the guy, asking why his nose was bleeding, to which he replied that everything was fine, and he had just been a little sick lately. After he adjusted the lenses, he realized that then they were simply too close, but now they are at normal settings. Ning Tao took a closer look and realized that the breast belonged to Ye Tong Tong, and next to her was that same bad guy. Looking even closer, Ning Tao realized that the attacker had a gun in his hands. After that, Ning Tao rushed into the house and realized that the girl was really in danger. Tong Menglin tried to catch up with the main character and asked him to wait, but it is obvious that the guy did not listen to her. While Ning Tao was climbing inside the house, Ye Tong Tong did not understand what the intruder wanted and asked what he was going to do. The attacker said he didn't want to do the same thing again. The girl pointed the cannon at the girl's forehead and once again asked her where Ning Tao was. Without thinking twice, Ning Tao picked up the brick along with that magic plunger and said that it was already here. The attacker clearly did not expect this and quickly turned back. Ning Tao swung the brick and said his intention in advance. We can say that it was his mistake because very soon the heel flew into his face with all its force. Having clearly broken his nose, the attacker remained in his place while the guy let go of the plunger and brick from his hands and began to fly in the opposite direction. Very soon he landed on the floor and hit his head. At the same time, the released brick successfully landed on the switch and turned on the light. The released plunger ended up on the head of the main character, who clearly had difficulty simply getting to his feet. Yet Tong Tong immediately began screaming, trying to wake up the young master. His classmates were also scared and started shouting his name. Very soon, two girls found themselves near the guy and began asking if everything was okay with him. However, when they noticed this, they couldn't help but look at each other with contempt. After this, the attacker approached the main character, who had not yet come to his senses, and asked if that was really his name. The respectable middle-aged girl said that she thought that since he was a person of the foreign group, he must be obviously powerful. She looked at the guy with her golden eyes and said that she was disappointed because in the end, this man turned out to be some kind of loser. Very soon, Ning Tao was able to get to his feet, and the first thing he did was block two girls with his body. At the same time, he was sweating incredibly, wondering who she was and whether it was she who had tried to kill him earlier. Ye Tong Tong tried to explain herself, but the guy said that there was nothing to be afraid of because she would protect him. However, the girl said that this is not what she is trying to talk about and she simply has a question. After allowing the main character to speak, she asked who the other girl was and why he brought her home so late. That Ning Tao realized that he was in big trouble and couldn't even say a word. A classmate also had a question, and she asked why she was in his house without clothes, and even called him young master. The girls surrounded the guy and asked him what kind of relationship they were in. Then Ning Tao realized that this was really the end and instantly turned pale. He cleared his throat, trying to prepare himself for an answer. However, obviously without coming up with anything else, he said that if there was someone in the house with a gun, then they should focus on that person, if only to save their lives. However, the girls turned out to recognize such a simple logic and said that the guy should clarify everything today and now, and here he may not even think about jumping off the topic. The girls told him not to even think that he could get away with saying that she was just his sister, and told him to tell them the truth. After this, the girls finally came to their senses and paid attention to the attacker. The girl put her gun behind her head and said that she did not have time to watch them play out a love triangle and said that she came to warn. She turned to the main character and said that someone was going to kill him. When Ye Tong Tong heard this, she covered her mouth in horror and surprise. At that time, Tong Menglin was in a stupor and just remained silent. Ning Tao wondered to me if she was already talking about a group of foreigners. The girl was clearly surprised that the guy knew about them, and even hesitated for a while. Ning Tao spread his hands and said that naturally he knew about them because they sent an assassin after him, but he quickly dealt with it. After that, he sat down on the sofa and said imposingly that they could not kill him. Then the girl laughed and asked if it was true. After that, she instantly found herself behind him and pointed the gun at his head. After that, she said with a slight smile that she could kill him quite easily. Ning Tao was not allowed to turn his head and realized that she was very fast, and he did not even notice how she moved. The girl looked at the main character with contempt with her golden eyes and said that with his current abilities, they really want to kill him and will hunt him at any cost. After that, she turned around and said that since he knew all this, he should take care of himself and they would see each other again. However, Ning Tao clearly did not accept this ending to the conversation and began to ask who she even was and why she wanted to warn him about it. However, at the same moment, the guy noticed some kind of shaking similar to an earthquake. Immediately after this, the police knocked out the ceiling and landed in the main character's room. Ning Tao clearly did not understand what was happening and asked this question. The second part of the special group ended up inside thanks to broken windows. The third group accordingly broke down the doors and pointed their guns at the woman. The men then surrounded the woman and ordered her not to move. And it was obvious that the girl was not at all frightened by the fact that she was surrounded by police and was simply smiling softly. She took a closer look and said hello to one of the policemen. This policeman turned out to be Zhao Lei, who was clearly not happy about this meeting. He immediately remembered who she was and called her name, Lian Shi. The man clearly did not expect that she dared to appear in Songyun and became wary. Without thinking twice, he told his subordinates to catch her as quickly as possible. However, suddenly Ning Tao realized that the girl had disappeared again, and Zhao Lei could only complain that they had again allowed her to escape through teleportation. Understanding the principle of teleportation, Ning Tao remembered that it is the body without clothes that teleports and could not help but blush. However, all his fantasies were quickly interrupted by the captain's voice, who asked the guy what he was thinking about. At that same moment, Ning Tao turned around and said that he forgot to ask something. He asked why he was here and was he really following him. He sat down in a chair and, holding up his cigarette, said that fortunately he had followed him. Otherwise, he would have already said goodbye to his life. She, like Ning Tao, said that this simply cannot be. After all, this girl did not want to kill him. At the same time, Zhao Lei couldn't help but laugh and say that the guy was simply too naive. He explained that the woman was the most wanted cold-blooded criminal, and she did not kill him only because he could still be useful. When Ning Tao heard this, he wondered if this was really so. After that, the man lit a cigarette and offered to tell the advice. He suggested that he throw away the thing behind him as quickly as possible, as if seeing that Xiaoba was behind him. However, Ning Tao clocked the back of his head and said that there was nothing behind him, and that he should not scare him. After that, he put out his cigarette and said that there are things that he better not get involved in, and there are people that are clearly too tough for him. Zhao Lei said that he warned him, and he must accept the consequences for his actions. After this, Zhao Lei told his subordinates that they were returning, and they quickly retreated. At the same time, Ning Tao was extremely scared, although he tried not to show it. Very soon it was deep night. One of the subordinates, when they had already left the main character's house, asked their captain a question as to whether he thought Ning Tao would throw this thing. However, Zhao Lei was sure that he would naturally not do this, but they still had to protect him at all costs. Zhao Lei looked up and began to explain his reason. In the sky, he seemed to see the face of someone very familiar to him, and said that he did not want anyone else to die in vain. After Ning Tao dealt with the immediate problem, he sat in the living room. He was reclining on the sofa and was in his thoughts. It was obvious that he was tormented by problems associated with a group of aliens, as well as with supernatural forces. Yet Tong Tong asked the main character if he was okay, and offered to make him a cup of tea. Tong Munglin said that she thought they should let the captain and others protect him. Ning Tao couldn't help but be surprised because the girls were sincerely worried about him. However, after that, he turned everything into a joke, understanding that they should not worry, and also they should not be involved in dealings with a group of foreigners. He laughed and said that everything was fine, and in fact he had already figured out how to deal with them. After that, Ning Tao walked up the stairs and said that he was going to his room to rest, so I shouldn't follow his example. However, Tong Menglin wanted to tell the main character something. However, despite the girl's words, the guy literally ran away to his room. He immediately locked the door and locked himself in his room. He understood that if he stayed even a little longer, they would start bombarding him with questions. Ning Tao literally cried because he really panicked from everything that was happening. In his room, he began to constantly shout about how he would actually deal with the aliens. And he could, pretend that he was good at it because he needed to play it perfectly. Xiaoba, who was watching the main character at that time, was eating a banana and said that he was really useless since it was the group that scared him so much. that Ning Tao realized that it was Xiaoba who was to blame for all this and began to blame her. He said that without her, they would not have pursued him. However, Xiaoba was no fool and hit the protagonist back. Xiaoba said that it was he who chose her, and she did not force him. After that, the guys started fighting. Xiaoba said that it was no longer possible to retreat, and before rushing around, it was better to figure out how to deal with this group. Unable to refute this argument, Ning Tao fell silent. Immediately after that, he laid down on the bed and cried because he understood that Lian Shi was right, and with his current abilities, I would kill him in a minute. However, Xiaoba told the guy that as long as she increases the level, he still has a chance. Rising from the bed, Ning Tao asked whether he could really count on the system's abilities to deal with this group, to which he naturally agreed. Xiaoba asked him if he thought all the attributes of system upgrade rewards were just decorations. When the guy heard this, he grabbed the system and asked what she was waiting for and ordered him to quickly send him the task because he would agree to anything. Despite the fact that they shook her, Xiaoba refused and said that the mission does not mean that the task will appear immediately. Suddenly, someone knocked on the main character's door asking if he was there. Realizing that Ye Tong Tong was behind the door, he said that he was busy now. However, Da quickly said that the girl who was with him had already left. Ning Tao immediately opened the door and asked what it meant that she left. Ye Tong Tong confirmed this and said that she left, leaving behind a letter. The letter was written about how unhappy she was and how happy she was at the same time. Because despite the fact that today was her happiest day in her life, her body did not allow her to be near him. When Ning Tao read this letter, he wondered if Tong Mingling was terminally ill. Ning Tao said that this cannot be, but I simply have to find her. Ye Tong Tong at the same time asked the guy to wait, saying that she would go with him. After that, Ning Tao told the system to slowly find the classmate's location. The system picked its nose and sarcastically said that before that, he wanted to get rid of it, and now he suddenly remembered about it. However, Ning Tao got angry and began to shake him, saying that he was not joking and begged him to help him find her as quickly as possible, because after that, he would earn as many points as he could. After that, Xiaoba's eyes turned into a digital code and she began her search. It's not for him that she has too much time, and very soon she found a girl. Ning Tao said not to hesitate and tell him where she is. Xiaoba smiled and said that the girl went to Jun Roying's concert alone. Then Ning Tao realized that everything was really lost and opened his eyes and mouth wide. At the same time, a man in an obviously high-tech suit was running down the corridor. The hallway itself matched the man's suit and looked like it was from the future. The man bowed and began to speak his report. He reported that there had just been signs of life from number 6. As it turned out, he bowed in front of the screen, which was turned on at that time. A black silhouette with red eyes appeared on the screen and said to remember to observe. Having roughly understood what the black figure was saying, the man activated his system on his wrist and continued his report. The hologram he highlighted turned out to be the main character. The man explained that as far as they know, number 6 disappeared in time for the mission to arrest the protagonist in Songyun City. The black silhouette said that the dignity of the organization cannot be discredited, which clearly made a direct indication of subsequent actions. The man bowed and said that he would immediately send a temporary assassination team and notify number 9 to follow them. After that, the screen interrupted the connection, and the man was left alone in the room. At the same time, at the concert, or rather at its entrance, there was such a huge queue that the panel above the entrance showed a live broadcast of the concert, where people were waving neon sticks and shouting about how much they loved Jun Roying and how much they wanted to do for her. Very soon a luxurious white car arrived at the scene. Very few were able to react to the car in a timely manner, and as a result, most of the passers-by were simply left scared. Naturally, due to the fact that few people reacted, the girls began to press their skirts to their bodies as if from the famous shot with Madonna, and some men had their wigs fly off. Very soon the car stopped, and a gentleman in a luxurious suit came out. This man turned out to be Ning Tao, who, together with his bodyguard and Ye Tong Tong, began to look for the girl and thus asked everyone in the queue to disperse. However, not even a couple of seconds had passed before someone hit the main character. Those someones were angry fans. They talked about how there was no hurry and they were all in line. When the bodyguard heard this, he did not have time to run up to the guy and only screamed, trying to bring him to his senses. Ye Tong Tong supported him and began to ask if he was okay, to which Ning Tao replied that everything was fine. He suddenly started throwing around bills. After that, he showed a photo of a girl on his phone, Tong Menlin, and said that whoever finds her will pay $1 million. After the guys heard these conditions, they literally fell in love with the main character, or rather with his money. After this, they began to literally fight, trying to find out which of them was right, but apparently no one knew her whereabouts. After that, Ning Tao called his bodyguard and a second later he approached the guy. After that, Ning Tao began to whisper in his ear what needed to be done. After a short explanation, the guy asked if everything was clear. Xiaohei showed okay that everything was fine, and Ning Tao smiled. At the same time, Ye Tongtong did not understand what was happening and only looked at the men questioningly. Suddenly, Xiaohei adjusted his throat. Immediately after that, he pointed to the women's toilet and shouted loudly that this girl was in the toilet nearby. After that, the fighting men in line immediately looked at the toilet and stopped their fights. Immediately after this, the entire crowd dispersed and ran towards the toilet. As soon as they got there was another girl sitting there without pants. The girl with red hair clearly did not expect that they would burst into her cubicle so brazenly, and did not even have time to cover anything. When the guys realized that the girl was not the one they were looking for, they were instantly dumbfounded. Naturally, as soon as the girl came to her senses, she immediately screamed, so that even the main character, along with Ye Tongtong, was ashamed. However, realizing that they could hardly make out the commotion, Ning Tao told Ye Tongtong and Xiaohei to go before they noticed anything yet. Naturally, our Trinity entered the building without any problems. After a short walk, Ye Tongtong announced that they had arrived and began to rejoice. Ning Tao said that their task would be to find Tong Menling, but he understood that this would obviously not be easy. To confirm the words of the main character, there was a huge crowd in the hall, shouting about how much they loved the singer. Some were blowing kisses while others were holding signs or neon sticks. However, it was obvious that this entire crowd was united by one thing: love for Zhen Ruoying. It was obvious that it would be very difficult to find anyone specific in this confusion. Realizing that this would be incredibly difficult, he scratched his head and wondered how Ning Tao could find Tong Menling in this crowd. Here Ye Tongtong suggested that he contact Madame Zhen Ruoying. When Ning Tao heard this, he beamed and made this his goal. After that, Ning Tao took the hands of the bodyguard and the maid, who were clearly perplexed at what the guy was going to do. As it turned out, Ning Tao was going to walk through the hall like a hurricane and blow everyone out of his way, which is why the ordinary participants began to panic. Very soon, Ning Tao found himself behind the scenes. At the same time, many fans also sneaked in and watched their favorite singers. Zhen Ruoying was wearing smart clothes at the time, and throwing away the bouquet of flowers, she said that she didn't like the man. However, Chen Xingchen insisted on his own and told me to lie to him because more than one girl could not refuse his charm and asked if she was doing this only to attract his attention. Naturally, there were many fans of that man in the corridor, and they praised their idol while urging the girl to say yes to his proposal. However, Zhen Ruoying did not intend to go easy and said that she already had someone she liked. When Chen Xingchen heard this, he was surprised and asked where he was then, and if he didn't show up, he wouldn't give up. Very soon, Ning Tao and his friends rushed like a hurricane in the middle of the room, and Ning Tao kept asking where Zhen Ruoying was. As it turned out, such an intense run by Ning Tao threw Chen Xingchen into the opposite wall, and he naturally began to complain about it. Zhen Ruoying asked the main character why he was here, clearly not expecting to see him here. Ning Tao, clearly worried, said that he needed her help. However, their conversation was interrupted by Chen Xingchen, who insulted the main character while trying to attract attention. He barely approached them and asked how that laugh could flirt with his beauty. Ning Tao looked back and asked if he was really a beauty. However, the man was clearly offended by this and shouted that he was beating the main character. Nevertheless, the guy clearly didn't pay attention to him and asked the singer who he was. When Zhen Ruoying heard this, she laughed but said that it was not so. After that, she whispered in the ear of the main character that this is Chen Xingchen and he is the god of singing. Chen Xingchen obviously did not take long to wait and began to shout that this is so, and he is the god of singing, and it is too late to fall on his knees and admit his mistakes. Ning Tao narrowed his eyes and said that if he really is the god of singing, then they can hold a competition, after which if he loses, he must promise never to show himself in front of the singer again. When Chen Xingchen heard this, he couldn't believe his ears and laughed. He asked if he really wanted to compete with him in singing. When Zhen Ruoying heard this, she stopped the main character and said that Chen Xingchen is from two walls with his beautiful singing and even she is not his rival. However, Ning Tao hugged her and told her not to worry because he would definitely win. When Chen Xingchen heard this, he became angry and said that he would give him a chance. He agreed to the argument, and in his thoughts, thought that he would destroy him in front of the singer's eyes, because of which the main character himself would be ashamed. Very soon the group took the stage, and the audience began to wonder if it was Zhen Ruoying. Not understanding what was happening, they were indignant why she had not yet appeared on stage, because they were worried to death. Then the spotlights on the stage came on. Zhen Ruoying herself came on stage and greeted her fans. No one clearly expected such a sudden appearance, but everyone was still happy about it. After this, the girl said that in order to thank them all for their love, idol Chen Xingchen was specially invited to this concert. The audience was clearly happy with this approach from the girl and was already eager to see their idol on stage. The girl also announced that they invited a special guest to fight him and she hopes that everyone will like it. Many viewers were surprised at who could oppose their idol and talked about how unfair it would be towards him. When Chen Xingchen heard the crowd's cheers, he turned to the main character saying that this was his influence, while Ning Tao simply told him to stop talking nonsense. Chen Xingchen walked onto the stage with a confident gait and assured the main character that if he competed with him, he would definitely lose. Ning Tao couldn't help but laugh at this statement and told him to just wait and see. Very soon, Zhen Ruoying gave birth to a musician on stage. The man himself rudely snatched the microphone from her and clearly without thinking about her feelings. The girl herself was surprised, but all her attention was already directed to the man. He turned to the hall and asked if they were bored. When Zhen Ruoying heard this, she couldn't help but curse inside herself and call this guy a narcissist. However, the audience was clearly happy with Chen Xingchen's approach and greeted him with happy cheers. After that, the man comfortably picked up the microphone and began to sing. He announced that he was starting to sing his song Wild Wolf Disco. When his fans heard this song, they could not help but rejoice because it was their favorite melody, and at the same time, it turned out to be one of the last ones he released. After this, Chen Xingchen freely performed his song, and many were happy about such an unexpected performance. Many young and even old people started dancing to this melody. It was so good. I listened to the cries of the audience what they would have had to do if they had not seen and heard this song. Ning Tao and his team stood in the dressing room in complete silence. Ye Tongtong asked the main character of the display of the earth that he could defeat the musician. The whole last one sings so well. Xiaohei immediately abandoned this idea and simply destroyed him. However, Ning Tao just smiled and said that there was no need for this. The guy was confident that he could easily defeat him. After that, Ning Tao went into one of the dressing rooms and said that he needed time to prepare while Xiaohei drowned him. After that, Ning Tao closed the door and immediately called the system. He asked if she had any remedy that would help her sing really well. Xiaoba spread her hands and said that unfortunately, she knew that he would not be able to fight Chen Xingchen without her, and she was waiting for this moment. After that, she began to sort through all the items in the system trying to find the best one. Watching all this chaos, Ning Tao could only be surprised what other things Xiaoba collects. Very soon she pulled out some kind of blue bat with spikes. Xiaoba explained what it was, and as long as he used it, he could sing any most beautiful song at will, which would reach the depths of human souls. However, after a while, the guy started thinking about how to use this thing. Then Xiaoba smiled a little. Without thinking twice, she raised the bitumen above her head and told the main character not to worry because she was ready to help him there. When Ning Tao saw that Xiaoba was trying to hit him, he almost cried and asked what she wanted to do. And naturally, he couldn't dodge, and the bat hit him right on the head. And barely able to get up from the floor, Ning Tao tried to figure out his surroundings and complained about the system and how it had screwed him up. Xiaoba was offended and said at the beginning to see if he had something in his head, and if there was something unnecessary there. And then Ning Tao finally realized what Xiaoba was trying to give him. It turned out that because Xiaoba once hit him on the head with a bat, memories of all the legendary singers and personalities appeared. Xiaoba smiled and said that she'd given him the abilities of several famous singers, and also added a beautiful voice to him, and now he is a real singer. When Ning Tao realized all this, he couldn't help but rejoice and clench his fist with happiness. After that, Ning Tao grabbed the bat and asked the system to hit him a few more times. After this, Xiaoba beat the main character while Xiaohei and Ye Tongtong, who were sitting next to their room, could not understand what was happening. However, very soon Ning Tao left the room. With a confident step, he stepped forward, which was not without reason. However, no matter how confident Ning Tao was, Ye Tongtong and the bodyguards could not understand what had happened to him, and were very surprised. While they were wondering who beat the main character so badly, the guy said that he was completely ready, full of confidence. Despite his appearance, Ning Tao promised the team that they would see him easily win, and despite the fact that the bodyguard and Ye Tongtong could only stand in a stupor, they nevertheless believed in the guy. Very soon, Zhen Ruoying announced to the public about a guest who was going to compete with Chen Xingchen, Ning Tao. When the public heard this name, they were outraged. After all, no one had ever heard of him, and many wanted to simply skip this time. Naturally, Chen Xingchen knew about such an overwhelming influence of his singing, and looking at the main character, simply grinned, expecting to see him die of shame. Very soon the spotlights came on and Ning Tao found himself in the middle of the stage. Under this bright light he began to sing his song. He was naturally confident in how successful his singing was, and did not even look at the audience. At this point, the audience began to realize the real talent of the main character. The audience began to understand that this singing really captured their hearts. Then everyone realized that Ning Tao had inherited all the best features of famous singers and presented his song perfectly. The audience began to realize how good the main character's singing was, and everyone literally stopped, trying not to breathe. This song captured their spirits so much that they instantly forgot what Chen Xingchen was singing about. And after a long silence, everyone began to encourage the main character and say words of support to him, while he still continued to sing. Ye Tong Tong was happy that the main character's idea was a success while the guard started shouting into the volume amplifier that the guy was going to win. After that, Jun Ruoying looked at Chen Xingchen and said that he seemed to have lost. Pushing the singer away from him, Chen Xingchen quickly walked to the stage. He could not admit that some kind of mediocrity could defeat him and continued to insist that he is the god of song. Suddenly, Chen Xingchen appeared on the stage and even Ning Tao did not expect such a turn of events. Chen Xingchen immediately snatched the microphone from his hands, obviously without asking anyone's opinion. The man said after the fact that he was taking the microphone because he wanted to sing a song. Ning Tao asked him what he was planning to do. After that, Chen Xingchen began to sing his song as if nothing had happened. However, this time the public was not on his side and was literally annoyed by the guy's act. The audience started throwing some garbage in his direction and talking about how he better get off the stage. Being covered in garbage, he said that this was simply impossible, and he could not lose if he was so beautiful. At the same time, Ning Tao couldn't help but call him a narcissist. At the same time, the audience continued to throw all sorts of rubbish at their former idol, including construction materials, and continued to shout for him to get off the stage. After being hit by a brick, Chen Xingchen literally fell to the floor and screamed in pain. Ning Tao approached him and said that even though he used to call himself the god of song, but now this is not the case at all. The guy gave him the middle finger and said that Chen Xingchen lost, so he should stay away from Jun Ruoying in the future. In a stupor, Chen Xingchen was still on the stage on the floor and could not say a word. At the same time, Ning Tao thanked the audience for their love. After that, he began to leave the stage, and many spectators were inspired by the main character's singing and wanted to hear him again. Chen Xingchen, who was looking at the back of the main character, could not clench his fist with dissatisfaction, because in the end, in his opinion, some upstart was able to defeat him, and he could not help but hate him. Immediately after this, Chen Xingchen became angry and wondered in his thoughts if he just wanted to leave after destroying him. He grabbed the main character by the jacket and sent him away. After that, he threw him off stage and said that the title of God of Song could only belong to him. Ning Tao clearly did not expect such a threat to his life and began to fall. Very soon, Chen Xingchen completely threw him out of the scene and no one could do anything anymore. When Ye Tong Tong and Xiao He saw this, they immediately began to run towards the main character. Jun Ruoying began to do the same. However, it was obvious that none of them would arrive in time. Only Chen Xingchen was happy about the imminent death of the main character and longed for it. Unexpectedly, Tong Menglin pushed through the entire crowd when she saw the main character. Ning Tao also managed to see her and call her name. The girl ran up to the main character with the words that she would catch him. However, Ning Tao tried to tell her not to come, knowing about her condition. However, the girl did not retreat and protected the main character's fall with her body. Ultimately, Ning Tao was able to land more or less successfully, while Tong Menling began to spit out blood. Ning Tao immediately got up from his seat and ran to see what was happening to the girl. He grabbed her in his arms and started asking how she was feeling. With tears in her eyes and shaking in pain, the girl said that she had listened to this song that he sang for a very long time and that he sings really well. However, at that moment, the girl's hand dropped. Ning Tao looked at her and realized that the inevitable had happened. Ning Tao immediately called the system and ordered it to save the girl. Xiaoba told the guy not to worry and activated her vision to understand what was wrong with her. After this, Xiaoba began diagnosing the girl. It was obvious that Chen Xingchen was not at all happy that Ning Tao survived and looked at him with contempt. Naturally, the audience was outraged by such actions of their former idol and began to call him crazy. Chen Xingchen knew that the situation was not very good, so he needed to hurry up. However, before the man had time to do anything, he received the fist of the protagonist's bodyguard. With such a strong blow, Chen Xingchen couldn't help but fall to the floor. He began shouting at his attacker and saying who dared to hit him while other spectators began to climb onto the stage. Naturally, Jun Ruoying, Ye Tong Tong, and Xiao He were furious. The man was clearly scared and began to wonder what they wanted to do with him. However, he was not at all aware of who was behind him. He barely had time to turn his head when he realized that he was in complete trouble. Behind him were all the spectators who came to this performance. After that, they didn't start beating the guy and encouraging each other in this decision. Chen Xingchen himself said that they can drink it anywhere, but not in your face. While in the dressing room, Ning Tao asked the system what was wrong with her and whether the girl had really suffered from a collision with him. Xiaoba shook her head and said that bruising is a common thing, but she has cancer, and it looks like she won't live to see the morning. When Ning Tao heard this, he couldn't help but be scared because he clearly didn't expect something like that. Then the guy remembered the message that Tong Menling left for him, and everything fell into place. Ning Tao immediately stood up and began to beg the system to exchange points for medicine. because he had to save her. However, Xiaoba fell silent and looked at the guy with contempt. Xiaoba said that his points are not enough to exchange them for anything. After that, a screen appeared before the eyes of the main character and a list of things that could help her. When Ningtao saw him, he couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered if he had spent all his points. Here, Xiaoba began to list the main character's expenses. However, Ningtao was in despair and continued to beg the system to do at least something. But it threw up its hands and said that these were the rules and it could not do anything. She turned back and said that there was nothing she could do to help him while the guy desperately clung to her. He literally screamed and begged the system to stop, however. It was obvious that this would not solve anything. Then Ye Tongtong, Xiao He, and Jun Ruoying ran into the room, worrying about the main character. Ye Tongtong ran up to the guy and said that she would bandage him right away. Jun Ruoying also approached the main character and said that she called an ambulance and they would be here very soon. At the same time, Xiao He informed the main character that Chen Xingchen had become a eunuch, after which he demonstratively squeezed his balls to show Chen Xingchen's condition. However, the main character did not care about this at all now, and he continued to blame himself for Tong Menling's approaching death. Even though Ningtao was crying, he couldn't calm down and just wondered why he hadn't earned more points before. Ye Tongtong broke the silence and asked the guy what was wrong with the girl. At the same time, Jun Ruoying did not understand what was happening and wondered who the girl in the arms of the protagonist was. The guy immediately got up from his seat and said not to ask anymore and ordered to immediately call the best doctors because he had to save her. However, Ningtao did not expect that someone was walking after his soul right now. Number 9 stood up and called the name of the main character. He smiled terribly and said that this time no one would come and he was dead. Number 9 turned to his subordinates and ordered them to act, and they naturally obeyed. Very soon, Ningtao was rushing to the hospital in an ambulance. Still not completely in his classmate's arms, Ningtao thanked Jun Ruoying for his help. The girl smiled and said that this is not worth gratitude, realizing that it seems that her classmates are really important to the main character. However, immediately after this, Number 9 landed on the car and instantly crashed it. When Ningtao saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Accordingly, everyone else opened their mouths wide in surprise. Number 9 elegantly stood on the roof of the car and looked around. Very soon, he noticed the main character and stretched his fingers. He smiled creepily and said that he had finally found it. Ningtao said that the situation is very bad and these are people from the group. After that, he asked Ye Tongtong to take Tong Mengling and Jun Ruoying first. When Number 9 heard this, he laughed and asked if he was running away. After that, he told his subordinates to surround them and not let anyone escape. Instantly, Ningtao was surrounded by his subordinates who were very well armed. They had guns in their hands, and naturally it couldn't help but look threatening. Ningtao looked and realized that what they were doing was really very bad. He said that it was all over because he was surrounded. However, Xiao He stood in front of the main character and told him not to worry. He squeezed the rock so that even the clothes on his body were torn. The man said that Xiao He is here and will not allow anyone to touch him. When Number 9 saw this, he couldn't help but call the bodyguard an idiot. Suddenly, this entire atmosphere was disrupted by rockets that began to approach Number 9. He immediately noticed them and was surprised by their appearance. He clearly did not expect something like this, and even his glasses dropped a little. Very soon, the car literally exploded from the missiles that hit it. Ningtao was unable to stay on his feet and wondered if the person he thought was to blame for these missiles. And the protagonist's guess was true. Zhao Lei stood behind the protagonist and said that his situation did not look good. With a fully mechanical arm, he asked if the guy needed his help. Ningtao clearly did not expect something like this, but was glad to see a familiar face arrive. After that, Ningtao grabbed the captain's leg and began to complain that the killer from the group appeared again, and he came just in time. Zhao Lei took his cannon on his shoulder and told him not to worry because he was here to deal with him. Zhao Lei, along with his subordinates, had changed quite a lot. Many of them were equipped with high-tech devices. Ningtao encouraged the captain and said that he could always count on him. However, they were already given a huge explosion nearby. Both Zhao Lei and his subordinates clearly did not expect something like this, and were surprised. Ominous purple energy began to gather around a man and he began to float in the air. When Ningtao saw this, he couldn't help but be amazed at the power of his opponent. It was the same Number 9 that looked completely undamaged after that explosion. The man smiled and asked if Zhao Lei was still alive. When Ningtao realized that the man knew the captain, he narrowed his eyes, but did not say anything. Zhao Lei laughed and said that it was good that he was not dead yet, because it would be awkward for him to be left alone. When Number 9 heard this, he laughed loudly and asked if he really wanted to kill him with this pile of garbage. The man asked, "Didn't Ningtao learn his last lesson when you, his subordinates, and his wife died 3 years ago?" Realizing that with these words he put pressure on the patient, Zhao Lei sank. The man clenched his fist because he remembered what these words Number 9 meant. He remembered being on the battlefield and literally sobbing. That night he lost his wife and his brothers, and naturally, He could not help but remember the face of his wife, who was bloodied, and then could not tell him her last words. When Zhao Lei heard this, he literally exploded with rage and told number 9 to shut up. However, he only laughed even more, and asked if he was angry because he thought that he had already forgotten. Here Ningtao realized that number 9 had specifically angered the captain. Zhao Lei narrowed his eyes and ordered his subordinates to go forward and prevent him from leaving today. Everyone was excited by this opportunity, and were ready to avenge their brothers and bride. Naturally, number 9 was not going to stay on his own and ordered his subordinates to kill everyone and leave no one alive. However, the battle started clearly not in favor of number 9. The captain's subordinates easily killed dozens of armed soldiers. Some used their gloves while others used chain zippers. The third used his huge cannon and simply shot all the bad guys. They were very inspired and laughingly killed their opponents. However, despite the positive overall attitude, Zhao Lei understood that something was clearly wrong. He looked at number 9 and realized that despite the fact that his people clearly had an advantage in this fight, the man himself did not react in any way, and he could only wonder what he was going to do. As it turned out, number 9 looked at his bracelet, which reported that the data had been collected, and the combat model was under development. After this, the bracelet reported that the Yuka ability as well as the isolation ability, as well as others, were automatically loaded. After this, the bracelet turned into a ring around his hand, and his body was engulfed in blue energy. Ningtao opened his eyes wide as he realized that this was the same bracelet and its power that number 6 used. The man smiled and said that he saw through all their tricks. He lunged forward and said that today would be the end of them. Nevertheless, the captain's subordinates did not give up and desperately went to battle number 9. They all activated their attacks at the same time, trying to tear the man away from their assistants. However, number 9 didn't even blink an eye when he saw all their attacks. He just clenched his fists and asked the question, do they really want to knock him out with these toys? After this, number 9 began to use his abilities with ease and thus blocked all the attacks. The captain's assistants clearly did not expect such a development of events and opened their eyes wide. At the same time, number 9 was extremely calm and called them just a bunch of garbage. Realizing that something wrong was happening, Zhao Li tried to tell his subordinates that it was too dangerous and they needed to leave. However, the man just laughed and said that it was too late for that. He concentrated all his energy into one blow and sent it to the side, clearly wanting to kill them. It was obvious that the man did not have time to dodge this attack and simply screamed. Naturally, immediately after this there will be a huge explosion. Ningtao hardly defended himself, and after everything had calmed down a little, he began to look around. After that, the captain's subordinates landed on the ground. Zhao Lei immediately began to run towards them, calling their names. However, despite the captain's efforts, they simply apologized to him. Very soon, the last survivor fell to the ground even before Zhao Lei could reach them. Realizing that events were happening from such a distant but familiar future, Zhao Lei began to cry. However, he did not scream and picked up the gun. With his mechanical arm, he pointed it at number 9 while calling him names, and with the last of his strength, he directed the rocket towards him. However, it was obvious that number 9 didn't care. He easily grabbed the rocket with his bare hands. Even Zhao Lei didn't expect this and opened his eyes wide. Ningtao also could not believe what was happening and wondered if he really stopped the rocket with his bare hands, and if he was a man, then. However, Zhao Li could not deny what he saw and was stunned for a while. After that, he asked if number 9 was joking. However, it was obvious that the man was not joking at all, and very soon he squeezed the rocket with his hands. Naturally, this provoked a loud explosion, even throwing the captain away. Number 9 said that after his transformation he became much stronger than 3 years ago, and killing him is as easy as swatting an ant. Zhao Lei still couldn't believe it and just stood there in a stupor, unable to say a word. Ningtao also lowered his lower jaw to the floor and couldn't help but appreciate the strength of his opponent. Ningtao understood that he was very different from the woman who was pursuing him, and if things continued like this, he would be finished. Suddenly, Zhao Lei pulled out a dagger and shouted to the main character to run. He rushed at number 9 with a knife and said that he would be the one to fight him. Ningtao tried to stop the captain, but it was obvious that this could not be achieved so easily. Suddenly, number 9 found himself right in front of the captain, who clearly did not expect him to literally teleport. He clenched his fist and asked if he really wanted to die, and if so, he would be happy to help him. After that, with all his strength, he hit the captain in the stomach to such an extent that blood began to ooze from his mouth. And Ningtao turned to the system so that you could come up with the idea that this was an extremely desperate situation. Xiaoba booted up and began a report on the provision of the protection package. However, Ningtao could not wait that long and grabbed her and told her to hurry up. Xiaoba said not to worry and finished her report. After that, she gave the guy a shield like Captain America and told Ningtao to start. At the same time, Ningtao looked at this shield with a little disbelief, but could not say anything because the things that were issued by the system before were very powerful. At the same time, Zhao Lei was lying on the floor and barely regained consciousness. Number 9 approached him and swung, trying to make the final blow. Zhao Lei couldn't believe it and wondered if he would really die here. Suddenly, Ning Tao threw his shield back and called the captain's name. After that, he made a throw and threw the shield straight to the captain. When Xiaoba saw this, she couldn't help but lower her lower jaw. She screamed that it was for his protection and how could he throw it away. Zhao Lei automatically caught this shield without even realizing what it was. He didn't understand what was going on, but he still took it in his hands. However, number 9 did not pay any attention to this shield at all, and only mockingly asked if he really wanted to stop him with something like that. However, Zhao Lei, even though he didn't know how this shield worked, took it in his hands and realized that now he could only trust the main character. He held it out in front of him and told the shield to block the blow. After that, that same powerful blow landed on the guy's shield. Number 9 did not immediately realize what was happening and simply said that Zhao Lei was dead. After this, there was a huge explosion. Hardly able to resist, Ning Tao only prayed that the shield would block the blow. The same explosion was heard by Lian Shi, who shuddered and immediately looked up. Some kind of blue beam was visible there. The girl instantly identified him and realized that another team was there now. The blonde who was next to her asked if she was going to take a closer look. However, the girl decided not to answer him. After that, Lian Shi turned to him and told him to bring those 2 newcomers because their abilities could be useful. Next to them were Da Peng and Huzi. Da Peng said that he did not expect that their abilities would be useful and he was very excited because this was their first mission. Lian Shi reminded the guys that they were forbidden to show their abilities to ordinary people or harm them. Otherwise, she would finish them off herself. When the guys heard this, they shuddered with fear but listened to the woman. After that, Lian Shi stepped forward and ordered everyone else to follow her. Very soon, the blonde entered the coordinates and prepared to transmit. After the report, all 4 teleported from that place. However, let's return to the battle with the main character. As it turned out, both Zhao Lei and number 9 looked at each other with some kind of surprise and disgust. As it turned out, number 9 literally hung in the air because the shield released something like a soft pillow, which neutralized the entire blow, and also glued the enemy's fist to the shield. Number 9 still couldn't let go of his hand and told him to let go, while the captain refused and said that in case he wouldn't stop him. Xiaoba explained that the shield is called an abyss, and it is capable of absorbing all the enemy's attacks, and this is one of the most valuable things he has. Ning Tao smiled creepily and asked the system if this meant that he was now trapped and could not use his power. The joyful guy immediately picked up the brick, and with a creepy smile rushed towards number 9, saying that he could finally take advantage of the moment. Gloomy Ning Tao very soon appeared behind him and asked how he was feeling. With a creepy smile on his face and fury in his eyes, Ning Tao laughed while number 9 only managed to turn around and ask what he wanted from him. However, Ning Tao did not answer his question, calling him stupid because he is the leader, and at the same time hit him on the head with a brick. Without thinking twice, he kicked him in the stomach and asked if he really was a group of mercenaries. Hitting him on the cheek, he asked if they really thought they wanted to kill him. Very soon, Lian Xi's group also arrived at the scene. 4 people came out of the portal and headed towards the main character. The blonde noticed a clash with the main character and told the woman to be careful because they were in the thick of trouble, and one of them was definitely the best killer from the group. Lian Xi raised her gun and told everyone else to be ready to fight. At the same time, the Dapeng boys were very surprised because it seemed to them that the one who wins is Ning Tao. Lian Xi turned back and wondered if this was true. Looking closely at the battlefield, she couldn't believe what was happening, because it was simply impossible that he could defeat the killer. However, it was impossible to deny what had happened, and Ning Tao simply stepped on his opponent's face. Ning Tao laughed and took away that bracelet and said that it now belongs to him. Turning it to fall, he thought it was his, but said that it did not impress him at all. When Lian Xi was convinced of what had happened, she pointed her fingers at him and asked if they were all joking, and this was real Ning Tao after all. How could such a weakling suddenly turn out to be strong? However, Dapeng and Haozi were happy about this and encouraged the protagonist. Very soon they began to run to the main character with the words that they had come to help him, because their powers had awakened. The blonde turned to Lian Xi and said that those 2 had just joined the organization, but had already managed to betray them. The girl exhaled and said that in any case they were forced to let them go, and their abilities were not particularly strong. The blonde began to talk about the reputation of the organization, but the girl interrupted him. She said that if he refused, she could try to fight the main character, who had just killed number 9, to restore the organization's reputation. The blonde laughed awkwardly and said that he just felt that it would be good to get rid of these 2. Ning Tao brazenly approached Lian Xi and asked if he still considered him weak. Smiling, he said that he even sent the killer of this group to the trash. However, the girl did not pay attention to him and quickly followed him, thanking him for his help. Lian Xi said that they would take number 9 back to prison. Clearly not expecting such a development of events, Ning Tao asked if this was really the end, and she wouldn't even reward him with anything. However, Zhao Lei stood in front of the woman. The man said that he had hurt so many of his brothers and she just wanted to take them away. Lian Shi said that Ning Tao caught him. It has nothing to do with him. Then the man fell silent. Suddenly, Zhao Li threw something at the main character's face and he flinched. He had a police badge in his hands and couldn't help but wonder what it meant. Zhao Li said that Ning Tao is now the leader of their special operation team. Lian Shi understood where this was leading and clicked her teeth. The girl immediately threw a badge and offered her organization to join their six-pointed star group. Realizing that the guy faced two possibilities, Ning Tao couldn't help but say that this was a pleasant feeling. After this, Zhao Lei and Lian Shi began to fight for the main character, offering him all kinds of advantages. Huzi and Da Peng, who were nearby, could only envy the guy, saying how popular he was. They didn't understand that they couldn't compete with him. Suddenly, number 9 rose from the floor and howled in pain, but looked at the main character. He stood up and said that they could die in battle, but they could not be caught. Then Lian Shi realized that he was going to blow himself up, and Ning Tao immediately turned there. The girl defended the main character while Zhao Li began to rush to the side. Very soon the button was pressed. There was a huge explosion from which people barely had time to run away. For a long time, this explosion left huge clouds of smoke. The explosion was so strong that even Earth number 9 split apart. Lian Shi looked back and said that it was close enough and the explosion from this bomb was very strong. However, she did not realize that at that time she was on the main character, who blushed and laughed, saying that the bomb was indeed definitely big looking at her chest. When the girl saw this, she couldn't help but get angry and call him an idiot. After that, she hit the guy with all her might, leaving him on the floor. Realizing that there was no point in fighting with anyone anymore, she told the blonde that they were coming. However, unexpectedly, Ning Tao asked her to stop. With a tense face, the guy asked her for a favor. Lian Shi became interested and looked back at the guy. Very soon it was deep night and all the events of the day began to remain in the past. Ning Tao sat on the sofa in deep thought. Lian Shi agreed to the protagonist's plea and was told that they could only freeze her in a state for 10 days, and he needed to solve this problem as quickly as possible. The guy opened his eyes and said that he only had 10 days, and he should hurry up too. After that, the guy stood up from the couch and called the system. He asked her what medicines would help save the girl. Xiaoba turned out to have a list containing 4 medicines, but even the smallest of them was worth 10,000 points. When Ning Tao saw such huge prices, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked why it was so expensive. Xiaoba was indignant and said that these are all medicines that can kill a dead person on Sunday and it's still very cheap. After that, the guy immediately sat down on the sofa and wondered how he could earn so many points. At the same moment, his phone caught fire. It was clear on the screen that someone unknown called the main character. The guy picked up the phone and asked who was calling him. A certain unknown person called him and introduced herself as Ye Chanye, and said that she was the largest shareholder of Chanye's company, and she wanted to meet with him. When Ning Tao heard this, he was surprised because he didn't expect to talk to such a big shot. The guy immediately pulled himself together and asked when the meeting would be scheduled. He understood that perhaps with her help, he could earn more money and thus save his classmate. Ye Chanye said that they would see each other tomorrow morning in the company meeting room. There was a certain man next to her who was surprised and asked whether it was really advisable to seek a meeting with him. However, the girl was adamant and said that as long as he was with them, the company would not fall into the hands of strangers. The next day, Ning Tao came to the company building. Walking down the corridor with the boy and Dapeng, he wondered what Ye Chanye's appearance was like, whose appearance he didn't even know. At the same time, the boys were in a great mood and asked the main character what kind of company this was. Dapeng said that a happy future awaits him and his brother Ning Tao. The guy barely approached the meeting room when he heard loud screams. Ning Tao narrowed his eyes and wondered if they were quarreling there. After that, he slowly opened the door. Ye Chanye was there with her assistant, as well as a man in a suit with his assistant. The man said that this was not for them and threw the documents on the table. He said that besides Ye Chanye and Ning Tao, he owns the rest of the company's capital, and tomorrow he will hold a general meeting of shareholders and re-elect the chairman. When they heard this, they could not help but be surprised. Then Ning Tao made himself known and said that he was invited by Ye Chanye. When the girl finally noticed the main character, she was very happy to see him, while the man thought that this was just the right time. The man pointed his finger at the main character and asked if it was Ning Tao who put his brother in prison. After that, he said that he came just in time. He told his assistant to grab him, and he immediately rushed towards him. He gathered energy in his hand and was about to hit the main character. Ning Tao clearly did not expect something like this, because he did not expect to see the owner of a superpower here. Looking at what was happening, Ye Chanye tried to stop them, at least successfully. Her assistant thought that this was simply the end. The man smiled evilly and asked the main character, who told him that his family could be so easily insulted. However, Ning Tao was not afraid and with a smile on his face, activated the superpowers of the bracelet. namely the download of insane power. After this, a huge amount of energy began to concentrate in the guy's hands. He swung at his offender and said that it was he who should go to hell. The opponent clearly did not expect this, but was unable to react in time. Very soon, two fists collided and a small explosion occurred. Apparently, Ning Tao threw his opponent back, and he flew with such force that he destroyed a couple of tables and chairs, crashing into the wall and even breaking through it. Huzi and Dapeng were happy for the main character and began to encourage him. The man in the suit was amazed by something like this and said that it was simply impossible. When Ye Qianye saw the main character's blow, she opened her mouth wide and wondered if the guy was really that good. The girl's assistant was also very surprised and couldn't help but praise the strength of the main character. As it turned out, Ning Tao was not even completely sure that the bracelet would work, but after checking it, he was extremely happy to discover that it really did. Then a man in a suit came up and told the main character not to be so arrogant, because sooner or later the company would belong to the Han family. However, at that moment, Ning Tao turned around and smiled creepily. He called his charges and told them to grab him because he wanted to see what they were capable of. Both guys were extremely happy to hear this and began to clench their fists. At the same time, the man himself was very frightened and began to shake with fear. In the beginning, Huzi used his ability. He explained that his ability is by overheating his body. Suddenly, the man noticed how he himself blushed and began to feel as if he was in a bathhouse. He immediately began taking off his luxurious suit and complaining about how hot it was. However, it didn't stop at the suit, and he even started taking off his shirt along with his pants. When Ye Qianye saw this, she was horrified and, blushing, called him a pervert, covering her eyes with her hands. At the same time, Ning Tao and the boys looked at the suffering man and could not be surprised at how little his dignity was. Without thinking twice, Dapeng also activated his ability. He then explained that his superpower was his ventilation technique. Suddenly, the man began to emit gases from his lower passage. When Ning Tao heard about the ventilation, he was horrified and prayed that it was not what he was thinking about, but Dapeng confirmed his suspicion. Ning Tao immediately began to run out of the meeting room. There were others with them because they could not withstand the man's gases. Even the man himself tried to escape from there, but in his unsuccessful attempt he tripped and fell. Foam appeared at the mouth of the main character, and he begged to call an ambulance for him. Ye Qianye also could not bear this stench, and said that she was dying from it. When the man realized what had happened, he continued to shout that he would not get rid of him so easily. Being with two clogged nostrils and sitting in the open air, he asked the guys to use their abilities as little as possible because they are too strong. Huzi and Dapeng began to make excuses that these were the first times, and they themselves did not know how strong their abilities were. The guy said that there was nothing to be grateful for, but he asked what happened and where that man came from. Ye Qianye explained that the company is currently in a state of crisis. Then Xiaoba appeared and announced the emergence of a new mission to save Qianye. When Ning Tao heard that a new mission had appeared, he began to rejoice because it meant that he could earn more points. He instantly clicked on the icon to accept the mission even before viewing its conditions. Xiaoba smiled terribly and then told him not to complain that she did not warn him that this was a big mission with a lot of tasks. After that, she took out scissors out of nowhere and said that if he could not complete the task, then the punishment would be severe. However, he threw away these fearful thoughts and clenched his teeth and said that Tong Menling was still waiting for him. The guy snatched the letter and said that he accepted this mission. The letter outlined all the details of the mission, namely that he had 4 tasks with a short period in the first 2 and unlimited in the last 2. When Ning Tao saw what he signed up for, he got scared and asked why the fine for this mission was so large. Xiaoba explained that the greater the reward, the greater the fine, and he had already accepted the task anyway, so he did not need to worry about it. After that, Ning Tao walked back into the meeting room. After this, the guy asked the girl what was really going on and what crisis the company was facing. Ye Qianye said that the company's main division is the cosmetics industry. However, she said that the whitening tablets they spent a lot of money developing were stolen and patented by a competitor, namely Han Qingtao. The girl said that they would not last a week. Then Ning Tao realized what situation he was in. He remembered the first task of the system, to earn 1 billion in just 3 days, and realized that this Xiaoba was simply trying to kill him. The assistant said that Han Qingtao was fast and seemed to know all their secrets, and they simply could not stop him. However, then Ning Tao remembered what they were talking about, namely whitening tablets. He immediately called the system and asked if the system had a whitening formula where the cheaper the better. Xiaoba looked at the goods and said that there was a whitening powder that only cost 50 points. Then Ning Tao calmed down and realized that this was exactly what he needed. Ye Qianye stood up from her desk and said that no matter what, she would not give the company into the hands of competitors, and, if there was no other choice, she was ready to prepare a bankruptcy plan, clearly not realizing what Ning Tao was up to. However, the guy narrowed his eyes and said that he had a plan after straightening his tie. Ye Qianye opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe what the guy said. Her assistant was in exactly the same bewilderment. However, Ning Tao claimed that this was indeed true, however. He would need their help. The guy said that this time he was going to put on a big show. At the same time, the man who had previously been disgraced in the meeting room gathered and bowed and walked smoothly, but no one knew that Ning Tao would come out of nowhere and ruin everything because he even defeated his assistant. When the blonde heard the name of the main character, he said that he knew this name. The man explained that he provoked his older brother, whom he had not seen for several years, and sent him to prison. He gritted his teeth and promised to take his life one day. The blonde turned the glass of wine in his hand and said that he couldn't handle it easily, because he even defeated number 6 and number 9. However, he said that this time their goal is to seize the company and their own funds for the organization, and as long as he doesn't get in their way, then they don't have to worry about him. But it's a completely different story if that's the case. Then the man stood up a little and asked about the blonde's plan. The blonde said that he couldn't be dealt with easily, so we needed to start around him. Very soon a new event was organized. The stage was prepared and that man was already sitting there with his guards in the audience. This event was dedicated to Hanya whitening powder, and this event was a press conference. Many reporters gathered before the event, but they all had no idea what kind of cosmetic products they were or what they should be used for. Many already believed that this event was simply useless, but they all stood here because after it everyone would be given a red envelope. So you just need to take a photo and briefly write a few words in order to receive money. The man sat in a chair and smiled terribly. He thought that if they presented this product before anyone else, and then made an announcement in the city, this would be guaranteed to give them the popularity they needed. He smiled even more and began to imagine the fall of the protagonist's company. After that, one of the security guards approached the man and said that everything was ready, and all TV channels would broadcast their product during prime time. The man put his hands on the armrests and stood up. After that, he began his address and walked up to the microphone. He greeted the reporters and said that today was the day they wanted to introduce them to their new product, which was developed by a Korean company. The man continued to say that its main advantage was that it could whiten the skin. However, at the same moment, all the journalists began to hear an incomprehensible noise. Many wondered what it was, but did not understand what kind of whitening powder from Chan Group it was and whether it was an advertisement. He got angry and didn't understand why the teleporters weren't filming anything because they didn't have an ounce of professionalism. Just as the man was about to cut the number of red envelopes in half, the guard raised his head. He got scared and immediately told his boss to raise his head up too. As it turned out, the huge poster with the main character advertised bleaching powder. The poster itself was so huge that it was moved by several helicopters, which could not but be an excellent advertisement. After that, it was announced over the loudspeaker that Ning Tao was giving away money to support the whitening powder company, and asked him to simply accept it as a gift. Immediately after this, money began to fall from the sky, and they were told to use the powder to make their skin snow white. The competing companies clearly didn't like this, but they couldn't do anything against such effective advertising. The man himself even wondered what Ning Tao was trying to achieve with this. Well, naturally, those who received the most from this demonstration were the journalists who began to instantly film everything that was happening because it was really good news, in contrast to the boring conference. Naturally, many fought for a good place for photography, leaving the company of competitors alone like idiots. The man was literally swept away by the same journalists whom he invited. Because of such ignoring, he even cried, unable to contain his emotions. However, this company has spread not only in Korea. Advertisements for the main character began to be broadcast in many countries around the world on large screens. Among them were the USA and France. For Egypt, they even managed to install a screen on the Cheops pyramids and broadcast advertising there. However, they did not stop at the pyramids, and this advertisement was broadcast even in space. In an incredibly short time, advertising for the protagonist's company managed to spread to all platforms. However, despite the fact that Ning Tao believed that everything was going according to plan, Huzi from Dapeng could not believe in such excessive spending of the guy because he spent too much on this advertising. Ye Qianye's assistant thought that he had previously believed that Ning Tao could do anything. However, apparently he shouldn't have counted on him so much for the main character. However, Ye Qianye was more worried about why Ning Tao was lying and they didn't have any bleaching powder. However, while the girl was wondering how this was possible, Ning Tao asked why she said that they did not have this opportunity. Ning Tao smiled widely and said that the shape of the bleaching powder was in his hands, which was a surprise to many. When everyone heard about this, they couldn't believe it. Among these people were Ye Qianye, Huzi, and Dapeng, but they all could not deny the benefits that the piece of paper in the hands of the protagonist brought. Smiling confidently, Ning Tao said to go to the Space Development and Research Department because he wants to show how to use this powder. While Ning Tao was confident that he had found the research center, the assistant asked Ye Qianye if this was really a useful thing. Ye Qianye said that no matter whether the thing is good or not, they will be the first to develop it. Ning Tao was glad that he had finally earned at least a few points, but there were only 5 left, and this powder was simply bound to be useful. Xiaoba assured him that the system's products were of high quality. At the same time, the people in the laboratory clearly did not expect the arrival of the main character and worked. The researchers complained to their bosses that they weren't succeeding, and that all the products they were developing were not as good as this bleaching powder. The boss said that, unfortunately, it is useless to talk about this now. Other researchers respected their boss very much, because he almost lived in this laboratory for more than a month for the sake of the project and put in a lot of effort. And now they are all in the trash. Very soon the doctor left the laboratory and closed the door. As it turned out, the man was smiling widely and laughing to himself. He was sure that these bunch of idiots would simply never think that it was he who leaked the recipe. Suddenly, Ning Tao walked into the room where the doctor was, and he didn't even have time to hide his smile. Having caught the doctor doing something similar, Ning Tao asked who he was, and he began to worry. However, Ye Qianye intervened and said that this is Dr. Huang, and he is the director of the quiet development business, and he also conducted research on bleaching powder. After this, the girl presented to the doctor that Ning Tao is the second shareholder of their company, and he has a recipe for bleaching powder that will be better. The doctor smiled welcomingly and said hello. He said that now their group is in a difficult situation, and only he can stand up for them, so all his employees will be very grateful to him and extended his hand. At the same time, he doubted that some rogue would have a better recipe than him, and he understood that he needed to stop him, otherwise he might not get his money. Ning Tao also laughed and shook the doctor's hand, saying that this was a small favor. The guy himself also noticed that the doctor was smiling very strangely, and he wanted to check him out. Then another researcher came out of the laboratory and asked the main character if he really had the best recipes. Ning Tao smiled and said that naturally he had him with him. Then the entire research group began to scream with joy and thank the main character. However, the doctor was somewhat skeptical and said that they were experts in this field and their team of professionals had not found a better formula for what it was. After that, he asked who Ning Tao really was. Then the rest of the members of the research group began to understand that their boss had the right to doubt, because Ning Tao was just an amateur in the field of medicine, and they had been conducting various studies for a very long time, and they were all inconclusive. After this, the doctor said that their company currently does not have enough funds, so he's against using the remaining ingredients for some useless research. The doctor was completely confident in his words, because he understood that his word would be much stronger than the words of some rogue. However, the boys stood up for the main character. Da Peng began to shout at the doctor and ask how he could say such things. After all, Ning Tao is too kind, so he helps them. However, Ning Tao told the guys to forget about it. The guy understood that the man was up to something, otherwise there was no need to stop him. Ning Tao approached Ye Qianye and said that as the second shareholder, he had the right to mobilize some resources. The girl confirmed this. After that, the guy smiled and said that as their shareholder, he orders him to take this recipe and make bleaching powder from it. The doctor clearly did not expect something like this, and instantly shuddered. That man realized that Ning Tao would not give up so easily and said that Ning Tao was simply mocking him. Then Ning Tao began to literally mock the man, and not like he imagined, and make faces. After that, Ye Qianye's assistant turned to her and asked if she really wanted them to do everything according to the main character's recipe, because he didn't think he could be relied upon. However, Ye Qianye was confident in the guy and said that she trusted him, and on top of that, he was the only one who defeated Han Qinghe. The doctor finally lost his temper and said that he was looking forward to seeing how effective his powder would be. However, Ning Tao hit him on the palm that was trying to take away the recipe. The guy said that he didn't want to worry about the product and smiled disgustingly. After that, he approached another girl, an investigator, and said that she could do this and he trusted her. The doctor was angry and understood that Ning Tao was able to deceive him, but he would never allow him to succeed. Very soon the entire research department began working on the main character's recipe. Picking up the phone, Ning Tao told the system to help him copy the information from the doctor's phone. Xiaoba agreed to this request but said that his last glasses went along with it and copied the information. Very soon the bleaching agent was prepared, but it was not at all as good as anyone expected, at least not in appearance or smell. The researcher could hardly stand near the main character with this mixture and covered her nose from the unbearable stench. She said the bleach was ready. At the same time, Ning Tao could not understand why it stank so much when he held it in his hands. Huzi and Da Peng asked if he was really sure that it was ready because he couldn't make a mistake. Da Peng said that it stinks even more than when he uses his abilities. Other researchers also began to question the protagonist's remedy. The doctor literally laughed at the slurry that came out of the main character's recipe, and he said that he was literally ashamed that something like that was compared to his bleach. However, Ning Tao insisted and asked, why don't they then bet that this slush is better than his bleaching powder, and asked how about a bet of 10 million. The doctor laughed and said that he accepted the bet because he was sure that Ning Tao would lose. Everyone around him began to condemn the actions of the protagonist and believed that it was simply impossible to win in this dispute and began to think what a waste it was to cover something like that. After that, Ning Tao walked up to Ye Qianye. He extended his hand to her and asked if she would like to become his model in this business. The girl was surprised and asked, "Is that you?" Her assistant insisted that this was very bad and that by rubbing all sorts of nonsense into her body, she could make things worse for herself. However, the girl trusted the main character and extended her hand in response. She looked into his eyes and said that she agreed to this experiment. Ning Tao said that only a beauty like her could be the first to use his remedy. However, the doctor was angry and separated this sweet couple, saying to stop delaying the moment and quickly resolve the dispute. The first to apply the ointment was the doctor, who said that the tablet can be taken orally directly, or the powder can be ground and applied to the skin immediately. After this, the man said that if you apply this product for a whole week, the effect will become obvious, and he swears by it. However, Ning Tao said that after applying the product, you can immediately notice the effect. However, the rest of the employees immediately took the protagonist's words as a joke, because in their opinion, no matter how powerful the boast may be, such beauty medicines cannot act instantly. And since Ning Tao is so arrogant, he does not deserve to be the second shareholder of the group. Ning Tao looked at the phone, or rather at the watch, and said that since 1 minute had already passed, they could already scrape the film off the girl's hand and see which whitening effect is better. The researchers agreed with the guy's statement and got to work. They took a soft towel and began to remove the film. After they removed the film from the girl's skin, one could see snow-white skin that looked like jade. Even Ye Qianye herself was surprised at how good the effect of the whitening pill was. In a sense, she even began to worry, because the original formula had a very high chance of victory, considering this effect. The doctor began to feel proud, and said that after all, they had spent a lot of money and effort on this development, and once it was launched, it would definitely take up half the market. Observing the current situation, people realized that the main character simply had no chance of winning, and many thought that he was simply admitting defeat in order not to lose face. After that, Ning Tao said that there was another remedy in line. However, as soon as Ning Tao tried to talk about his remedy, he was interrupted by Ye Qianye herself, who said that most likely they should give up, and she would pay him 10 million to repay his kindness. However, Ning Tao came closer to her and said that there was no point in doing this because he would definitely win. After that, he took a napkin from his suit and wiped off his product. Now it's time to be surprised by absolutely everyone. Some people were forced to close their eyes because the light of this skin was so beautiful and bright that it simply blinded them. Then Ning Tao realized that everything was going exactly as they needed. He picked up the girl and smiled. After that, he said that this is the effect of the product that he created. And thanks to it, you can hide any ugliness, because with this product anyone can become a goddess. Here Ye Qianye blushed and could not help but agree that this remedy was even more powerful than whitening pills. Even the girl's assistant was extremely amazed because he had no hopes for the guy's remedy. Dapeng and Huzi immediately began to smile and laugh. They were glad that their idol was able to win and were simply happy for him. The only one who was outraged was the doctor. He said that Ning Tao was just a rogue, and this recipe that he got out of nowhere for some reason turned out to be better than the one he had been working on for a year. Other researchers also began to approach the main character and flatter him. The doctor understood that he had an obligation to inform Han Qingtao about this as soon as possible. From excitement, quite frequent drops of sweat could be seen on his face. He picked up his phone and wrote that plans had changed, and Ning Tao had taken a more powerful remedy than whitening pills. However, he was caught in this action by Ning Tao, who instantly raised his hand. The guy was clearly furious and shouted at the man, asking if he really wanted to leak information about their product to competitors. While the doctor was trembling because he had been caught red-handed, others were simply furious and in shock how this could even happen. After that, Ning Tao showed the doctor's phone and message to all the employees and said that Dr. Huang was the same rat who leaked the bleach recipe. And it was indeed true. The doctor could often be seen drinking and having fun with the company's competitor. At some point, he was offered a deal, and he naturally agreed to surrender the funds. He was sent a message that the prepayment had been credited to his card, and the rest of the amount would be issued after the Qianye group disbanded completely. Ning Tao showed all these messages and evidence to all the employees while the doctor could not do anything. At this point, the other researchers were completely furious, and they didn't insult the doctor because he simply sold the fruits of their work, saying that he disgraced the title of doctor. Very soon, all the researchers wanted to literally beat the culprit of the events, while the doctor asked what they really wanted to do. Not long after, the beating of the culprit began, and he tried to smooth out the situation by saying how wrong he was, and apologizing, although this did not help matters much. After the doctors finished beating, the carcass lay on the ground without the strength to do anything. After that, he approached Ning Tao and said that he would give him a chance, but on one condition. He raised his head and said that if he told him who was behind Han Qingtao, he would let him go. Fascinated by this possibility, the doctor said that he would tell everything, and one day Han Qingtao mentioned this man, whom he called number 3. Here, Ning Tao squinted and shrank to the point, and instantly realized that this was all dealing with foreigners. He couldn't understand why they were poking around so much and became even more angry. After that, the doctor looked at the main character with a prayer in his eyes. He says that he said everything he knows, so he begged to let him go. However, despite the fact that Ning Tao did nothing, Ye Qianye came forward and pointed out the traitor to the guards and told him to seize him and immediately send him to the police station. After this, the men took the doctor in their arms until they understood why this was happening. Ning Tao didn't even look at the doctor, who was trembling and asking why the guy didn't let him go. However, Ning Tao said with a smile on his face that he would let him go, but he did not say anything about the girl letting him go too. Realizing that he had been fooled, the doctor began to scream in pain and indignation. After this, Xiaoba informed the main character that he had completed the task and congratulated the guy, and that he had revealed the puppeteer who was in charge of everything behind the scenes and awarded him points. After that, Ye Qianye turned to the guy, who thanked the guy for helping her find the rat in the company, and trusting him, asked what his further instructions would be. Ning Tao pretentiously straightened his tie and said in a natural voice that he would hold a press conference. With a smile on his face, he announced that he wanted to make whitening products the best-selling product in the world. Looking at the pose of the main character, Ye Qianye blushed and realized that perhaps this kind of man deserves her. Very soon, a press conference was announced on large billboards around the world. The people gathered were extremely skeptical about this press conference. A few days ago, Han Qingtao introduced their whitening pills. And now, the protagonists group released another whitening product, and it was obvious that there would be a battle between the two companies. However, the reporters did not understand what their idea was. However, some knew that the whitening pills were originally a product of the protagonists group. However, Han Qingtao stole their recipe, so they had no choice but to rush out this whitening product. A dressed-up Ye Qianye walked up to the microphone and said that she wanted to announce that they were releasing their main product for sale starting today. Pineapple smiled and said that this whitening product, Galena, in her opinion, would be a breakthrough in the beauty industry. However, among all people there were disagreements. A certain man laughed and said that it was too early to say that. As it turned out, Han Qingtao and his employees came to the conference. Ye Qianye's assistant clearly did not expect something like this, but the key figures in this plan were just waiting for Han Qingtao's arrival. When the reporters saw the opportunity for big headlines, they became happy and began inviting Han Qingtao to the stage. Assistant Ye Qianye understood that not the best people had come. The girl herself also realized that they would only create problems. However, Ning Tao came forward and said that there was nothing to be afraid of. Ning Tao opened his eyes because he understood that a group of foreigners who had sent assassins twice had put him in an awkward position, and this time he was simply obliged to defeat everyone and turn the situation against them. After this, the guards began to take ordinary people out of the premises as the situation escalated. Han Qingtao looked at the protagonist with disdain and said that he would not tremble at him, and said to immediately cancel the press conference and give them the secret recipe. Angry, Ye Qianye asked why the guy should do this, by the way. Naturally, she was angry because Han Qingtao had already been able to steal the recipe from them earlier, and now he comes to the conference and declares something similar. However, Ning Tao told the girl to calm down and took the situation into his hands. The guy said that he was very interested in what gives him so much confidence to say such things. Han Qingtao smiled softly and said that everything was already on his phone, and he would find out if he looked. After that, Ning Tao instantly picked up his phone and couldn't help but be surprised. There was a photo of Ye Tongtong and Jun Ruoying being captured with pistols at their heads. Realizing that the girls were literally kidnapped, Ning Tao squinted and asked his competitor what he had done with them. Han Qingtao smiled and said that as far as he could see, they were safe now. But if he did not agree to the conditions, then the opposite would be quite possible. After this, the same man who was in the meeting room intervened in the conversation and began to laugh. He said that he must make a decision before the end of this day, so he can already begin to beg for forgiveness. Ye Qianye told the main character not to worry because they would immediately call the police. Her assistant cursed Han Qingtao and told his entire family to be unhappy because he was breaking the law. However, Ning Tao remained silent. Han Qingtao laughed and asked if he really thought that people like them were afraid of the police, and besides, by the time the police arrived, there would only be 2 corpses left. Then Ning Tao smiled and said that he expected some kind of trick from him, but clearly underestimated it. The guy raised his head and said that this time, if he wanted to kill them so badly, then he could do it. When Han Qingtao's assistant heard this, they couldn't help but shudder at such composure. His assistant generally said that Ning Tao was crazy. When Ye Qianye heard this, she couldn't help but be surprised, because just recently she thought that Ning Tao was worthy of her. Ye Qianye's assistant was also very surprised and couldn't believe the guy's words. Han Qingtao clearly did not understand why he reacted so calmly, because they are his girls, and very soon they could die. Attack Ning Tao just smiled and said that he didn't care, so he could do what he wanted. Hearing such cruel words once again, Ye Qianye began to cry and couldn't help but ask what kind of person he was. The assistant said that he had previously claimed that he was not a match for her. Han Qingtao picked up his phone and said that Ning Tao himself said it. After that, he called and told the man that the plans had changed so he could kill these women immediately. However, instead of a clear answer, only interference could be heard from the other side of the tube. Thinking that Han Qingtao was ignoring him, he asked if they were all there, dead, because he told them to kill those who were with the women. However, after that, the answer was no longer the person he expected. As it turned out, Zhao Li picked up the phone and asked him to send a message to the main character that he had finished his work here, and the rest was now on him. When Han Qingtao heard this, his heart sank. He couldn't hold his phone in his hands and it fell out of them. It was obvious that everything did not go according to plan, and the man did not know what to do. Han Qingtao wondered how his plan could have failed in the first place. However, Ning Tao said that he expected him to do something like that. So he asked the captain to set up an ambush near the villa in advance and wait for him to take the bait. In addition, Ning Tao understood that the girls had some things that he exchanged in exchange for system points in order to protect them. When Ye Qianye heard this, she said that she knew that Ning Tao was not a bad person at all, and Ye Qianye's assistant also apologized to him for such thoughts. Ning Tao said that there was nothing wrong with this because he did not tell them anything in order to keep everything secret. When Han Qingtao realized that all his plans had failed, he literally fell to the floor. He still could not give up his pride and, pointing at the main character, asked how this was even possible, since he was just a rogue. And he was able to unravel his plan. Ning Tao approached him and said that times had changed, and they attacked him so many times that he decided to wait for me to die and attack. After that, Ning Tao said to close the door. At that same moment, all the doors were locked, and some people in black suits appeared at the press conference. They all had violence glasses and were also well armed. Their boss then reported that his weapons were already starved. Ning Tao very soon smiled terribly while Han Qingtao and his henchmen prayed not to be beaten since they were ordinary citizens. The people who stood outside the door did not understand what was happening, because very soon shots were fired, and they simply assumed that there was some kind of showdown there. And the press conference itself was most likely postponed. The screams of Han Qingtao and his assistants could be heard for quite a long time. Ning Tao scratched his head and said that if he dared to lie to him, then he would allow him to simultaneously live and feel as if he were dying. Han Qingtao naturally agreed to this and said that he could ask him anything, and he would tell him everything he knew. Ning Tao clearly did not expect such easy negotiations, and even looked at them doubtfully. Realizing that it seems they are really afraid of death, Ning Tao calmed down and sat down at the chair. After that, he began to ask where the lair of their group was located and who their boss was. After that, he asked how many they had. Han Qingtao said that the old lair is located under the city with tens of thousands of members inside. And as for the boss, he doesn't know who he is because he is a rather mysterious person. But he only knows his code name, namely Zero. Xiaoba told the main character that the man was telling the truth, which the guy did not expect. After that, he remained in his seat, deciding on further actions. Ning Tao told the commandos to kill him, and when they were ready, they would take over the lair. After that, Ning Tao turned to Ye Qianye. He said that this is an agreement to transfer shares to competitors after the sale of the bleaching product. The company's crisis should pass. The girl took the papers and burst into tears. She said that he really helped her a lot, and she doesn't know how to thank him. Ning Tao blushed and laughed with embarrassment, after which he said that he simply had to do it so there was no need to be so polite. However, unexpectedly, the girl approached him. She kissed the guy on the cheek while blushing. A second later, Ning Tao realized what was happening and turned into a red tomato out of embarrassment. The girl said that earlier she promised herself that whoever helped her with the company, she would do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Xiaoba announced that the task was completed. While Ning Tao was still recovering, he asked if this was true. Ning Tao laughed and said that it seemed his charm was too strong. Xiaoba congratulated the main character and said that he became the full owner of the company's shares and captured Ye Qianye's heart. Therefore, he receives 20,000 points as a reward. Ning Tao immediately realized that with these glasses he could cure Tong Menling. Ning Tao ordered the system to immediately send him to his classmate, and immediately after that, they teleported there. Several months later, a group of aliens could only watch hopelessly as Ning Tao destroyed their lair. Assistant Zero reported that over several months, bases around the world were attacked by the main character and his accomplices, and they suffered very serious losses. The man, who clearly resembled the masked LaRouche from Code Geass, slammed his fist on the table and wondered how Ning Tao dared to ruin his great plan. The man said to transmit the order to immediately stop all other work and vacate room X on the 18th floor, as well as find the main character and no matter what happens, and then kill him. The assistant said that she understood everything and immediately carried out the order. One cow, as she ran to fulfill it, someone knocked two into their laboratory. Behind the door there were faces so familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Among them, one could see the main character and his assistants. As it turned out, Zhao Li, Ye Tongtong, Zhon Ruing, Tong Menling, and Ning Tao, along with Ye Qianye, turned into some kind of Marvel heroes. Zero got angry and said not to put so much pressure on him, and then asked if they knew anything about copyrights. Ning Tao ignored his question, and he said that since he was the leader of this group, therefore he was not so innocent since he killed everyone indiscriminately. Then today it would be his turn. Zero picked up the remote control and said that he had placed 10 tons of explosives under this room. Pressing the remote control button, he said that if he wanted to kill him so much, then they would all die together. However, after he pressed the button, there was an awkward silence. Ning Tao raised his hand and told me to waste my energy, after which he fired and knocked the remote control out of his hands. After that, he said that they had already managed to eliminate all the traps that he had prepared for them. After that, the guy smiled creepily and said that they had to settle scores while the man begged to at least save his face as the leader of the group. After this, our so-called Marvel heroes began to beat up poor Zero. After this, a huge explosion occurred and Zero promised to return. After some time, the main character could be seen on the island. There he had fun with other beauties he met throughout his life. A little boy who so closely resembled the main character. Apparently his son began to say that her dad and mom were very lazy and they would rather lie around in the sun than play with him. Suddenly the boy heard some strange sound. After that, he was informed that the owner had been selected and the system was now being linked. Not understanding what was happening, he asked what kind of sound that was. After that, the system was somewhat similar to Xiaoba, but being green and with cat ears, it congratulated him on being chosen by the super money system. The guy clearly didn't understand what the green ball was talking about. However, he thought it was cool and said he looked like he would have fun.